Vagina. Ain't your mama. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I didn't do it. Hi, Luis. Over. Oops. Hey, Luis. They're sleeping. Yes, I named my dog Luis after Luis Belcher.
Nice.
Dude, Luis is the man.
I just got tagged in a fucking thing. Will's brother Pete sent something about the Vikings sucking, and this chick that comes to Bar Don's like, you know, you can always vent on Wally's podcast. I'm like, see, keep spreading the word, spread it out, spread it out, tell people about it. There you go, word of mouth. Let's go.
Exactly.
I'm like, yes,
Dude,
we'll listen to you
just
guys
a bunch
cry
of
about the
fucking
Vikings if that's what you have to do.
Yep. Literally all, like, anything, you know.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's what I said. I'm
Unless
like,
you're talking sense.
yeah. Well, even like Will, he fucking was. He promoted it too. He's like, people should go over there and kick some knowledge and learn some shit. I'm like, dude, thank you. Like that's the shit you need to tell your friends.
Who's Will?
The guy that was there yesterday.
Oh,
From yesterday
oh, okay. All right.
with
Cool.
the Vikings jersey on.
Dude, we're just a bunch of fucking regular ass dudes, you know, like trying to fucking change a little bit of like the paradigm of thinking. I feel like,
Well,
you know,
like so, like for
include
him,
everything.
that's what I tried to tell him yesterday, because he's like, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm like, I know, but at least with you, or so, like, at least with you can admit like there's things that are wrong and that he needs to like, you know, we need universal health care and these things. I'm like, see, you're not fully on the side of Trump. You just you voted for him. I get that, but like you also, at least you understand that there's big issues that we should try to fucking actually fix instead of just pushing it down the road all the time. Like
Yeah, dude.
those are the people we got to try to like convert to the other side. Like, all right, you agree with this, right? So what makes you stop thinking that this is true now? And what makes you stop thinking that this is true now? Like, you know,
Dude, if we do anything like aggressive toward Canada and Mexico, you know, like,
yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if it does happen, like all of us are basically behooved to do something about it.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Well, I mean,
unless you
only thing
like
really
you
do
got a family, but
all I'm saying, just in general, it's just what are you gonna do? Because I mean, the thing is, no matter what, we're never gonna
protest,
take out
yeah.
the military. Like,
No.
So I mean, like, you just have to fucking. That's what I'm saying. You have to change people's ideas and minds. Like the whole thing is, when this shit happens, like if it could happen like that, I just want to throw it in everyone's face. I voted for him. Like, you remember, you guys, how all you guys said World War III is gonna happen because of this. Well, you're literally on the side of it. Can you guys acknowledge that you're like all the things you said you hated are you now? Like you're becoming the evil you hate.
We are, yeah. This are, yep.
You know,
Yep, absolutely. Because they think they're the ones that can be the good bad guy. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, no,
well,
it doesn't
again, they
work
think
like
that their
that. And it's
morality
gonna
is right.
backfire on us. It always, yeah, exactly. And it always backfires on us every single fucking time. We think that we can go somewhere and make changes.
Yeah, a lot of times we
accept
try
it
to
or
overthrow governments and shit. Yeah, it
This
doesn't
is-
work out.
now we're looking at imperialism again, basically. But
Yeah, and you know, the
I
thing
don't
is,
know how much of it isn't just Trump fucking trolling, you know, to see what the fuck
it could be.
happens,
That's what
you know?
that's what the right keeps saying it is, which it could be. I'm not saying it isn't, but I don't know, man.
They seem to at least acknowledge like that's a no-no, you know.
They should. I mean, like even on like X and shit, there's a lot of Republican people saying they fucking feel bad for voting for him. Like, see, like you guys should have listened to us for the last like 6 months to a year when we tried to warn you that this is the shit that was gonna happen, and you guys kept saying, nope, he's just trolling, he's just whatever. It's like, no, man, they literally wrote 900 pages on what the fuck they want to do. It's Project 2025. We know what the fuck they want to do. You just didn't listen, didn't think it was real or whatever. Yeah,
Yep.
if we,
It goes down, you know.
I'm saying,
there's
but
always
like
the
if we do
conspiracy.
imperialism for real, if we take over Greenland, Panama, and everything, right? Why would China not want to be like, huh? Well, they're doing it. Why don't we just take over Taiwan? And like I said, for Russia, why don't
Exactly.
they go, hey man, why
Exactly.
don't we just take over Ukraine?
I
You
saw
know, like
memes showing that. Yeah.
it's like
Yep.
all the because so like basically, if this were to happen, like you're trying to get it back to like having like 5 big nations. Like Europe's just going to be one nation, North America's going to be one nation. You know, like China, maybe Japan, so maybe 2 people own all of Asia countries. You know, like is that what you really want? I thought these people are anti-globalist, but that's like the most
See,
globalism thing you could have.
it's not like we're the Greeks or the Romans fucking taking over like barbaric fucking
Yes.
regions or whatever. We're fucking we are the barbarians at
Mm.
this point. We absolutely are.
Well, it's like when we kicked out the Indians, manifest destiny. That's the thing I try to stress people. Like,
Yeah.
remember how we all acknowledged that was probably not the best thing to do at the time, like just literally kicking millions and millions of Indians off like in the Midwest and shit, you know, and pushing them over, you
Yeah.
know, like. But we're fine with that with these 2 other countries and shit. Like, why? You know, like I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy.
Look it up. White men might claim my seat and call it manifest destiny.
Yeah, man. That's what it's becoming. That's what's sucking.
Fucking love Chappelle.
Chappelle. I love Chappelle, but
All the
he's like me and my white friend go back in time to see the beginning of the American Revolution. We walk past, we see George Washington. He's like, my white friend goes, Dave, that's George Washington, our founder of America. I'm gonna go shake his hand. He's like, and I go, nigga, run, it's George Washington. He's like, he's got slaves and shit, like, you know, like, he's like, and we both be right. He's like, we're both right, just different perceptions, you know, like.
That's so fucking funny.
It's so funny because it is true. Like it's it's the same guy, different perspectives. Like listen, the white guy thinks he's great and awesome, and the black guy's like, no, this guy had slaves. Fuck that guy. Like I don't want to fucking meet this guy.
I love the way that Chappelle says shit and you like nailed it. Run, nigga.
'Cause that's what he is. Oh, dude, I've watched so much, dude. Like I said, Chappelle Show was fucking the original memes, man. That's all we do is just
Yeah.
quote those fucking lines all day, every day at school.
Yeah.
And everyone
Still
just
so good too.
They still work, I know.
Yeah.
To the old folks like us, they're like, we laugh our ass off. All the young kids are like, what are you talking about? Like, go watch Chappelle, man.
Yep.
You understand,
Chappelle
baby.
is the goat.
Dude,
Probably the goat.
he is, dude. I don't know. I saw him live the last time he was here. It was fucking awesome.
Oh no.
I like Bill Burr too.
Bill
Dude,
Burr's
I would
great,
love
too.
to watch more of Bill Burr's podcasts and shit because he does have some good takes. And
I like Bill
he's
Burr
kinda
because
like
I
us.
like his
He's a
rants.
regular
Where
ass
just,
dude.
Bill Burr
Yeah.
reminds me of George Carlin almost to an extent of just that ranty, like, do you see this fucking idiots? Like,
Yeah, he's
just-
exactly like that. But then he like laughs though. He's got like
Yeah.
a different way of approaching it. Yeah,
yeah, it's not the
he's just
same. But I'm just saying it's like similar.
from Boston. Yeah,
He's from Boston.
he's a different breed.
Yeah, and plus their team's always winning sports, so he loves to talk shit about sports shit.
Yep.
He's always
Yep,
like,
he's a fucking
Philly,
cool guy.
fuck y'all. You guys won nothing.
Like that one last video I posted. He's like, I went to summer school. I don't know, I don't know a fucking thing. But like all the guys that are really trying to save the world or whatever, get shit done, figure shit out, aren't gonna be on fucking podcasts and shit all the time. Which it does make sense. He's very good at just like roasting people and like
Yep.
not necessarily roasting, but like seeing between the lines, and like if this were the case, then this, like.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not an idiot. He thinks at least.
Yeah, and I think his like, I think all comedians like, I'm an idiot, but I can say this or that, like, and that lets them see this or that.
There's a
because
billion
they're
different
not,
kinds. I do like the political commentating kind of comedians where they just make fun of whatever the fuck's happening in the news. Like, it's kind of like South Park humor. Like, oh, what's happening in the world? Oh, let's just rip on it, make fun of it, make it sound stupid. Like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of that's what
it's like
Bill
an
Burr.
absurdist.
Well, yeah, you
angle
just
almost,
you just take like the, I don't know, like you take like an abortion issue and you make fun of, you just make it so simple and stupid where people have to laugh at it, even if you're for it, like.
Swear to God, most of our problems these days is just people like not remembering a fucking thing. People just don't have fucking memory. It's the fucking news cycle.
Dude, they changed.
Constantly moving.
So like the last thing I
News
saw,
cycle.
the last thing I was seeing was
Brands.
fucking this guy was like, 2020 was the worst year for censorship and all this other bullshit and blah, blah, blaming Biden and shit. And this guy was like, do people get the timelines wrong? Do people not remember that Trump was motherfucking the president in 2020? Like, why do you keep blaming Biden when he wasn't even he didn't become president till January 20th of 21. So when you talk shit about 2020, that is Trump. Like, I don't know how people are fucking up the timelines where they think like, somehow we missed a whole year, became all Biden. He got elected in 2020.
Stupid. They just run their mouths trying to justify
their narrative.
Shitty
For sure.
point of view. Yeah,
that's all it is. That was the point. It's like
just running their fucking
timelines.
mouths. That's all these fucking people do anywhere. Like, and all these people, they fucking model like Trump and their fucking talking head fucking idiots they watch. Like,
for sure. And
like,
I think
look at all like the frankly word fucking popped into their fucking lexicon, like, and frankly, like, as if they're gonna offend somebody with their
I know
garbage take,
I will say,
like,
people on the left,
I'm gonna dare.
the people on the left do it too, but it comes down to just lazy people. Like, if you're lazy and just listen to a pundit say something and you just regurgitate without actually Googling whatever they said, then yeah, you're just a parrot and you're just a fucking idiot. Like I said, it goes both sides. Like I said, either side. Like, when people say like the things they're saying, like, you should quick Google, like, is ISIS really that bad or whatever the fuck, like, are these things really an issue? No? Okay, so why the fuck are we talking about it now? Like,
Yeah,
I always bring up the trans bathroom thing. Like, dude, you would think there's 25, 30 cases a year of fucking trannies raping dudes or, chicks in the bathroom. But if you ask somebody, they can't even name you one story. Like, can you tell me, when was the last time this happened? I don't know, but it happens. Okay, but you can't name one. So are you sure it happens? Like, does it really happen? Or is this a figment of your imagination? Because that's what fucking the people on the news or whoever you listen to tell you, that women are getting raped left and right in the bathrooms by all these trannies. Can't even name
it is the way, dude. The way they say it, like this is happening everywhere, kind of thing. Like, like,
yeah, it's the alarmist
you don't have
scaring.
actual words.
Yeah, it's just alarm you and scare you. It's fear-based fucking politics. Is what Hitler ran off of. Is what fucking a lot of these people run off of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even fucking, like I said, when I deep dived into Reagan, it was all about anti-communists. Like, oh my god, the Red Scare, this and this and this. It's like, dude, stop fucking making people fucking shit their pants. Just fucking tell them what they need to know and do what you got to do. You don't have to fucking scare people into fucking pushing your agenda. At least you shouldn't, but they do.
It makes the whole fucking, intellectual landscape worse.
Well, yeah, dude. Tell me you're gonna have a rational, good idea or thought when you're scared.
Yeah, you're not.
You're not.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna be irrational as fuck, and you're gonna fucking be stupid or make bad choices, whatever the fuck. It's just how it is. It ain't that hard. Do you see this guy that's a Republican has a Ukraine fucking pin? I thought we hated Ukraine.
Oh, no shit. What the fuck?
I know, he's a Republican. I just saw a Republican from Mississippi. I'm like, what? I thought we hate Ukraine. No, he likes them?
Dude, these people are so inconsistent. I swear
Of course,
to God.
that's what's funny.
Like,
So Trump already said that he might still give weapons to Ukraine. It's like, didn't you just run on 4 years that we should stop doing this? Like, now you're like, well,
Putin's your
there's
fucking
probably
buddy.
some strategic things to it. Like, oh, I bet there is.
maybe he called up Putin, and Putin was like, fucking laid down the law.
Dude, Putin doesn't give a fuck about Trump. Like, that's what people don't realize. Like I said, after he won the election, he put like almost nudie magazine or nude pictures of her on the papers and fucking in Russia and shit. He started putting a lot of things.
Kamala?
No, fucking Ivanka.
Oh.
He was showing scandalous pictures of Ivanka Trump because everyone was like, oh, Trump's gonna end the war, and he's like, dude, fuck you guys. This is my war. I'm doing the shit my way. Like, I don't give a fuck what America thinks.
Right, yeah.
But,
Totally doesn't. Never did. Yeah.
well, no, dude. Like I said, he wants to go to pre-Warsaw. He wants to take back the Soviet Union. He wants it all.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize. I'm like,
God,
oh,
it's
you just
so dumb.
It is dumb.
The conspiracies people use to justify, like, oh, let fucking Putin win because somehow Zelensky's worse.
I know.
Like,
So
no,
how did
dude,
anybody
no.
think? Like, did people forget the whole Cold War and all this shit? Like, dude, we've been
Yeah,
anti-Russia
well, we dropped
for
on
fucking like 100 years, and now we're like, we love Russia.
Bro.
We love Putin.
Yeah.
Like, it's so. like I said, I was arguing with this one dude the other day, and I fucking finally got him to fucking admit that he's a fucking pro-Putin fucking lover. I'm like, dude, how dare you talk shit about America? You support a guy who fucking kills everybody who's against him and everything, like all this shit. He's like, well, America, goes to war and does all these proxies. I'm like, yes, you're right, but who are we fighting? We're fighting Russia and those fucking proxies almost every time. Like, like we just don't take over.
Yep.
Like we don't when we had the big Afghanistan thing. We didn't go there just because in the 80s. It was because Russia was there trying to take over the oil fields and shit. We're like, well, we're not going to allow that. We're going to take over. So a lot of times it's usually because other countries are doing things that we react and do the proxy war shit. At least before in America, we weren't usually the aggressors and shit like that. Like another country would come in and try to do something, and then we would come in after. Not necessarily right, but it's like like the whole Russia thing right now. The Ukraine, like. Russia's the aggressors, so why the fuck are you going to give them the land and the power when they're the aggressors?
Yeah, that's one, like, the whole aggression from another nation part is probably where, intervention is sort of necessary, because you're taking away the, like...
The freedom.
Sovereignty and, like, self-determination of a nation. Like, no nation fucking becomes, like, democratic or further enlightened just by, the external, coercion. Like, that just doesn't happen. Like, when has it happened so far?
Only time I can say it successfully happened probably was Japan. Like I said, I feel like we took them over.
Japan was humiliated by
they were
us. Like,
definitely,
and that's why you get people that are like, you get the people with like the 50s like rockabilly hairstyle and shit. Like, a part of their culture was basically like lost because.
Well, so yeah, after we took over Japan, we stayed there for 15 years and ran that country.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And
yeah. So I was like, I love Godzilla movies. So like the first Godzilla movie, the only reason why they made it, they made it then because they're gonna make it before, but there was like a 10-year period where American government told them that they couldn't post anything about the war or like anything about the nuclear bombs or do anything, So then once that passed, then they made the allegory of the nuclear bomb with Godzilla and turned it into a story. That was like their first attempt to be like, no, this is what it was like for us when the fucking bombs hit. This is what happened to our cities. Like this is what happens. Like it was the first time showing the world.
Crazy how like 100,000 or so people died, I think, but and then probably like a lot more people died from further
long term. Yeah,
and those were the baby bombs.
Fucking,
they're nothing. These bombs are nothing.
Yeah,
compared
they're
to what we have.
firecrackers.
It's fucking scary, dude. Like,
true.
Like, so far it hasn't happened again, but fuck, man. This is why we don't need maniacs with power.
Nope.
Fuck no. All right, let's see here. Yeah, 150 to 246,000 people died between the two nuclear bombs. Crazy.
Yeah, damn.
Did you know a guy survived both nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
One dude survived both bombs. He went to fucking Hiroshima.
Wait, how far apart?
They're not that far apart.
Wow,
like maybe
like
a 3-4 hour drive. So the guy went to Hiroshima to go to work and fucking got bombed, and then went back home and fucking got bombed again.
Yeah.
And he lived.
Like,
yeah, it was fucking nuts, dude. Like I'm just saying, dude, it's one in a fucking billion, zillion, trillions.
I wonder how miserable that guy's life was. I hope it wasn't.
I was watching this other story.
He lived for quite a while after.
Yeah, he lived for like a whole life, like 60, 70 years old. So I mean,
okay.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how he didn't get. I think he had some nuclear poisoning, but it wasn't like too bad.
Yeah.
He wasn't like obviously like in the direct bomb. Like he was way outside of it. But still.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Even still,
to see two different cities get blown up.
Maybe he got in a refrigerator.
Maybe he got a refrigerator.
I probably would have killed myself. It's not the world was ending.
No, but I can't remember. It was Fukushima? I think it was Fukushima. One of the meltdowns, right? One of these guys got radioactive poisoning, and their governments kept him alive for like a month and studied him till like his whole inside blew up. It's like one of the worst, like one of the worst things like humans have ever done to another human. Like honestly, I was
Yeah.
watching this story about it. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, and this guy was like bleeding out of every orifice and shit, and they just kept him alive, on tubes and shit, just so they could study,
Yeah,
like,
Bernice poisoning, give me a bullet.
yeah, just to see that how long humans could last with all this poisoning, how long your lungs could last with all these poison and all this shit, dude. They forced him to stay alive for like a month.
No, give me a bullet.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Jesus.
Yeah, I would. Like, that's got to be like.
Dude, people have done so much fucked up shit, man. Like
Yeah, look up
Pavlov's
Unit
dog and shit,
731.
Mhm.
Unit 731 is fucked up beyond comprehension.
What's that?
It was pretty much the major testing grounds for a bunch of Japanese experiments in World War II. It was honestly more heinous and more gruesome than the Holocaust, but the total number was a lot less. Like, they would put babies out with tuberculosis out of the cold when they're 3 days old just for fun.
Yeah.
They would infect people with bubonic plague just because they were bored. They would vivisect people. They would they would strap prisoners at certain distances and set off like bombs and see how effective they are. It was fucked up.
No, yeah.
And they got immunity to all war crimes because the director of the unit handed over all his research data to Patton, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, gave him immunity for the research data. I'm like, no. So in retrospect, they kind of deserved it in a way, those nukes, kind of in a way, because Imperial Japan was ruthless
Dude,
as
yeah.
all fucking hell.
Yeah, dude, they're basically
yeah.
fucking. They were basically fucking Nazis, just Japanese, Asian.
Yeah.
No, dude,
Yeah. I think
they're
dude,
still
when
pretty
we call
racist.
these
Well, they are
people
racist,
when we call
yeah.
these people the axis of evil, dude, like that's pretty much as close of a name as
Yeah.
you can literally get to. Like Mussolini and Hitler and the Japan guy were fucking atrociously bad.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, then after when they hung Mussolini, they were like, "Yay, we're free. We're joining the Allies now," because they were done with their fascists, because they had to follow them, because fascism.
Right. Yep.
Once they hung them, they're like, "Nope, we're joining the Ally side," and they get a bunch of shit for switching sides. Like, the public did not want to be on the Nazi side.
Was
Sadly, I
Italy
bet you a lot
invaded
did though.
at some point,
I
or-
think of the Nazi
Yeah, a
shit
lot.
as like Trump right now, dude. I guarantee you, half of the country loved every plan of it
Yeah,
because they're
yeah, until
fucking
it got too much.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
then it
by
got too
then,
much, and
yeah, but by then you're already fucking so deep, right?
yeah,
Like I'm not saying like
better late than never, though. At least you're not fighting another. You ended a war pretty much right there, at least with one side.
yeah.
Oh, there's at least that.
for sure, dude.
Yep, still get charged for war crimes and reparations and whatnot. But at least that battle was done.
Yep. I told you I was gonna go pay bills, and I had to go to the thing.
The thing.
That's later. That's later.
You get the thing.
Trick, you don't even get out of your bedroom ever.
I had 2 biopsies.
You have 2?
Ever.
I had 2.
What does that mean?
I had 2 biopsies that they're testing for cancer.
I know. So like a week.
Friday.
Friday. Hey, toots. All the kids are starting to get home. It's that time of day.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
yeah, it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I just looked. I'm like, oh yeah, makes sense why now everyone's home. I had peace and quiet for
You
like
enjoyed
3
the
hours.
peace and quiet, yeah, and a little bit of chatting instead of doing it at night.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, Missy.
As long as no school people call me or nothing bad happens, I can live with it.
What? Thank. Oh,
Is that what that is?
you know what that is.
Thank you, Span, for showing both the nominee and the senators are speaking. Most of the streams just show Pete talking.
Yeah.
I like this. Pete Hegseth sounds like a sketchy used car salesman, acted the same way. Couldn't answer a yes or a no question directly.
Right.
Right.
You know, thing is, like, you know, if you want to,
so
so like for like those, like, there's sometimes you gotta add some preface. So you'd be like, yes, that's true. However, you gotta add these to it. Like, you know, like if you did that, I could be at least cool with it. But like, if you just keep or obfuscating
just
the fucking
answer.
answer, you're just like, well, you know, like, no, can you tell me what you actually think? Like, you're trying, you're
Like,
running. for
yes,
your job.
but let me explain. No, let me explain why.
Yeah.
You know, like that's both assertive and like,
Sorry, cat. Oh, I kicked them.
you know, honest.
Oh yeah.
And
Guess what, Daddy?
these guys just they have a certain way of moving through like the problem space and what, you know, or whatever.
Give them
You know,
that wiggle room.
Nice.
So in case if one person interprets, they can spin it around. That's what the right's really good at is
they
spinning
evade any and all fucking like capturing.
challenges. Yeah.
And the thing is, they keep moving from news story lie to news story lie that you can't even fucking call them out fast enough, because by the time you come up with the answer for the last thing they said, there's already 3 more fucking claims. You're like, what? Okay. It's crazy though. Like, that's what
Well,
modern like news is.
Comes
You
back
just-
to the memory thing, dude.
yeah, man. Like I said,
There's nothing's set in stone. There's no abstract fucking like persistent truth or problems to fucking solve. It's all yeah. It's like endless problem generation.
yeah. Who fucking knows? All right. We'll listen to this for now.
And the Navy's shipbuilding
old fuck
program,
upset.
including the Constellation-class frigate. The Department of Defense desperately needs civilian leaders who listen to the advice of combatant commanders, many of whom would benefit from innovative systems. Yet a risk-averse DoD culture has kept too many promising technologies on the wrong side of the so-called valley of death. That tenuous period between experimental prototypes and production contracts. Defense companies backed by venture capital receive less than 1% of defense contracts. As we all know, the Pentagon still cannot even pass an audit. The department must simplify and streamline its bureaucracy so it can respond to innovation. Staffs.
Why do we think that simple is always better in America?
Because we're idiots.
Because they say the same shit with like the tax code and all these things. It's like, well, what makes simpler actually the better answer? Because sometimes things are really complicated. Like actually most things are really complicated. So, what, like, if you're trying to do calculus and someone goes to you and goes 2 + 2 = 4, like, oh yeah, that's simple. This is calculus, bro. This is fucking really complex and hard answers. So you can't just fucking have a 1-line fucking answer,
No. Fuck calculus.
Fuck calculus. I know. I suck at math. This dude's on his phone in the background. This kid. Dude, aren't you supposed to be listening, sir?
Maybe he's
Have
fact checking.
ballooned.
He is
like
maybe.
us.
He's googling the fuck out of his shit. He's like, you're bullshit.
Organizations are top-heavy. Civilian leaders have promised time and again to slim down the bureaucracy, and perhaps genuinely hoped to. Every day, men and women in uniform make tremendous contributions to U.S. security. They and the American people deserve a Pentagon that does the same. Today's Department of Defense is no longer prepared for great power competition.
Nope.
It is not.
Like, do these people think that
Not fact-checking.
Russia and China are really that close to us militarily? Where they're like, these people are catching up to us. Like, are they? We spend more than the next 7 countries
No,
combined.
they're really not.
We have the biggest army ever
Yeah.
in the history of the world. Like, what are they catching up on?
Well, I don't know. Like that's a lot of shit to delve into, actually. Like,
Weight gain, I guess.
Well, however, I do know that
Because that's a big problem for China.
China is making a lot of fucking naval ships. So, like, I know they're starting to try to like actually catch up to us in the sense, but they're so far behind, and we still outspend them and everything. There's like at this point, there's no way they can catch up. Like currently.
Mhm.
I don't think so either.
Like I said, they're trying to, like they're starting to work on it, but they're not even close to there yet. Like I said, hold on, let me look up. I gotta see this.
Somebody made the point that like we should be waiting for the Chinese and the Indians and whatnot to get as rich as us before they start doing as much work as us on climate change, which might be a good fucking point.
No,
Really.
they gotta do it too. Honestly, everybody has to.
Yeah.
Like especially China and
It's the corporations.
and India, because they have 1 billion plus people, and they're very industrialized too. They fucking need it. They need help. China just got on board
We at least
like a
have
year or
more
two
of an
ago.
excuse than we do. But
I mean,
you gotta think
American-
about
we do a
there's,
good
there's a
job.
lot of things to get into because like quality of life and all that shit, you know.
Yep.
But I think we'll be doing better. I think the climate issue will be resolved. It just needs to be taken.
Well, like I said, I think it was a year or two ago. China and India finally got on board with doing a lot of the renewable energy shit, so that will help too. Because like I said, we're like the 3-4 biggest countries in the world that emit, you know, because we're the ones that produce the most things. So if we all 4 of us can get on board, and you know, and then you send that down the line to all the smaller countries, like, hey, we're the biggest countries. If we can fucking do it, you can do it too. You know, like it's one of those you lead by example kind of things. Like
I think the ultimate fear, dude. See, Americans are fucking so paranoid. The ultimate fear is that they'll overtake us somehow in GDP through us doing more work to fucking address the climate issue. But
Yeah.
like we already see, like
Well,
per
it's like-
capita, that's like not gonna happen. Not gonna.
Well, it's not
fucking
even that,
happen.
dude. To build the infrastructure for the green shit and all this stuff, dude, it costs a lot of money. AK, it's a lot of jobs and a lot of like,
Oh yeah.
you know,
oh
like,
yeah. Yeah.
like people don't realize like it actually helps your economy because, you know, like everyone says we don't have enough energy, you know, not enough power plants and stuff for all this electricity and shit. It's like, well, you know,
Well, what about
you know, what you can do
building?
build them. You know how much money that costs. You know how much money workers are gonna make by building those things you're talking about. A lot. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever happened with the Green New Deal? Did that get fucking?
That was never.
Like,
it
I
was
think
never
they
a
got
real thing.
murdered.
Well, it was
It got
never a real
murdered?
thing. It was just like it was an outline
was
plan
never a real
for like
thing?
the future.
So it was never
Oh.
introduced to be.
No,
oh,
it was never a
okay.
real
Yeah.
bill or nothing. No, it was just like it was the AOC and the squad and the certain people. It was their like, here's our plan. Like this is what we really need to start doing, and this is what we need to work on is the things. But again,
Right.
we are doing them just slowly. Like so, like 38% of America's energy is renewable energy right now. So I mean, like we're doing pretty
Okay,
well.
yeah, that's pretty good. That's damn good.
Yeah,
That's damn
we're
good.
supposed to get by. We're supposed
That's
to
way
get
better than I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought too when I googled it. But yeah, we're supposed to get by. We're well, I guess now because Trump's different. I don't know, but before it was supposed to be by 2035. I think it was supposed to be 50-50, and then, you know. So we're getting there, you know. Like I said, remember how people are
Yeah,
bitching
dude,
about
that
Biden
sounds
fucking
good.
making the water heaters have to be electric, and people are losing their mind because gas is better. Apparently, it's like. No, but like again,
Yeah,
it's
all about
it's a shit like that though.
updates in
Like,
the codes.
well, dude, it's just
Yeah, it's updates in the building codes because
It's
there's
always-
no point to run a natural gas line into new houses anymore since
Yep.
everything can be run on electricity. It's more efficient, you know.
There's always
So
like
it just-
objections that are.
So that's
stupid as fuck.
one less thing to maintain and one less utility and one less thing to go wrong, you know.
Well, yeah. Also,
It just
technically,
simplifies
gas
the whole
lines can always
process.
blow up your house too. I mean, realistically, it's also less
Yeah.
safe.
Yep, that's what I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying people
Yeah.
don't even think about that too. Like, I mean, obviously, it doesn't happen pretty much ever, but there's always
And
that
honestly,
possibility.
gas, the whole gas versus electric is bullshit. It's the quality of stove. That's
Yeah, I
what it
wouldn't be
comes down to.
surprised if we'll always need combustion fuels to some extent.
yeah.
you
We
know,
probably
but-
will always.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I will keep on driving a petrol car. I will keep on driving a petrol car. I don't give a fuck.
Can we fucking like artificially create? And I guess probably not. Like you need you need that shit to be like compressed, right? Like dead fucking
to make
animals
fake
and shit
gas?
for fucking oil.
Well,
Takes millions of fucking years.
Yeah.
I don't know.
how
Probably
to
could
make-
synthesize it sooner or later just by recreating those pressures, maybe with organic compost. Maybe.
But we can't use more energy to do it than we.
Yeah.
That's one
Yeah,
of the issues.
yeah.
I wonder.
Well, pretty soon
Yeah, though.
we're very close. Well, we're actually have what was it? It was like 41 seconds. The last nuclear fusion reactor ran for.
41 seconds. Okay.
With a 1,000,000-degree plasma. I was like, ooh.
the only
What
other
fucking?
the only
what
other way to
atoms
make
are they
fake
using for that
wa-
shit? What elements? hydrogen or
Helium.
Hydrogen.
helium? They're using
Hydrogen and
helium, so
oxygen.
helium
Yeah.
to helium.
Oh, hydrogen and oxygen.
It says synthetic fuels are processed like electrolytes to split water into hydrogen and oxygen atoms separately, and they isolate the hydrogen, and that becomes your combustible.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool as fuck.
That's that's the only way,
Um,
the only version of synthetic fuel we have is hydrogen fuel.
maybe we can use the
Mhm.
fucking vacuum of space to fucking like compress shit. You know, I don't know how much pressure there is out there, but if you like put like a fucking ball of some sort, that's it. I don't know, able to
It would
survive.
expand to this negative pressure out in
Yeah, then
space.
so like and then like say like whatever you're trying. I don't know. This is a fucking way out there idea, but like you could create a sort of like artificial crushing mechanism through like things being, you know, pushed outward against like the outside of the ball or whatever. But then you have to have a material that can survive the fucking vacuum of space. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think
Can you
there's a
use
lot of
that, like,
techs we can come up with, man. Like, and then what we got geothermal coming up,
Yep.
probably.
Oh yeah.
And we got, dude. There's so much shit.
I would love to
Like
do
living
geothermal,
underground.
it's
I don't.
expensive.
I don't know.
That's the whole thing. All these things are hella
Yeah,
expensive
that's
because they're
a
all brand new.
long-term
So
thing.
like, it's just gonna take. It's just a matter of time before these things become cheap enough, where people are gonna just want to buy
Yeah,
them
when the
because.
competitors come out and stuff, and they perfect the technologies and whatnot.
Well, yeah, because like,
Dude,
so,
every one
so
of
I
these
said
fucking-
I got solar panels in my house, right? When I was googling it in the '80s, these same solar panels would have cost like $120,000. So it was brand new at the time, you know. And now it's like 20,000.
Yeah.
You know, it's gone down that much, and I can only imagine they're gonna get cheaper, you know, in the next 20, 40 years.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I feel like that's the thing. Like, when all that shit becomes so cheap, where people just, like I said, for me, it was like, I don't gotta pay electricity bill after I pay these off. Cool. Then why the fuck would I not want to do that? And it helps the environment. It's like it's double good, you know.
Yep.
And that's kind of my thing. Like, I think once people see it to be a monetary positive and they can help the environment, I think they'll switch.
Yep.
And then, like, you know, people always say like the government's forcing you to do all these things or forcing you, but like with solar panels and even like cars and shit, they don't force you. They give you tax breaks and shit. They basically incentivize you to do it. It's not a force. It's just if you do these, we're gonna give you a fucking like 10 grand back, you know, which I think is good. Like, yeah, you incentivize people to do good things like that. We should do that in America. We punish the bad things all the time, right? Why can't you incentivize good things and make, you know, pay people or, you know, help them out or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll go back.
All right, we got 4 hours to go. Let's go.
Let's
Not a
do it.
national defense institution ready to achieve and
4
sustain
hours for what?
technological
This
supremacy
whole thing.
across the range of operations.
Like I said, I was just trying to watch the hour and a half one, but I can't. Like I said, that video must have left. It's not in my history anymore, so I'm like, oh
No.
fuck.
What?
Like, you know how?
It's
Like,
not. That's
yeah,
weird.
that's how I found out it can't. It must not be there because I went through my history. I'm like, where did that video go? It's in my. What? I just watched it.
Gotta be.
Admittedly, this nomination is unconventional. The nominee is unconventional.
Well, no shit.
Just like that New York developer who rode down the escalator in 2015
Oh my
to
god.
announce
Suck
his
dick
candidacy
more, bro.
for
Nom,
president.
nom, 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 nom.
That may be what makes Mr. Hegseth an excellent choice.
Why do we think people that are not professionals in their jobs are better at the jobs than the professionals? Like,
I have no idea how that became a thing.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, this guy. What was this guy's
used to
rank
be-
in the military again?
major,
Fucking Pete
he was a
Hegseth?
major general in Iraq, or no,
Okay.
yeah, Iraq, I think it was.
You would think we would want some. Well, a major general. Okay.
No, the thing is, he might have, but the thing is, he's worked as a Fox News pundit and shit for the last 20 years. Like, you haven't worked in the military
Yeah,
for 20
it's
years. You haven't
mind
fucking
blowing.
done anything with government in general for 20 years. What makes you think that you know what they're doing or what to do, you know?
Yeah, he's out of
Yeah.
touch as all hell.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, you know how he's bitching about how, like, the Geneva Convention's old and shit? Well, technically, the Iraq War is old, dude. Like, shit's changed since you were in the fucking military,
See,
even.
If this fucking guy became Secretary of Defense, he'd fucking like day one, people would be like coming to him with shit, and then he'd be like, no, 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 no. You know, like he'd be just ignoring
Yeah.
all the fucking,
Warning signs and shit.
That's why I feel like that's what I think. He would just be in there thinking like, all right, we're gonna restructure this thing and completely ignore like everything that we were doing before.
Yeah, the protocols and shit.
That's,
yeah.
but I can't say that that's true. I don't want to fucking
No, you don't
misinform
know
people,
yet.
but
It's just a feeling.
yeah.
Well, in general, the whole thing with Trump and the MAGA right in general is that they want to tear down every American institution, which I always try to tell people, like, the institution is what makes America America. People forget, like, like it's the institution
What do
that
you
gives
replace
you
it with? They don't know.
Oh, they have no
You know,
clue.
like they don't even have a philosophical background. They don't. They got
Dude,
Christianity and they got
Yeah, that's it.
feelings. That's it.
That is it.
They're not educated people. They're anti-intellectuals, like just flat out, like
And the ones that are
completely
smart,
rewriting history because they don't fucking know it.
well, I'm saying even the ones that are smart, like the Ben Shapiro's and shit, are just grifting because it's money and power. Like, there are some people. Like I said, I always say
So they know that
Ben Shapiro
MAGA
called it an
fucking
insurrection the day after it happened because even he knew it was fucked up. Because when you think with your actual brain, you can say what it is. But once he's seen that the audience and the money wasn't saying that, well, guess
Yeah.
what? Now he's, oh, the cops are letting him in, and this and this and this. Like, oh, okay, you're just a piece of shit. Like,
You could think some of these people, man, like I don't know, like
it's money and
you gotta
power.
get enough money at some point and then fucking actually, be good faith. I don't know.
You know, like we were talking about yesterday with greed in general in America, dude. Like, if you have $1 million, guess what? Now you want $1 billion. You know, it's not right, but that's the way we are in America. And like I said, we need to stop. Like I said, when you start making $50+ million, you should probably get taxed 45% of your money.
Yeah.
You know,
Easily.
and then pay that towards fucking.
There's no reason.
Because so right
There's
now,
no reason to have wealth you cannot fucking spend.
yeah,
there's
not,
no fucking
not even
reason.
just you.
And
It's
all it
it's,
does-
it's like 3 generations of kids
it's
can't even spend
literally
that.
useless. Yeah, it's literally fucking useless, and we're letting that happen at the expense of people that need that fucking money.
Well, like I said, it's not even
all
like
the
I don't even want to give
principle
people
of,
money.
oh,
I just
he
want,
earned
I just
it,
want
he
fucking
earned it.
universal
Like,
health care. Like these people should be
retards.
funding for our health care for as a country because, like I said, if they got to pay an extra.
Healthcare, education.
Education would probably be number 2. Healthcare is the most important because, to me, I think humans should have a right to fucking health. Like, you know,
Well, all these people like look down upon people that need these services, and that's a part of the fucking problem.
well, yeah, like I said, they look down at until they need it.
They need help.
Well, that's what's funny. They all talk shit about it, but once they get it, like, oh, I got my unemployment check and shit's like, why did you sign up for unemployment? Didn't you say that nobody should have that shit no more and shit? It's like, oh, okay. Because like I have a
The
buddy.
private sector could if the private sector could provide all of our fucking needs, it would have by now. Like,
Yeah.
flat out.
Well, kind of. So back, like I said, so like in the 1800s, they did though. Like I said, when the army needed more people and money, it was the rich that paid for it all. Like it was that way before, but then with like the 1900s, you know, the turn of the century, that stopped. It was like the rich started being like, why don't I just keep my money? Why am I giving it to the government to go buy, you know, military, railroads, whatever the fuck it was, you know, like, because that's the way it was before, but something switched in our mentality as people, I guess, in the 1900s.
Like something was just different. in that, like,
Industrialization or something. I don't know.
Industrial
Just
Revolution
changed
era,
it. It
dude.
just changed the
Yeah.
mindset of it. Because, like I said,
there was
it used
there
to
was
be,
yeah.
it used to be that way. Where, like I said, people the rich people paid for everything. Like when the Intercontinental Railroad was built, it was rich people that paid for it. It wasn't the government. You know, like
Rich people were actually educated then too.
True.
Though. That's the thing. They were actually educated like in a holistic way. Like
you know,
there was none of this muddied waters bullshit that we have now, where like ideas of idiots like this Pete Hegseth like just confuses people, where they don't even know like what the general outline of things to know is. Like,
yeah,
that's a part of the problem. Like,
definitely. We have way more.
it's
misinformation.
anti-naturalistic, dude. Like, there's no like bottom up conception of like what it is to be human or or what the world is. Like,
Well, yeah,
it's
the top is so far from the bottom that they don't even know. It's like us it's like us looking at ants. Like you don't actually think about their life or care about them at all. You know, like that's how these multi-billionaire people think of us, dude. They're just like, oh, you're a little ant, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like if I step on you, my bad. If I don't, cool. You know, if I can use you, I will. You know, like
It makes sense though, like absolutely that's how these people look at it. Like they don't look at it in abstract terms. It's just like concrete, like chess game type shit. You know,
Well, like I
like
said, we got
they move pieces
we got
around. They
way
don't
more greedy
understand.
in the turn of the century. Like I said, when all these rich people started going, I'm just gonna keep the money. That's the difference. Like I don't know when that happened. Like what made that happen? Like what was the Rockefellers? I don't fucking know. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're the first millionaires. You know, like just things like that. It's like, oh man, because we used to have, like I said, even up in the, like I said, all these people talk about the 50s being the greatest era ever, but it's like, you know, that corporations were paying like 80% tax on their shit, right? Like they're paying high as fuck taxes because they were helping the building of cities, the building of fucking roads, building, you know, just everything.
As soon as your population's health falls out of the fucking picture, you know, as something we need to worry about, that's when everything goes to shit. I feel like as soon as your population is just a means to an end, which is what we are to all these people,
Yep.
that's what happens.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's about all there is fucking to it, man. Like it's fucked up.
It is.
Like they benefit from us being confused and misinformed, and I guess they probably didn't have the architecture to quite do it like they can now back in the 1800s. I don't know.
Well, I don't know
Or
when
maybe
that-
they were
remember-
actually
you know
driven
the
by
phrase-
some principles.
You know that phrase, "a house divided falls" or whatever it was. I don't know when it was made up, but like that's been around forever. House.
You think about it, like the 1800s is probably more like a small town, you know,
Yeah.
like as far as like if you fucking do some fucked up shit, everybody's gonna know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you had to actually fucking cultivate an image, maybe. I don't know. This is all me fucking talking on my ass.
I get
but-
you. It was actually Lincoln. Lincoln said that phrase: "A house divided against itself cannot stand." So even
Absolutely not.
in
And
the, like I say,
here we are.
1860s, they knew that if you split people up, you cannot work together. You will fall. You will not work. You know, nothing. You can't build anything.
160 years later, dude, we
Mhm.
can't even fucking like look at like a simple fucking quote like that and then be like, where am I dividing the fucking house?
Yeah.
You know, like that's so fucking simple. That's the easiest fucking like a
Wow.
two-step fucking cognitive process. These people can't even fucking manage to
Oh,
fucking perform.
No.
the tape.
I like to ask people like, because most people don't even know what like a syllogism is. Like, can you give me the premises A and B, and can you show me that it leads to C? Like, it's if you can't do a simple 3-step process, then your shit's probably not right, dude. If you can't explain your shit, you know, like I was showing my buddy about like Goodle. He's a mathematician, but he tried to make mathematician like logical with words with the axioms and shit. And I was just showing him like you could see like he can make any argument true if he just goes like this plus this equals this, you know, and just flip those numbers around for words now. And it's the same thought process. Like if you could show that this plus this equals this, your shit's probably logically sound and it makes sense. And if you can't, well then you have a flaw in your thinking or you know something, your data or whatever the fuck it is.
Just justification in general as a fucking concept, like
You know.
I don't know. Now I'm at a point where I'm arguing with motherfuckers. I'm bitching at motherfuckers online, and I'm just telling them what they are. I'm not even arguing. I'm just like, dude, you're this, you're that, and they're like, give me the facts. Like, dude, I can't. I fucking can't go through all those steps because
I mean, I do. Like I said, this Destiny and them, they calls it the constellation of beliefs. So like I said, if you believe that Ukraine is bad and this, he's like, well, I can deduce just from that one, I could say that you're probably anti-vax, you're pro fucking January 6th, you know, you're pro Trump. Like, from that one belief, I could probably tell you 10 of your beliefs just off one, because that's how people are, you know. And people think it's not true, but then you start pointing them out. Like I said, that's how I went from abortion to something else to fucking the guy being pro-Russia, because like I said, because I already knew he was. Like once he started this whole debate, I was like, dude, I guarantee you're this way. He's like, no. I'm like, yes, you are. Watch. You know, and I fucking let him down
like
the line.
social and ideological determinism.
You know?
Back there.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you listen to Ben Shapiro every day, you're gonna believe everything he says. Or if you listen to, you know, Fox News all day, you're gonna believe MSNBC. If you listen to just one thing from one side all the time, you're always gonna be just fucking audience captured or whatever. You're gonna just regurgitate the same talking points instead of actually just thinking about like I said, instead of like they make a claim. All right, is that claim true? Even can I look into this? Let me see if you know. Is there really fucking like I said, all the people talk about these welfare queen shit and stuff, and I looked it up. Like I showed them like they estimate it's like 8% of people are like abusing the welfare system. So it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't,
And that's
but
the
like,
people on welfare.
yeah, but it's like, is it this horrible, huge problem you think it really is? Probably not. Like, like maybe they're screwing us out of like $50 million, which is a lot, but when you're spending 4.8 trillion, it ain't much. Like it's like 4 cents.
It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of like the fucking capital punishment situation, right? Like if anybody can be wrongfully fucking executed, yeah, we shouldn't have fucking
I mean,
execution. But and now it's like the reverse. Like these people abusing the system, like it's not like a wrong being done to these people, necessarily.
Individually,
So
no.
like yeah, so I see that as like a reverse of the public execution thing, or like not
Yeah.
capital punishment. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like anything,
It's
like
like-
I can get down with you saying like we should probably stop the fraud and shit. Like, yeah, sure, but to claim that it's a widespread, huge problem, that's the problem. Like you're lying about that. It is a problem, but like I said, it's like 4 cents on $100 problem, not fucking, $80 out of your $100 being stolen. It's like I said, it's like 4 cents, 8 cents. Like I said, when our GDP is fucking $5 trillion, what's $50 million? Not much.
So much of it is, I don't know, man. Like the whole thing about like how much do illegal immigrants receive monthly for like benefits? Like, where is that at?
They get housing and they get
900 when
free
they
food.
first arrive. Cash assistance for 8 months. 900 when they first arrive. One-time only provision of initial resettlement money. What else? This is how many pages? This is ccmain.org.
So I see this article says so roughly illegal immigrants a year cost us 116 to 150 billion dollars, give or take, a year.
And then I was going over this yesterday, like arguing with the guy, and then there's what they contribute tax wise and
about 220 billion.
200
so it was 220 billion in 2022. Well, not that.
Also,
that's not
okay,
so. They so like the article I read, it said I think they spent $97 billion in taxes. So that's how much they made that, but they were negative because it's say 150 million. So we're down 60 billion, but their purchase power is like 280 billion. So that's money that goes in the system just through buying things,
Yeah.
Which we technically don't know exactly how much they make in taxes on that, but it probably makes up the difference of what we spend on them. You know what I'm saying? So even if it's a net zero, but now they're bringing it, they're working for us and doing all, bringing prices down for being cheaper labor and shit. I mean, to me, that's a net.
When you look at it in terms of inflation, it's kind of weird too, because like I feel like more players, the same amount of money, like inflation goes down, right? It's less inflated.
Yeah. Well, so like, I was listening to these
more GDP per fucking dollar, the more the fucking dollar is gonna be worth.
Yeah. So I was listening to this guys argue about this topic the other day. So like, because everyone's always like, well, illegal immigrants are lowering the wages of workers, right? And lower, because we'd have higher wages if there was no illegals. So now you got to pay somebody to work more, right? Which is probably true. But then like the guy says, like, what? But do we always want higher wages? Because if higher wages are always met, then you're gonna have higher prices. And like, people want low prices, but you want high wages. You can't have both. It has to be like that middle ground, Because if everyone's getting paid $50 an hour, well, guess what? Now the fucking shit at Walmart, those eggs are gonna be like $20 an hour, for a dozen because everyone's making so much more. You got to have a balance. You can't just fucking give people infinite amount of money.
I think limiting incomes works, but I think limiting incomes is like really the way not to be. But then there's like, okay, how much do billionaires get to? Well, like limiting incomes through like a progressive tax. But how much money should billionaires be able to keep for the purpose of investing? Like how much liquid assets, so to speak, or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
Is,
so
is
yeah.
that liquid asset? Okay.
Well, no, so I mean, there's like let's say like Walmart makes $1 billion last year, right? Which we made more, but just for easy, if Walmart made $1 billion, and if they gave every CEO, let's say 40 million for the year, that's 9, so it's 360 million. That means there's like 600 million left in the business. That's your money you're talking about, where they got to expand the business instead of actually keeping the money and trying to be hoarders, you know. Yeah, because
Then
like I said,
there's also invested into other companies,
Mhm.
for the purpose of like innovation,
Yep,
like
for sure. Yeah,
creation of new markets, and
yeah. Like I said, so like out of that
so there's
600,
a lot of ins and outs for sure. But
yeah. Well, like I
mhm.
said, I think it was Jesse Venturi made a good point.
Reforming capitalism. That's
Well, yeah, like I
yeah.
said, the government's supposed to
Oh,
keep
go ahead.
wrangle it.
Yeah.
The government's supposed to wrangle in the greed. Like in America, we run on greed because we're capitalists, which is fine. But the government's job is to hone that in and put the guardrails to be like, you can't be unlimited amount of greed. You know, like because like some greed's good. You know, like I said, we were talking about that yesterday. Like having wants and needs or whatever is a good thing, but it's just the levels. Like if you want $1 million, cool. When you get $1 million, you should be fine. You shouldn't need then be like, I want $1 billion and get a billion. You know, like there's got to be. Jesse
I think
Ventura.
where greed fuels innovation is through investment, right?
Yep.
Like you invest in these people that actually have passion for innovation and new ideas, and you basically let those people do their work, and fucking they get to do that shit and survive. So I think there is some balance between like pure passion and greed, and curiosity for sure. Yeah, but that's just where you have to find some balance,
Well,
I
that's the
think.
thing. It is like I said, the government's supposed to have guardrails for that. So like, I was saying, Jesse Ventura made a good point because we have minimum wage, right? Like the minimum wage is $7.50 federally, right? Why don't we make a maximum wage? Like maybe you can only make $20 million a year. Like that's the maximum you can get.
Yeah.
After
Yep.
that, you have to
No
reinvest in
reason
your
not to.
company, or you have to give it out in dividends to your shareholders or your company workers, or like as a bonus. Like, but like you should only get so like there should be a number where we all
Yeah.
could be like, dude. After that, and again, you could do that every year. If you made $10 million every year for fucking 20 years, you're fucking still a billionaire. You just got there slower
Like
than getting it there, versus
I
one day here, 1 year.
don't think you should be fucking entitled to unlimited wealth growth just because you had ideas at one time. Like a fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, he had a fucking idea at some time that a lot of people like or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
apparently,
Yep.
because of the market. And he worked. So like, no, he doesn't fucking continually earn what he gets. It's just riding off the back of something he did fucking years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Yeah.
The man ain't a fucking genius. If he was a genius, he would have fucking solved a lot of our fucking problems by now himself. The man he had a good idea,
He is
and he's just
smart.
been coasting off that
I
shit.
mean, he was a Harvard dude, so I mean,
Of course.
he's smart. But I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Thing is, yeah, he's probably not practicing what he was doing back in college years, where it was all brand new to him. That kind of thing.
He ain't a fucking polymath. I'll tell you that. Like, he ain't fucking polymath smart. He ain't fucking, like, who's a good example? Just fuck. Polymath is kind of a archetype that's been lost, but like a Da Vinci, somebody like that,
For sure.
right? Like, or anybody from Da Vinci on,
Even
or
like Newton, any of those people.
yeah, Newton. Like, there's so many examples you can go through.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think like the polymath as an idea has been lost. Like, you can kind of see that. Like, what polymaths are out there that aren't like people, just nobodies.
Yeah.
I can't think of any.
Well, like I said, today in general, science is different. There's no one scientist working by themselves. It's all groups. Like you got a whole team of scientists working on.
It is a bad thing to an extent, though, because it's like it's become like industrialized,
Yep.
right? It's all a niche, and that's why like Patrick and me and like other people talk about like how like there needs to be philosophy and
Mm-hmm.
within like all of it, because otherwise, and if you ask me, how do you get polymaths? Philosophy,
Mm-hmm.
like straight up, like without free thought, without like the establishment of like temporary or permanent systems to like rest your thinking on, like, and make yourself more productive. Like, there's just not going to be You're not going to be a polymath. You're just going to be a fucking worker
Mm-hmm.
in an intellectual field. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, and he even brought up, I don't know if you know who Sapolsky is, but like, Sapolsky's like a fucking like genius neuroscientist, and when he's been asked about free will, what he thinks about it, he just says, "I'm not a philosopher." So it's like you limit your range of thought because of an identity that has been given to you by essentially like just an industry, like
Well,
a
maybe.
fucking specialized industry.
I guess you could argue also that because he's not a professional in that field of philosophy, he's at least humble enough to be like, you know what, that's not my area. So I mean, I'm not going to give you an opinion because you might take it because I'm a scientist like this. You might take it as like fact, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're
I guess, but he could always just say, "I think there's free will through this or that," and then like say, "But I'm not sure." You know what I mean? Like,
I know, but
there's
I'm
so many different
just
ways
thinking
you
that
can-
if he's a big scientist, he doesn't want to get used, because like those Christian fucking 6,000-year Christian people, they quote mine you, they cherry pick things. So like if he says something, there's people on the internet who are just gonna quote mine him saying that 2 sentences without the paragraph before or after, because that's how people are. People are fucking liars.
Well, you might be right, because what we need not to have is like idols, like one person you choose to follow. Like
Yep.
that's so fucking harmful.
It is.
Like look at philosophy and like politics, and like how some people put all their fucking, what's the word for it? Like all their fucking
Eggs in a basket.
whatever pieces, but yeah, all their eggs in like Marxism or
Yep.
Nietzscheanism or
Whatever.
any of this shit, like, and it's always just a bad thing, because what these people were working on, what their thoughts were, was just a piece of the overall picture of what reality and nature is.
For sure. Because no one
yeah.
philosophical thought process is exactly right. You need a little blend of everything, because you need some pragmatism, you need some skepticism, you need some nihilism, you need some fucking all this shit. Like,
Phenomenology.
I'm saying you need a little bit of everything, because it all
Yep.
because nobody is, in general, nobody's one thing. Even like Republicans or Democrats, you're not all Democrat, you're not all Republican. Like there are topics and issues where you'll sway to the other side some, because
Even this
you know
fucker with this Ukraine flag,
same shit. Like even you can know that this might be my party's line, but I still have to stand on my own personal principles, like. But like this, obviously this guy's gonna vote Republican no matter what. But like on individual issues, you could sway him,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I tried to preface. Like I said, when I was talking to Will yesterday, because like I said, he's a Trumper, and I'm like, but dude, you're for like universal health care, you're for these things, like that's not your party. Like that is literally the opposite of your party trying to do these things. Like at least he can understand that. Like he's like, yeah, I'm disagree with that. But I'm like, hey, at least I give you props because you actually say you disagree with them instead of just blindly being like, no, their version of healthcare and their version of this is right. Like, oh, so you can think about some things. Cool. Like, I appreciate that, being more independent than just
a lot of the problems must be when Republicans get together and they just like, like it's the same echo chamber shit. They just constantly reaffirm each other's beliefs, and they're like, oh man, I love that you believe the same things as me, man. Like it's
I mean, that's how religion is. That's how cults in general. Like it's all just patting on the back. So like, oh, you think like I do, cool. Hey, how about you? Oh, you think like I do, cool. We could be friends, like, and go down the line.
Nobody's thinking as their own, man. Nobody's like mine.
I feel like they do when they're by themselves. Like I said,
like
I said,
we're copying. Well, I mean, to an extent, we're just copying people we fucking, we're influenced by.
True.
Like,
but the thing is,
the same fucking like pattern, the same schema.
You're not wrong, but the thing is, at least, like I said, you should be able to at least look into claims of people that you follow and actually verify if they're lying, not lying. Are they telling half truths? Whatever the fuck,
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the thing. Like, even if I like somebody, like if they make a claim, like like I said, whenever we'll talk about Trump taking over Greenland, at first I didn't think it was fucking true until I looked it up. I'm like, what? This is what the motherfucker said and thinks? Like, that's crazy. Like. But I heard a lot of
part of me that's like, okay, well, if you can buy it, then fuck it. But
but okay,
but
like,
but a semi-patriotic guy, but like
he wants to buy for
like,
$1.5 trillion.
I need to not be a piece of shit. That's way too much.
The whole thing it is.
I-
Aren't we supposed to be like worrying about the debt? Shit, really, that's what I'm saying. The Republicans
Right.
always say they're supposed to be worried about the debt and all this shit, but yet you keep doing all these big ass things like this. Like all of a sudden we have $1.5 trillion to go buy fucking Greenland. All of a sudden, okay.
Dude. I feel like so much of our fucking problem comes down to our public sphere being fucking fragmented. Because it's like you can make arguments on, say, like CNN or MSNBC or even like fucking Fox or something, and it's never gonna fucking get to Trump. Like that's his fucking privilege. Is like he just has his ear wherever the fuck he wants it, and that's it. You know, like he doesn't have to hear any fucking shit he doesn't want to hear. Like, and
Yeah.
that's like rich people in general. That's a privilege, dude. That's a inequality, and that's why they're so fucking stupid and greedy, because they don't fucking have any other perspective forced on them.
Yeah, for sure. Trump and a lot of people on the right side in general, they just have no shame. Like they can say something blatantly wrong,
Yeah.
like 100%. Like you can show them everything that's wrong, and they'll just go on to the next topic. Be like, oh yeah, but what about this? And you can show them other, and then oh okay,
And
what about this?
It has
It's-
no consequences.
and that's the thing. It's no consequences. Like I said, you should be publicly shamed and humiliated. Like you remember how you said that we took over, we're fighting in Ukraine for biolabs. When the fuck have we found one? When has anybody found one? When has anybody done it? You know, like you should have to openly tell everyone, like I was fucking wrong, I was stupid, and I lied. Like
Absolutely, there should be like laws in place for this shit, like legit. Like
kind of, but you
It's
can't
harmful.
just because it's free speech. I get it, but like I said, I
well,
think
with AI, like as soon as you get to a point where you can see, that's the whole thing. Is they always have plausible deniability. Oh, I was just an idiot. I was
for sure.
talking out of my
But you
ass.
should.
Like,
But
no, dude.
I'm
There
saying, but
needs
you
to
should be publicly
consequences,
shamed. I'm
dude.
saying, like, us as a society should fucking be like, dude. And another thing someone was saying, like all your pundits and fucking like social media, like your whatever Ben Shapiro shit, they should have to keep a tally of all the things they made predictions on, and you should fucking see at the end of the year, be like, dude, you got like 15% right, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're wrong all the time. Like. We should have a better score,
Right.
like a scorekeeping card on people's guesses and claims they make. You made this
Absolutely.
claim, like remember when you made that claim? You fucking lied, or you were wrong. Can you tell everyone that you're stupid?
Like there needs to be like a fucking like walk of shame type thing.
That would be dope.
Dude, fucking have Trump fucking have eggs and fucking shit and fucking
Just
rotten fruits thrown at him,
no, dude, that would be dope.
or any of these guys, dude. It's such a fucking joke. Just no accountability, no discipline. It's so fucking weird to me.
It is.
Just because it's because they get to fucking curate like the whole fucking information. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole, echo chambers need to be fucking
Not even
somehow.
that. Think about this.
broken.
Every
We need
news
an echo chamber breaking.
every news
like,
story we've had probably for the last 6 months was started by Republicans. Pretty much every one of them. Like they
Right,
they
yeah.
own the
Yeah,
media, they own the
absolutely.
media,
They
and they
completely
own where the
control.
media gets to go
Yeah.
to. I'm saying like every issue, a Republican brings up a claim, and then people in the media or on the left side especially have to fucking argue these points, and by the time they're done with that, they already made another ridiculous claim where we got to argue about that now for the next 2 weeks, and just
Yep.
over and over and over. We're literally always chasing them on the actual like media sphere instead of fucking like telling our own stories or telling our own
Just
shit.
bullshit. Generation, man, just they're fucking masters at generating bullshit.
It started with talk radio, dude. Like I was telling you earlier, talk radio back in the day. They owned that, and then once they found
Yep.
out that was losing money, then they started owning TV. Once they started losing that, they started owning the internet. And here we are.
Yeah, it's so fucking sad, dude. Literally, I feel like things that are blatantly false should just be fucking taken down.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
But
at least
freedom
like
of
they did
speech.
before, have a fact checking thing and be like, "This is stupid." You know why? Because of this.
Yeah, and like Patrick was saying, like AI at like congressional hearings, that's going to be a thing. It's going to be like it's like unavoidable. It's going to happen because that thing can generate or like process way more information than any politician or body of politicians can. Just straight up.
Yeah.
And once it becomes trusted and people start fucking verifying it and all this shit, like that's it. But
I mean,
we'll see. It should be interesting to see how it gets implemented.
well, think about this.
Next
So,
10
like,
years or
if
so.
somebody were to post on like Facebook over and over and over, like 2 + 2 is 6, over and over and over, and they think it is true and
Right.
it's right, whatever. There should be a way or a mechanism to have someone be like, "You're fucking wrong," and I can show you, and here's why. And then every time you said 2 + 2 is 6 for the rest of their life, it has to have that little statement of like, "This person's an idiot, and I've shown them that they are wrong." Like these people, know, this guy knows, like he's willingly a liar at this point.
Like the whole Facebook fact checking thing could just be like a AI filtration thing, and then AI just like automatically imposes its like correction.
That's
upon
probably
the
what it was
post or
before,
whatever,
honestly.
You know what I mean?
People think it was people running that shit. I guarantee you it was just AI before.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
There's you can't get enough eyes on
Exactly, on a
everything that's out
zillion
there.
people's posts and shit. I know, that's what I'm saying. But that's why people are always like, oh, you see the meme where it's like the blue hair chick and the fucking all these people like, bye-bye fact checkers from Facebook. Like, you guys really think these people are your fact checkers? It was an AI bot, you dum-dum. Like, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Damn it! I got more copy.
I got you.
Fuck.
I'm going to get a cigarette then.
All right.
Look at all my boys. Look at all my pretty boys.
Where's Mitch at? Mitch leave? Mitchell? Mitch. No, Mitch did leave.
It's my daddy and my wifey and the baby. Coffee.
Wait, when did Mitch leave?
Probably like 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. He was muted for a while. He was talking to whoever he was in the background, and then I'm guessing he went to go deal with it, whatever it was.
Why does my fucking camera do this shit?
It gets blurry sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. Like I said, I'm not smart, but it's fine now. I don't know how that happens. So I'm saying I need a homie to come over here and look at all my shit. Tell me what the fuck.
Well, how the fuck do you have the like? Your shit's all narrowed. How do I narrow my shit?
Oh, because I'm on my phone. I'm using my
Fuck.
phone.
Oh, I
'Cause
should
like,
use my phone.
like I
then.
said, when I'm on OBS, I can't use my camera on Discord for some reason. Maybe I can. I just can't figure out how. So whenever I fucking,
I gotta see if there's
huh?
camera settings. I gotta see if there's some camera settings here
There is some. I fucked around in
Listen,
this world
yeah.
a couple times.
in this world.
I try to figure shit out by myself, but I'm just stupid, and I don't want to click things without knowing. That's always my thing. I don't want to fuck
Oh, you're
around.
not a tinker. Come on now.
User settings. Let's see here. Is it Windows settings? questions?
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to focus on more of like my health and shit. I gotta quit smoking. I gotta do a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think next month I'm gonna start going to work. Planet
How better are
Fitness. I'm
these?
gonna start working out more. I think that'll help me too.
Give me.
I see that.
Dude, this isn't like fucking clipping my shit either, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you're not. Kind of underneath
Feel.
your arms. Oh, there it is. Your arms will do a little bit.
Underneath my arms.
A little bit on your arm. See your right arm.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
That's what I'm saying. Your right arm, not your left arm. Do you ever hold on? Do you ever see the Minnesota fucking weather chick fucking have the glitch?
No.
Okay, I'm about to show you quick. Hold on. It's great. Weather lady glitch. Okay. This happened. This is actually cool because this is Minnesota too.
An Eastern Conference contender comes to Target Center on Saturday, January 18th. Be in the building when the Wolves host the Cleveland Cavaliers.
58 right now in the Twin Cities. It's a comfortable Tuesday night. 46 in Hinckley, 57 in Marshall, 50 is the current temperature right now in Winona.
Oh,
Ooh, that's funky. What is going? Ooh. I don't really know what's going on. Oh man! Do you guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers? This is
Having a technical meltdown.
Can you lead that train
Dude,
off
that shit's
tomorrow?
so fucking funny to me.
Wait, what now?
Can you lead that train off?
Train off.
Oh my god!
Oh, shit, floor.
You got a roll cigarette
58
upstairs or
degrees.
whatever?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that was.
Dude,
But
I
that
gotta
was brilliant.
fucking clean this room.
That
Sucks.
way I have to earn it. If I want a cigarette,
Yeah, that's good.
I have
That's
to,
good.
I have to walk upstairs and actually do it.
When I was having to stay at my brother's for a while, and my sister's too, I had it downstairs and I would go outside every time.
You know.
It was perfect. Actually, way better. Dude, and I hate the winter. Dude, I love sitting outside,
Mm-hmm.
fucking just smoking weed and fucking smoking cigarettes and just thinking. And,
I feel that.
dude, that's just my vibe.
Like I said,
Feet up on the table or whatever,
yeah.
dude. Like I got my coffee.
I don't hate
I'll bring
ice
my
fishing.
fucking food outside.
I don't hate ice fishing, but I never want to do it. But I love fishing because of the scenery, looking at the beautiful lake, the sun, the fucking grass out there, thinking, doing, whatever the fuck, like I do love
Serene, dude.
being outside like that.
Good.
Me and I just bought us, like I said, me and my girlfriend just got a new fucking SUV truck thing, so now we're gonna start kayaking and shit more. Or yeah, it's kayaking.
Dude, I can't wait till my fucking current crisis and shit is over. So I get money again. I'll be out there working and making money again and fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll help tremendously.
My brother owes me like 6 G's. That fucking cocksucker.
Is he younger or are you older?
He's older. He's a year older.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, he's a year younger than you. His name's Charlie.
Charlie
Markusich.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
He's a good guy. He's such a good guy, but he's just bad with
money
and stuff. But
yeah.
I'm fine to help him. Like I helped him get a fucking new car when he needed one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I bought his ass like a $1,400 computer. I fucking this isn't even factoring into what he owes me. That was just a gift. I fucking helped buy his son a fucking computer.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking yeah.
Get him into the 21st century.
What? Yep, dude. I fucking love having nephews and shit. I haven't been going over there for a while, but I just love
they're cool because you get to give them back. You get to hang out, have fun, and then go, hey, go back to your dad now. Bye.
Yep. Yep, they're good boys.
Yeah. It does make it easier if you have good kids.
Though. Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's get back to this.
described. He is a decorated post 9/11 combat veteran. He will inject a new warrior ethos into the Pentagon, a spirit that can cascade from the top down. Mr. Hegseth will bring energy and fresh ideas.
I always think it's funny that Republicans always say top down, and then the Democrats always say bottom up. Like it's such a big it's such a big difference in philosophy. Like they always think that the top people are gonna help the bottom, which never happens. Instead of the bottom actually trying to reach the top, you know, like
They always put trash at the fucking top too, so it's like,
well, yeah. Well, that's
how
what
are
I'm
they
saying.
gonna
Like,
fucking,
it doesn't
what are they
happen.
gonna do?
I'm just saying after
trash?
this shit started in the 80s. It's like I said, it's been 40 some odd years, and you think that this still is gonna work when it's been.
Put somebody like a Patton in there, you know what I mean? Like an actual fucking like badass war hero type, you know? Like
Yeah. Dude, yeah, I can't. Dude,
we don't
I'm
have
pretty
any
sure
of those.
Dwight Eisenhower was the last military guy to be a president too, and he was anti-war shit.
Guys that are actually honorable, you know, actually understand honor.
True.
To shake up the bureaucracy.
Shake up
He
the
will focus relentlessly on the warfighter and the military's core missions, deterring wars and winning the ones we must fight.
Like what?
He will bring a swift end to corrosive distractions such as DEI.
Oh, we hate DEI. That's the blame for everything, right? We hate diversity.
What's DEI?
Diversity.
Oh, that bullshit.
Yeah.
The woke military. The military is gone woke. We can't defend our country when we got fucking women and queers.
This guy would have been saying, "We don't let the black people fight with the white people in World War One." He's like, "No, we must keep our shit segregated. We don't fight with the color folks and shit." Like that's the same idea. It's like
gonna make us weak if we fucking accept each other.
I know, right?
We ain't gonna be able to defend each other if we accept each other.
And it's actually funny because the military is like one of the first kinds of people to be cool with like other races and stuff. Because when you're gonna die next to a dude that's fucking Asian or black, whatever, you don't give a fuck. He's Asian or black. He's your gunner. He's trying to fucking defend you, and you're trying to defend him. You know, like it got rid of that tribe mentality of fucking, oh, we're white, we're black, we're Asian, whatever. It's like, no, we're all part of the fucking same army. We have one goal. We're trying to take this over. You know, I didn't know that being diverse was bad.
Fucking survive.
Yeah, no, it's just stupid.
Today, many simply acknowledge and live with.
The more fucking
these
fighters you got, the
systemic
better you're gonna
problems
fucking do, right?
I have mentioned
I don't
earlier.
know.
In acquisition, accountability, technology transition, and organizational civil service reform. Mr. Hegseth will actually move to fix these issues decisively.
I bet.
In short, I'm confident that Mr. Hegseth, supported by a team of experienced top officials, will get the job done. The Secretary of Defense is an incredibly important position, but the Secretary's span of control is limited. The Pentagon is vast with 3 million plus personnel, uniformed civilian, and contractor.
Is that bad?
A successful secretary understands that steering the ship means focusing his attention on strategic level priorities. The secretary must be supported with exceptional subordinates who will run the day-to-day affairs of the Office of the Secretary of Defense.
So wasn't he just talking shit about bureaucrats? And isn't that what he just basically said? Like he'll deal with the big things, but he's going to handle what these other people handle the smaller issues. Like that is bureaucrats, right? Like basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's 100% what bureaucracy is.
Yeah, and I'm saying, but these people keep saying he's going to get rid of it, he's going to stop it, he's going to stop it, but then he just admitted, like, oh, he'll handle the big issues and those small things. He's going to trust to smart people that do this and this and this. It's like, so you're for bureaucracy,
it's just replacing
just your bureaucracy, right?
That's all it is.
Yeah,
Yep, that's all.
And it's just funny because, like I said, when you listen to people talk, they contradict themselves all the time, and nobody cares or calls it out or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, yeah, these two ideas cannot mesh. Either you hate bureaucracy.
This is what happens.
Well, yeah, it is.
We don't have enough assholes, enough fucking critical, fucking know-it-all assholes, and these fucking.
You know how they keep saying we need a
like
Joe Rogan on the left. Maybe that's us.
Archetype.
That's our shit. Maybe we'll be the Joe Rogan for the
Yeah,
left.
exactly.
Like
that's what I want to fucking do, man. Like,
yeah, dude. Like seriously, like we can talk to anybody. Like
honestly,
I don't gotta be an asshole unless they, it's all about how they come at me too. Like if they call me something stupid as shit for what I think, well, guess what? Gloves are off. I'm gonna fucking call you a retard and all this shit. But if you want to have a civil
Yeah,
conversation,
dude, that's what I've been doing on the internet. I call motherfuckers retard all the time, and I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck because
Nope.
I know these motherfuckers don't listen to reason.
Nope.
So what else do I got?
Like I said, I'll be
I'm gonna
civil
fucking
until
call him a retard.
until it's not. Like I'm civil and cool to talk about real
I'm gonna-
policies and real shit. But once you start telling me that I'm stupid or whatever, I'm like, okay, bro, if you want to start this shit, we can go. You know, I always say I'm willing to swim
You
in
gotta
the mud.
use their fucking.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
why I got
exactly.
pissed at the
Like,
one
you
chick.
gotta be able to
The
do
one
it.
chick got mad at me for calling the chick a retard. I'm like, you're gonna get mad at me for calling her a retard, but you're gonna say you're fine with Trump and all these people saying dogs, eating dogs and cats, all this racist shit and all this horrible shit. You're fine with that. But me calling this person a retard, that was the line. Okay, fuck off. Don't act like you fucking care. Ugh.
Yeah, dude.
the military services, and the other DoD components. I'm also confident that as an infantryman, Mr. Hegseth understands the military principle of commander's intent. Communicate the clear objective, empower subordinates to use initiative and judgment, and hold everybody accountable.
So, like, to me, right? So he's like, I'll do. It goes back to what we were listening to earlier. Like, if he wants to do the objective, that's cool. But like, if it's any means necessary, so like, if there's like one terrorist in this building, are you gonna blow up the whole building to get that one? Because like, that's the objective, right? Is to get the guy, and you're saying he'll do whatever it takes to get there. Like, is that what you're implying when you say that? You know, like, they're never gonna answer that. But it's just like, again, these thought processes don't really work together if you actually sit down and think about what the fuck he's saying, you know? Like, because I bet if you ask somebody like, hey, there's like a whole apartment building, all full of families and everything, but there's 2 guys in there that we want to kill because they're fucking terrorists. I don't think most people would say bomb that building, you know?
Yep.
We must not underestimate the importance of having a top-shelf communicator as Secretary of Defense. Other than the president, no official plays a larger role in telling the men and women in uniform, the Congress, and the public about the threats we face and the need for a peace through strength defense policy. I have no doubt Mr. Hegseth will excel in a skill in which many of his predecessors have fallen short. Much has been made of both Mr. Hegseth's personal life and some of his policy pronouncements. Regarding his personal conduct, Mr. Hegseth has admitted to falling short, as we all do from time to time. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of the accusations leveled at Mr. Hegseth have come from anonymous sources. Contrast these anonymous accusations with the many public letters of support and commendation. We have seen letters from people who served with Mr. Hegseth. These individuals have worked with him professionally. They really know him and his character. These patriotic Americans have been willing to put their names and reputations on the line to support Mr. Hegseth. I look forward to sharing these testimonials with the American people. Let me mention one right now. It comes from David Bellavia, who earned the Medal of Honor for heroic actions in combat in Fallujah, Iraq. David Bellavia writes the following: Pete is fearless, unflappable, and confronts conflicts head-on. He's a leader to the core. When Pete is confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense of the United States of America, this country will finally know the privilege of having a true ambassador able to speak on behalf of this generation and its 2-decade global war on terror. Washington doesn't build men like Pete. Combat builds men like Pete. As I said, there are more letters expressing the same endorsement. Today, we'll hear from the nominee directly.
20 years ago, though.
I want to thank Mr. Hegseth.
Like I said, war has changed since he was the guy, too, right?
That man has been through many different things since then, and we should always look at current deeds versus past deeds.
Yeah, because people change.
I think, like, like, this guy isn't the same fucking dude that he was. I don't care how honorable he was. Like, look at what he fucking says on Fox News and what he does since then. Like outside of Fox News.
Yeah.
It's just everything's hand waved away out of bias. Like, we only look at the parts that we want to look at.
Oh yes.
But I don't know what all bad things he's done, to be honest.
I guess for me,
There's
honestly,
some
if
misconduct
anybody, if
allegations.
somebody denies germs, it's hard for me to trust you on anything. Like that's just my big, like literally, like there's just some things, man. If I don't care what your policies
Like,
are, if you're a flat earther,
ah,
dude, I would not
so
trust
bad.
you to be Department of Defense. You know, like I don't care what your
Dude,
policies are. You're
This
like,
guy, would he like cut budgets on like fucking vaccine, like all disease preventative things in the army? You know, like that would be
he
so
might,
bad.
he might.
And then once you get into combat, without these fucking, you know, if that ever happens, without these fucking measures in place, then your
Yeah.
guys are gonna end up getting sick and
Yeah, you
this,
lose
that,
them.
and the other, and then you're not gonna be effective in combat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
For sure.
that's the reason why we have this shit, because we want to keep our fucking forces, you know,
Uh huh.
in play, functional.
Wouldn't you think? You don't want
It's
your
pragmatic.
you don't want your army getting sick in the middle of a battle. Yeah, who would have thought?
Just look at fucking World War One. How many people died of fucking disease in World War One? Jesus Christ.
I do know that World War One was the first war that more people died from actual combat
Lord.
than diseases and stuff, but it was still quite a bit though.
Fatalities were rare from trench fever. Trench mouth. Boy, that sounds fun.
Trench what?
Trench mouth.
It was a disease?
Well, it's not like something that would kill you, I don't think.
Yeah,
but
still.
well, it can lead to death. A painful gum infection that can lead to substantial oral, facial tissue loss and death. Ugh.
Ugh.
Caused by impaired immune system from physical stress, poor nutrition, tobacco use, and poor hygiene.
Now, like, I wondered if that was like cancer. They just didn't know it was cancer at the time. When was
Could be.
cancer? When was cancer invented? Like, when did we start having cancer? When
That's
was
good question.
cancer?
When we start having cancer.
Well, I'm saying they had
yeah.
cancer back then. They just didn't call it that.
Yeah, it was just like a mysterious death. Like, oh, he got some shit in his, I don't know.
1871 to 1874, they say. So late 1800s.
Okay.
Campbell Day
I
Morgan.
mean, that's more recent than I would think.
English surgeon Campbell Day Morgan discovered it.
Just cut somebody open and he's like, this don't look right. This here.
Right. Well, like I was reading about,
like,
it's like they known about like kind of it 3,000 years ago. Like they had, you know, they kind of mentioned stuff, but they didn't know. Obviously, they didn't have no microscopes and shit.
Also, it required microscopes, so it would just like say like a
you have to see the
cancer
cells.
infected lung would just look like
it
would just look like a fucking regular cell, like a regular lung. Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, it's so like if you think about like a computer virus, it's basically one or two of your atoms in your fucking got corrupted and then it just spreads. So like I suppose after they died, they cut people open and they saw that this person had like this look on their shit. They probably were like, oh, you know, best they could. They just try to figure out shit, but yeah.
Yeah. Cancer is fucking wild, man.
The
like,
oldest, yeah. So like
the
the oldest
general principle.
They know that an Egyptian had cancer in 3000 BC from its mummy or whatever. The oldest known version of cancer.
Oh, okay. Damn. But yeah, yep. That shit's probably been around forever. I would be really interested to know like how much cancer prevalence has increased because of many different things, right?
Chemicals and shit, yeah. Well, like I said, it's always hard to
longevity.
It's always hard to judge though, because like they just had different words and phrases for things. So like it could have been cancer. Maybe like 20% of people died of cancer in the 1400s, but they just didn't call it cancer or didn't know what it was. You know, like so it's really.
If you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, like most people probably didn't even like live long enough to get cancer. So like there was no survival of the fittest mechanism to like.
Well, I don't know, because like kids get cancer, so it has nothing to do with longevity. I mean, obviously, the older you are, the better chance you have getting it. But like, there's 1-year-olds born with it, dude.
I'm not saying in an absolute sense, but
no, I get that.
Like that would be an example of genetics that are prone to get generating cancers. self-regulating or
Mhm.
whatever, which is fucked up. But
For
yeah,
sure.
kids don't live long enough to pass it on. Didn't somebody talk about when we were talking about it one time, like some fucking species just don't get cancer?
Yep. Elephants, whales, blind mole mice, a couple other things.
Yeah,
There's like 10 mammals in the world that don't get it.
that's fucking wild. And maybe it is because elephants live fucking forever. So
Yeah, so Hippocrates from Greek times, they call
Socrates, yeah.
they called cancer carcinos, the word for crab or crayfish. So
Oh,
like I said,
okay.
there was they kind
Interesting.
of knew about it. They just didn't know what it was and stuff, but they found like was it tumors and shit basically, after they died and shit.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, so
Elephants can live up 60 to 70 years in the wild.
yeah. I mean, once they get
Right.
big enough, dude, they're pretty much king of the jungle, dude. Not
Captive elephants have a longer or lower lifespan than their wild counterparts. Wow, that's sad. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Did you see that most circus people now are doing like drone and light shows for their animal shit now instead of having animals because it's more humane, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah,
So they
dude.
have like
Yep.
laser show that looks like a
so
big
sad.
ass elephant climbing on shit, whatever or tigers and shit. But yeah, it's their way of saying that it's more safe, whatever.
Dude, how many elephants are there now? That's fucked up.
Not many.
I fucking love elephants.
They're cool, but I don't think there's that a lot. I don't think there's a lot of them.
Okay, 415,000 African elephants.
Oh, that's more than I would have.
Only 40 to 50,000 Asian elephants. Yeah,
Okay.
dude, I fucking love elephants. Every video of an elephant I see, it's just majestic. They're like loving creatures too. Like, well, at least if they're used to humans, I guess. But they're loving toward each other. Like they're fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Not until the 18th century. Basically, when microscopes were invented, that's when they discovered they called it the cancer poison. And they found tumors and shit and lymph nodes and all this stuff. So yeah, basically they didn't know about
Oh,
cancer
okay.
until the microscope, until you could see it. It's like anything. Until you could actually visually see it, you have no real clue. You have guesses. And then, so out of the first 60 women to have breast cancer treatments and shit, only two survived for more than 2 years. And they said mainly because of the hygiene of the tools and shit, because they didn't clean their shit yet. They didn't understand cleanliness and surgeries and shit. Huh. Yeah, that was, like I said, late 1800s. So, I mean, by the time you were talking about your mouth thing, they would have known it was cancer or not, I'm guessing. So it must have been a different kind of disease or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I'm saying they would have knew about cancer. That was like 40 years later after this surgery shit. So.
Yep.
All right, let's get back to this bullshit.
As well as his loved ones for being here today. I look forward to discussing his nomination. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Hegseth about the ways he hopes to rebuild the American street.
You should ask him, does he wash his hands?
And so now I turn to my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Reed, for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first congratulate you on your chairmanship.
Okay. Suck your dick too.
Mississippi dead last on like everything.
Yes.
And,
They're the poorest state. They're the poorest state. They're the dumbest state. They're everything. Yeah.
Oh man.
And this guy's the leader of this committee. Nice job. Nice job picking the dumbest of the dumbs.
collaboration.
Yep.
And thank you for your thoughtful and conscientious service to the committee over many years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, come on, Jack Reed.
I'd also like to take a moment to join Chairman Wicker in welcoming our new members, Senator Slotkin, Senator Banks, and Senator Sheehy. Welcome.
Welcome.
We look forward to working with you. Mr. Hegseth, I welcome you and your family to today's hearing, and I'm also glad to recognize my former colleague, Norm Coleman, and Congressman Mike Waltz. Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Hegseth, I want to
Where's Norm
begin
Coleman?
by saying that I respect and appreciate your military service in the Army National Guard.
Before I talk shit.
I know from experience that there is no greater privilege
so.
than to lead American soldiers, and I thank you for answering the call.
Buttering them up.
You have been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary is responsible for leading a department of 3.5 million service members and civilians, an annual budget of nearly $900 billion,
Jesus Christ.
and hundreds of thousands of aircraft, ships, submarines, combat vehicles, satellites, and the nuclear arsenal.
This guy
The
actually
Secretary
knows
also
the
plays a
fucking
powerful
budget.
role
Oh, it's just like anything. Usually the Dems know
funny.
the stats. Dems know stats. They're like, bro,
Right.
we know what the fuck we're talking about. The other side's all, oh, I feel like we're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
It's all feelings. It's so funny.
It's so funny to me too, because like, you know, there's that old Churchill quote of like, if you're, you know, if you're not a liberal before you're 30, you're a fucking, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative after you're
40 or
30,
whatever,
you have no brain or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just bullshit, because these guys are all fucking idiots. They just, the whole like thing about having a brain is just like losing your heart because out of principle, almost like if we're just looking at
when people
you know,
use
empathy
common
as a weakness,
sense
that's
as a
all
fucking
there
answer, you
is.
know they're stupid. When someone goes, man, it's just common sense, but like, really? That's your fucking answer to that? Because usually nothing's that common. Like, usually, like I said, most things are more complex than people think, you know, like, but just, you can't even formulate an argument what I asked you, so you just went to, well, doesn't it make sense? It's common sense, bro. Like, no, it isn't common sense. Can you explain to me why it is?
Does not resonate
Right?
at all.
Obviously,
My intuition does not.
I'm saying obviously it's harder than fucking you telling me exactly why you're saying what you're saying, because you're you know, relying on common sense, and everybody knows it's true. Everybody knows that dudes will rape chicks in the fucking bathroom.
Says the same shit over and over again. You're gonna think it's fucking common sense, no matter if it's true or not.
You know, well, like I said, I just
Common sense is like, there is a good like conception of common sense, and then there's the fucking retard one. You know, like it's, you know, language is fucking co-opted for whatever your use is, basically.
Well, like, think about it like this: if you were to ask people, like, isn't it common sense that we should help people? They probably agree. Yeah, it's common sense. But then you go, okay, so you want to add tax money to help do this? Well, no. Okay, so it's not that common. Obviously, it's not common sense. It's actually really intricate. You just, like, when you break things down stupid simple, yeah, I can come up with a stupid simple answer. But once we actually get into the actual nuance of what we're talking about, you see that it's not so simple. You know? And that's what I try to stress people. Like I said, when you say it's common sense, like, it's really not. Like, you might even be right, but you're not right for the right reasons. And that's my problem. Like, you should have at least you should have a sound, logical reasoning for what you think or believe.
With our allies, partners,
Yeah,
and
just like
adversaries
that
abroad.
instinct or the
And
instinct
as
to
we speak,
justify.
China is seeking to
Yeah, man.
undermine our interests, intimidate our friends, and challenge our standing in the world. Russia's campaign against Ukraine threatens not only Europe, but the entire global order.
Oh, who'd have thought?
Ongoing violence in the Middle East has teetered on the edge of all-out war, and the ideologies
How much
and
he's
actions of violent extremists endanger our citizens.
His coke's wearing off. He's like, fuck, man. He's like, fuck, man. I'm getting sober and I'm in this fucking talk. This sucks.
Even on our own soil, as the recent tragedy in New Orleans painfully reminds us. These are perilous times, and the position of Secretary of Defense demands a leader of unparalleled experience, wisdom,
like constant. Look.
and above all else, character.
It is funny.
The Secretary is expected to be a fair, nonpartisan, and responsible leader, as
It
well
is.
as a trustworthy advocate for the men and women that he leads. Mr. Hegseth.
Wouldn't it be funny if dude was like, hey, sir, can you quit blinking so much at me? You're really fucking distracting. Like, are you catcalling? Look at right now. Look at his fake eyes right now. You see, like, this lies fucking, oh. Perfect time to
I
pause.
do not believe that you are qualified to meet the overwhelming demands of this job. We must acknowledge the concerning public reports against you. A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war,
Nice.
See?
financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues.
And this is who Trump loves. He loves people like that, right? You got an SA, he loves you. Those are his favorite people. He
Yep.
loves them, man.
Yep. Exactly.
Like I said, Kennedy's got one now. I think.
Undying loyalty.
Well, yeah, dude, it's fucking nuts.
Oh yeah.
Talking about just, dude, there's a lot of sexual fucking people in his fucking cabinet now. A lot of people with SA charges and shit.
Right.
I'm just saying, it's fucking
Dude,
crazy.
it's fucking nuts. It's not, dude, because they're all the same kind of assholes. Like I'm entitled to get what I want. I'm
Yep.
gonna fucking do what it takes to get what I want, and I'm gonna avoid the consequences.
They're
of what I
basically your stereotypical
do
jock
to
from
get what
high
I
school.
want is wrong.
Yeah, they're your stereotypical high
Yeah,
school jock.
exactly.
Like, oh, when you watch a movie and they have that guy, that's who all these people are. Like, oh,
Yep.
I'm meathead.
And then he covers
would-
it up with like a fucking false Christianity.
Yep, for sure.
Viewed many of these allegations and find them extremely alarming. Indeed, the totality of your own writings and alleged conduct would disqualify any service member from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being
That's why I want
confirmed
this
as
guy
a Secretary of Defense.
I do too.
Nonetheless, I understand that you reject many of these reports as they involve whistleblowers, non-disclosure agreements, and anonymous.
I study fucking like facial reading people sometimes. 'Cause I like watching those people. This guy's gulped.
Okay.
This guy's gulped since he started talking about his real shit like 4 or 5 times, dude. This shit's hitting him in this feels like he probably knows it's all true, but he's trying, to give him that facade. It's not. But I'm just
fucking
because there's
love
little things like like I said, I've just been now I watch him like, oh yeah, he's been how he was blinking before. He's been drinking, his throat's been moving like
Love it.
mad. It's funny.
Although
This
numerous
unconscious
sources,
Yep.
fucking
including
reflex.
those
He just
who
did
have
it
faced
again.
Can't help
political
it.
intimidation for sharing their experiences. I hope you will
Just
address
happened
each
again.
of these allegations thoroughly and truthfully during your testimony. Just as importantly, I hope you will
seething
pledge to
inside.
prevent
Yep.
any repercussions.
I
for
bet
Look at
whistleblowers,
that.
both
Yes.
civilian
I
and
was saying, if you look under the table, his hands are just clenching and shit, just like this motherfucker.
Dude.
like,
He looks like he's getting ready to cry too, and he's look at his eyebrows now,
I know,
dude.
dude.
Ah.
Oh, he just did that whole. He did the whole look down thing in shame. Like, fuck, this guy knows about me. Fuck.
Yes.
military, if
See,
confirmed.
right there, look down.
Mr. Hegseth, during our
He's like,
meeting
"Gotta
last week, you said that if
stay under
confirmed,
control."
your top priority would be, quote, restoring a warrior culture to the Department of Defense, because you believe the U.S. military has been weakened by political correctness. Over the years, you have made clear your opinion of the military's diversity initiatives. As you have said, quote, diversity is not our strength, unity is. And on a recent podcast, you said, quote, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. When I joined the Army as a young officer in 19...
Like, for real though, like, if women are willing to fucking fight and die for your country, why would you ever say no to them?
If they're able to do it, and not fucking, hold back anybody else.
Yeah, no, yeah. If they're actually a detriment to like everybody, yeah, that makes sense. But it's just like, I don't know. You think as an
They're
army,
gonna become SEALs, dude.
dude?
mean,
There's definitely some
fucking SEALs.
badass women, dude. I mean, I get that there's probably less of them than men because obviously we're bigger, stronger, faster. But in general, there's always gonna be some women that are fucking kick ass.
Ooh. Yeah, they'll beat the shit out of me. No problem. fucking 6'2". These bitches would fuck me up, and I would just.
And you would like it.
I would like that. Maybe.
Maybe. Think about it. Hold on. Now I gotta know this. How many women do you think are in the military?
This one says there's no female SEALs as of 2023, which is kind of wild, but okay. There's been women that have completed the fucking, but yeah. How many women are in the military? Tons.
17.5% of our military. 231,000.
That's a lot.
You know.
But then there's like the possibility of non-combat roles. But why would you, not thrust, if they want to be in combat, and they're able to do it.
Yep.
Because what you're doing is you're firing a fucking gun or whatever. Or you're doing something that, like sometimes strength comes into it, but because these women have the fucking like personality or whatever, like whatever it takes to be a fucking warrior. Yes, 100%. Yep.
There are women in the Green Berets and Delta Forces. Those are the only two that they've made it to special operations.
That's dope. Okay.
In 2020, was the first Green Beret, and when's the other one? Let me see here.
Okay, in 2024, only 4 women entered the training pipeline to become a Navy SEAL in the 8
Only
years
4?
since the Pentagon opened special operations jobs to women. I feel like it's so weird. Like, how is it woke to let women fucking do shit? Like,
As long
these
as
are
you're
just more
qualified.
numbers.
Well, that's my point. That's why I'm saying why would you say no to these people that want to do this for you? Like I said, unless they're unqualified, then I get it. But if they done the test and
We're
they
not
can do
throwing
whatever,
damsels out there.
yeah, there ain't no
We're
Princess
fucking
Peaches.
throwing femme fatales out there.
Femme
Yeah, like
fatales.
these are hard ass fucking Sarah Connor type bitches, dude.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah, I feel you. That's so funny.
1970s, the U.S. military was rife with racial tension. Women were prohibited from serving in most roles. Gay service members were banned, and we relied on a national draft to fill our ranks. The soldiers I served with were proud to do so, but it was certain.
I got to give you a warning. We got 1 minute till 4:20 if you have a bull or anything. Just to let you know.
I ain't got shit.
Well, I'll take my I got my berry for me. He's berry
Yeah,
happy.
hit that shit for me.
I will. I'll hit it
We're
twice.
not the nation's most capable
Hell yeah.
military by any
I got
standard.
2 pens.
We have made great progress since then.
Double pen
Today,
it
the
up.
Department of Defense
When it's
is
time.
fully integrated. Every race and religion is accepted. Women serve in
I'll
all
probably get some
combat
weed next
roles
week
and
or
leadership
something.
positions. Sexual orientation is irrelevant to service, and the all-volunteer force visibly reflects the nation it protects. Our military.
Yeah. Why is it a problem that anybody who wants to join the military join the military? If you're gay as fuck, but you want to fight for this country, why would you not want them?
Yeah, dude. Fucking.
That's the things I don't get. Like, why are the military
I don't-
trying to say no to people when it's like you want these people?
Dude, I want to fucking almost like make an AI picture or something of like a fucking super fucking fruity ass gay guy with like double fucking guns just blasting. I don't know.
Dude, there's probably real
'Cause
life
that can
people
happen.
like that.
Right, dude. Like just because they fucking like dick and ass or whatever doesn't mean they don't have fucking like the spirit of a warrior. It's just plain and simple.
I'll sleep like that, or one over here sometimes. They're cute. What's up, tits? You want a Hawaiian bread?
Can I?
That's fine.
Yeah, this guy's great though. It's Jack Reed.
I love it. I know I need to look at this.
Let me
Jack
see.
Reed guy.
Or yeah, that's what I want to do, man.
He's from Rhode Island. That's
Let's see if he's a fucking asshole.
that's Biden land. That's where Biden's from.
We got. He's been a senator since 1997. 75 years old.
97.
Went to Harvard.
Is he a lawyer?
Harvard Law School. Yep. And
Yep.
then the U.S. Military Academy from 67 to 71.
I wonder. I bet he got drafted into Vietnam.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
That's 67 to 71. That's Vietnam. Wonder if he was drafted or if he enrolled.
Let's see if he. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. This is
Yep.
the. Blah, blah, blah. Active officer from 71 to 79.
No,
was
then he must have chose them because 79. That was way after whatever Vietnam. Vietnam ended in 74 or 5, I think.
He was mentioned as a potential running mate for Barack Obama.
Ooh.
He said he was not interested.
He says, I don't want to be vice president. Hey, actually, that's a good guy, though. That's a guy that, like, he knows his role. He's not power hungry. Like, you know, like, that's kind of the guy you want to be a politician. Like, he's not just kind of climb the ladder to get to be president because that's what the end goal is. He's just like, no, I want to be a senator because that's the most I can do to help people, and I'm cool to just be where I'm at.
He has voted with his party 94.7% of the time.
I'd have to look at individual reasons.
It was voted most popular or top 10 most popular senators among them or whatever.
Okay.
From in a certain poll, whatever that fucking means.
Yeah,
That,
from
whatever.
from one point of view, yeah. Hey man,
He's a
no
strong
matter what,
supporter of
all
unionizing
he's
workers.
doing now is just telling facts. He's like, dude, this is what you said on your podcast. This is what you said on your fucking shows. This is what you said and did. Like, You know, that's
Yep,
evidence. Like, what do
exactly.
you? How are you gonna say I didn't do it? Like, bro, this is your fucking words.
All the Mississippi guy brought up was shit that he wanted to fucking hear
Of course,
because
that's his side.
he's fucking biased. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
See, we wouldn't even have to have two sides of shit if people could be good faith. You know, we don't have to fucking
For sure.
because people just listen to one fucking guy that they want to listen to, and people are watching this like this fucking Jack Reed cocksucker. This guy's a piece of shit. You know, like my mom would say that. You know,
Yeah, she'll be like, he's bringing up,
dude.
he's bringing up fake fucking sex cases. He's bringing up fucking fake blah blah blah. It's like, no, probably not. And like I said, like a lot of the things he brought up were what he said himself in his own shows and his own podcasts and his own shit. You know, like, how are you gonna tell him he's lying?
This guy voted against the Iraq War, dude.
Did he? He's one of the few. Then
he voted against the Iraq War.
That's
yeah,
awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
Him and Ron Paul.
One of 23 senators.
You know, say Ron Paul didn't either. Yep. That was my guy back in the day, Ron Pizzle.
Yeah. Yeah, Ron Paul was the shit in like 07, dude.
Yep,
like,
for
you know, I
sure.
mean, he had like, I don't know, gold standard views and shit, but he was
Yeah, he was a little.
he actually had the balls.
As
to
I've
be like,
grown up, he's a
we
little
had
more
no reason
extreme,
to be
but
there.
at the time, yeah. But he was right on.
Yeah, like
no matter what,
he was like the one Republican.
Yeah,
that was
I
like
was.
not.
I gave him a lot of props because he didn't vote party lines. He was just like, nope, this is the side of right on this issue. I'm gonna take the side of right, left or right, don't matter, just whatever it is, you know. I was giving props for that.
Is more diverse than it has ever been, but more importantly, it is more
He supported
lethal
the decision
than
to
it's ever
withdraw
been.
from Afghanistan.
This is not
Jack Reed.
That's a lot. That's a lot to delve into, really.
One
Kind of,
guy's
but,
whole political
I mean,
career. Yeah.
There's it. Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. You have to actually look at all the facts, you know, concerning what we left there and stuff. I haven't, so I can't really commentate on it. You know, I can't fucking say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have, but
well, I'm saying so. Like, obviously, it's stupid that we left fucking money and all the weapons and shit. I mean, it's bad, but you're out of there. So how much money have you saved by not being there? So in general, like, you probably made up all that money first and foremost. Second of all, it was part of the Doha agreement. So like, it was a Doha. I can't remember. I think it's that one. Trump made an agreement like we're gonna pull out by this day, and he said it to after he left presidency, so he knew that it would be the next president, aka Biden, to have a shitty fucking pullout. So like, yeah,
fuck, dude, the whole Israel thing is so fucked up. Just, you know, like Afghanistan is now a haven for terrorists again, according to this, but
probably.
And literally, like, what else are they gonna do there besides like target Israel, I guess? And
you talking about from
else is allied
Afghanistan?
with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Afghanistan's kind of like Iran. They won't do nothing themselves, but they'll proxy it, if anything.
Yeah, the terrorists though, like
that's what I'm
Al
saying. They'll
Qaeda, I guess,
proxy them.
ISIS,
Yep. It's all the H's. It's Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis. Those are the three now.
Dude, so bad. Why don't these countries just bring the fucking Palestinians into their land? That's what I've just.
That was the plan.
Or do they fucking
no? But so like it's funny. That's because people do say that. But the reason why they don't is because these people are honestly so fucking extreme, like terrorists, that they don't want them. You know.
Yeah. Well, how much of Palestinians are terrorists? That's a good question. I guess.
A lot of them.
Like,
Only reason why I would say a lot of them is because they voted in Hamas as the power of the country. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you give these people like less of a reason to be terrorists, you know.
True. It's not. I'm not. Again, it goes back to if every time Israel bombs your family, you're gonna make more terrorists. Same as when Palestinians bomb Israelis, they make more terrorists or more enemies because you know they'll never forget it and forgive. You know. So yeah, that is true. But I'm saying like Egypt should have took the Palestinian people a long time ago. They just didn't, and I think it's because they're so extreme and that they're trying not to be extreme people anymore.
This guy's such a good whoever the fuck this is thing to follow for like science news and shit. This Hashem El Gali or whatever.
Okay.
Fucking okay, scientists say let me just start here. World's first nuclear powered diamond battery unveiled, capable of powering devices for over 5,000 years. Okay. scientists say the battery uses a radioactive isotope embedded in a diamond and could power devices for literally thousands of years. Teams at the University of Bristol and the UK Atomic Energy Authority, UKAEA, revealed the carbon-14 diamond battery. To operate this innovative battery harnesses the radioactive decay of carbon-14, a byproduct of nuclear reactors, encased in a diamond shell. The diamond casing absorbs the radiation safely while generating electricity, functioning similarly to solar panels, but using fast-moving electrons instead of light. With its extended lifespan and sustainability, the battery offers a revolutionary solution for powering devices in medicine, space exploration, and remote locations.
Yep.
Additionally, by repurposing carbon-14 from graphite nuclear waste, the battery contributes to waste reduction and sustainable energy production. Its safety is assured by the diamond casing, which fully contains the radiation. And there's a thing to learn more. But just a cool little thing I saw, while I was during this.
That is pretty dope, though.
That sounds so fucking dope, dude.
Hey, man.
Fucking, yeah,
It would,
battery,
it would give a reason to make diamonds actually valuable because they're worthless in general.
yeah, right?
Because now they have a
Then
reason.
we're repurposing nuclear waste, like a nuclear byproduct. Like, how fucking cool is that?
Well, that's why I tell people, like I said, when people are like, what are we going to do with all these fucking solar panels when they go bad? I'm like, give it time, dude. These people are smart as fuck. They will figure it out. You know why? Because they don't want to die either. Like, these science people don't want to fucking ruin the earth and all these things, like, they'll figure it the fuck out. And they're figuring it out faster than you'd think.
Dude, I think
because if this is true,
totally
if this is
right
true
now.
all the way, and it could be like, redone and retested a few other times, to be verified and shit, dude, that's a major breakthrough. Like, that's like one of those once every 100-year kind of breakthroughs,
I totally think we are on the fucking hinge of a new revolution. Like, it just really basically
everyone
is the
thinks it's
case.
gonna be AI, which it could be AI. AI might be our revolution.
Well, that facilitates all of it, it's just
it's energy.
That's the fucking core of it, and then everything expands around it,
Well, like I said, so how much energy do you think those robots use and need? Now, if you can have something like this,
yeah,
if you can have something like this implanted to them, where now they can run for 100 years, 200 years, you might have a robot that never dies, or
So we're gonna have, so we can have nuclear facilities operating that generates carbon-14 as nuclear waste or whatever, and then we can use that to fuel batteries. Yeah, dude, that's insane. I don't know how they do it or how efficient this would be, but the public will never ever see it or use it, one commenter says.
Dude,
nuclear is totally back on the menu, though. It's
that's good.
Totally viable.
Yeah.
It's renewable.
Yeah.
All right. Now back
Not
to
a coincidence.
Jack Reed.
And Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain why you believe such diversity is making the military weak and how you propose to undo that without undermining military leadership and harming readiness, recruitment, and retention. Mr. Hegseth, another reason I'm deeply concerned about your nomination is your disregard for the law of armed conflict and your support for service members who have been convicted of war crimes.
Uh-oh.
You have championed the pardoning of military members who were turned in by their fellow soldiers and SEALs. And let me.
That were what? What do they do? Hold on.
I didn't even fucking
hold
catch
on.
it. I was looking at
His
how I
face.
was looking at his face.
I understand. I'm saying
Yeah.
I want to know who narked him out. Then I want to see his face too.
Of military members who were turned in by their fellow soldiers and SEAls.
Trained
Let
in,
me
okay.
emphasize that. They weren't discovered by reporters. They were turned in by fellow soldiers and fellow SEAls. And also pardoning of military contractors convicted of killing 14 Iraqi citizens without cause. You have also advocated for the restitution of interrogation methods like waterboarding that have been defined as torture, and you have belittled the advice and counsel of the Judge Advocates General while on deployment. In your book, The War on Warriors, you write,
Dude, that's like I said. I don't know. How are you gonna say you're more moral than somebody and you condone torturing people?
Yeah.
How do you, again? Like I said, there's some things like Make these two things make sense. We're supposed to be more morally better than everyone because we're America. We don't do these things, but yet you are for them now. Or this guy, you're pro torture. Didn't we hate that with Bush and shit? Back in the day,
it's ends justify the means bullshit. But all you're doing is creating more evil.
You make more
enemies. What you're fighting against.
Yeah.
That's
Quote,
they think we're the evil empire, and they're not necessarily wrong.
Nope. I mean, we're becoming one, especially like I said, this regime's trying to be like something like that. Sucks. Sucks watching it happen, and nobody gives a fuck, or at least not enough people.
It's always show me the proof, like, bro, just look, open your fucking eyes, open your fucking eyes.
The thing is, even when I show you the proof, you're gonna tell me that this is a bias article because it's written by Joe Blow over here or whatever the fuck. That's always a problem.
Yep, they'll come up with some bullshit to discredit this guy, some like personal things and not like actual logical things. That they'll attack the messenger, never the message. That's always how the fucking Republicans work.
It's ad hominem
every time now.
Ad homs.
They don't understand it. They just don't read. They don't fucking read.
No, not enough.
They don't, and they can't read. Then they'll accuse you of word salad because they can't fucking read.
Because they're all the dumbest states in the world, so it makes sense why they can't read. You got Mississippi, Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia.
They're all fucking just loser, fucking conformist cunts. Like, sorry if a Republican views this. You're not all bad, but mostly,
right? At least have some logical reasons for what you believe. That's all I ask.
Yep.
Follow the Geneva Convention.
You cannot.
If our
look at everything.
Warriors are forced
Probably
to
wrong.
follow rules arbitrarily and asked to sacrifice more lives so that international tribunals feel better about themselves, aren't we just better off in winning our wars according to our own rules? Mr. Hegseth, I would ask that you explain how you, if confirmed, would maintain good order and discipline within our forces and the support of our allies and partners by rejecting international law and the law of war. I'm also concerned about your abilities as a competent manager of organizations far less complex than the Department of Defense. From 2008 to 2010, you led the organization Veterans for Freedom, which had an annual budget of less than $10 million. In each year you were in charge, expenses far exceeded revenues until the organization teetered on bankruptcy and had to be merged with another group. In fact, according to public reporting, an independent forensic accountant reviewed the organization's finances and discovered evidence of gross financial mismanagement.
Ooh, he's a money thief, too.
Look at his eyes closed now.
I know, it's so funny.
Or is it just a blink? I don't know.
No, either way. But it's funny, again, like, these people can show you and prove to you that this guy's a corrupt piece of shit, and they still want him. Why? This guy is
because he
he's
represents their kind. They're kind. He's just their kind.
Because
That's
it's owning the libs. Because he's fucking against DEI, against wokeism. Is that like the only reason why?
That's it.
I think so.
They don't give a fuck about his qualifications, his thinking process, or none of that. He's just their fucking dog
mouthpiece.
Just their fucking idiot to throw into a fucking seat that is open.
Yeah.
I would note that this report has not been made available to any government agencies, which is, I think, alarming. But a Republican advisor to you during your tenure at the organization who read the report stated, and I quote, "I watched him run an organization very poorly, lose the confidence of donors. The organization ultimately folded and was forced to merge with another organization who individuals felt could run and manage funds on behalf of donors more responsibly than he could. I don't know how he's going to run an organization with an $857 billion budget and 3 million individuals." And that is the only comment we've had and the only access we've had to the forensic report. A similar thing happened with the Concerned Veterans for America, a second veterans group that you led from 2011 until 2016. During those 5 years, tax records show that the organization spent more than it raised. Just as troubling are reports that a significant amount of debt was incurred from social events and parties filled with excessive drinking and questionable personal behavior. Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain what actions you will take, if confirmed, to be a better steward of Defense Department's large budget. Finally, while I appreciate our meeting last week, it is unacceptable that you did not meet with any other Democratic members of this committee before this hearing, as has been our bipartisan tradition. During my time in the Senate, I have voted for and worked closely with Secretaries of Defense appointed by Republican presidents. While we may disagree politically, there was always an understanding that rank partisanship should have no place when it comes to providing for the men and women who serve in uniform. And Mr. Hegseth, I am troubled by the many comments you have made both as a commentator and in your published writings. For example, in your book, American Crusade, you wrote, quote, modern leftists who represent the soul of the modern Democratic Party literally hate the foundational ideas of America. You also wrote, the other side.
You saw he subtly nodded his head like yes, like he agrees with everything he says. He's like,
oh my god,
like he's like, yep, I think that you guys are fucking ruining the country.
The left is not our friend. We are not esteemed colleagues, nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else. Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you would lead an organization that, like the country it represents, is composed of Democrats and Republicans. Yet your language suggests that you regard many of these men and women as foes. And I would ask you to explain why service members and civilians who do not share your political opinions can trust that they will not be targeted during your tenure. Indeed, the challenge of the Secretary of Defense is to remove partisan politics from the military. You propose to inject it. This would be an insult to the men and women who have sworn to uphold their own apolitical duty to the Constitution. Mr. Hegseth, you are the 9th nominee for Secretary of Defense.
That's why he's the first talker for the Dems. He's like, I'll show you niggas how to do. I'll show you motherfuckers how to do this shit.
Unfortunately, you lack the character and composure and competence to hold the position of Secretary of Defense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love it. Like these are the kind of politicians I love, man.
Yeah, just get right to the fucking facts of the issue. Here's the facts. This is what we know. These are all from your own books, all your words.
There's one old fucker that is actually, he actually fucking learned shit in his time.
Yep.
To read.
With the Harvard, I guess that's part of it.
It's my privilege and honor and pleasure to recognize 2 witnesses who have come forward to introduce our nominee. First, I recognize my former colleague and former Senator Norm Coleman of Minnesota for the purpose of an introduction. Norm, we are glad to see you and glad to have you back, and you are recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reed, members of the committee, my former colleagues. I'm honored to introduce a son of Minnesota to you, Pete Hegseth. As a senator from Minnesota, I spent many hours with this young man as he walked the halls of Congress advocating on behalf of America's veterans.
Not even from Minnesota, is he?
Yeah, he is. I remember this guy.
I just, I don't know. Yeah, everybody knows this guy.
He ran for president in 2008, maybe, or 2012 or something.
You think? Where's Norm Coleman from, dude?
I don't know. I don't think he's from Minnesota.
He doesn't talk like he's from Minnesota.
No, I don't think he's from Minnesota.
He's from fucking Brooklyn, New York. Get the fuck out of here.
There you go. I don't think he's from Minnesota, like originally, but yeah. Fucking Boston, New Yorker. He's Brooklyn, the Bronx.
When he moved to Minnesota, I want to see this shit.
1982 is my guess. No, I lied. 1992.
This guy.
When did he move in here?
All right, I don't care, but I mean,
I don't care. Well, now I have to know. Fuck you.
Like,
hold on.
Fucking bullshit. No, he came here. You said 92. I didn't fucking see it. I thought you were serious.
No, I was just taking a guess. Hold on, I'll Google it quick. Oh, the fuck out. When did you move to Minnesota?
Elected mayor of St. Paul in
1994.
1993.
Yeah. Early life education. Actually, he went to like Iowa University or Iowa College of Law in '76. So I bet he moved to Minnesota like in '80. Like I bet right after that, like once he graduated from college, he was like, "I'm gonna go up north where it works, where money works." There's no money in fucking Iowa.
Everything points to like early 90s. But nothing's clear.
Yeah, none of it's clear. I don't have no answer either. Well, fuck him. Fuck him.
And he is young in the best sense of the word. He is strong, focused, intelligent, incisive, a great listener, and is almost supernaturally energetic. Just what we need in a Secretary of Defense in times of massive change. He is the real deal. F. Scott Fitzgerald was a writer in my city of St. Paul, and so the problem with America is that there are no second acts. He was wrong. Pete was a brave soldier, has been an able communicator, and I believe is about to begin a great second act as our Secretary of Defense. He has struggled and overcome great personal challenges.
Alcoholic.
Please don't give in to the cynical notion that people can't change. We need the ones who can change to lead us, to be beacons of hope, and to remind us that grace can lead us home. 4 years ago, President...
I just thought of it. You know, he called him naturally energetic, right?
Yeah.
Remember how we made that joke about him being coming down off cocaine?
100%, dude. I totally.
I predicted it without even fucking knowing it. That's fucking hilarious.
Right. Yep.
President Biden's nominee, Lloyd Austin,
Look, what does your fucking energy matter if you're an idiot?
Received 97 votes on the floor of the Senate. And we went through the debacle of the Afghanistan withdrawal. Putin invaded Ukraine. The Houthis endanger our shipping lanes. We witnessed Israeli miracles against America's enemies in the Middle East, where the United States was more of an impediment.
Does this guy really think that, like, Hezbollah and Hamas could beat Israel? There's nobody.
I don't know.
No, because he's saying it's like a miracle they survived. It's like, dude, you know they have the biggest and baddest fucking military there. Nobody can fuck with them. Like,
miracle? Like, what the
yeah,
fuck?
I'm just saying, like, that's a weird choice of words of being like, it was a miracle they survived October 7th and shit. It's like, what? Like I said, they got the baddest military in the fucking world there.
They could fucking eliminate fucking Palestinians in how long? I want to fucking Google that.
5 hours. Just the Palestinians. I bet you they could take over all the Middle East in probably 2 years.
All right, how fast could Israel destroy Gaza if they wanted to?
I mean, they have nukes so instantly, technically.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm gonna say without nukes. Come on, ChatGPT, where are you?
What does that bitch say?
Didn't say shit. Just says it depends.
Of course, it always depends.
Give me your best guess. Within a matter of days to weeks.
Yeah.
The IDF could likely incapacitate much of Gaza's infrastructure, armed groups, and governance systems. Airstrikes, ground invasion, complete destruction. Purely speculative, but
yeah.
Yep.
Like I said, take over Gaza.
Israel
I bet they take over
not.
Gaza in 2.5, 3 days. I guarantee you. Dude, Gaza.
They are not.
Gaza's not big,
fucking.
and they have all the
Not
shit.
the bully nerdy kid. They're not.
No.
Yep. They're
That's all I'm saying. So when this guy goes, it was a miracle they
they're
survived.
Goliath.
They are, yeah. They're the fucking badasses of that area. They're the America of the Middle East. Like,
yeah.
Nobody's fucking with them. At least not militarily.
Then a help. Our recruitment numbers have sunk dramatically, and our southern border has suffered a slow but dangerous invasion. Yes, Pete Hegseth is an out-of-the-box nominee, and I say it's high time to get out of the box. One more thought. The country longs for a government of less division and more respect and dignity. My hope is that this committee hearing provides what they are asking for.
Even though this is the guy that said that people are your enemies that are on the outside. Again, you can't write those two phrases. That's my whole point. Like, so many contradictions.
They always mention bipartisanship, and then they fucking
hate it when it
never
happens.
fucking do anything themselves. They never fucking extend the olive branch or whatever the fuck you have.
If bipartisan is the king, which I kind of think it is, then again, Biden's your king because he did like 7 bills bipartisan. 7 big bills, infrastructure, the chips and science, all these things. They were all bipartisan. So like, yeah, if you wanted a bipartisan guy, that's the guy. That's the guy. Well, I'm just saying, if that's your key now, because now you're saying that's the key to these things, right? Which I agree. Then Biden should have been your guy because he's the guy that did it.
Disagree, yes, strongly if necessary, but then come together to support the nominee, this nominee, Pete Hegseth, of the one president we have at a time, laying aside partisan politics for the essential mission of national security upon which everything else depends.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I yield my time.
Thank you, Norm. I do appreciate that and appreciate your presence
Go to
today.
bed, sir.
I now
It's past your
have
bedtime.
the honor and pleasure
Roger.
of introducing Congressman Waltz.
Hey, that's me.
I understand, Congressman, you are still a member of the House for another day or two.
Another day or two.
Okay, and I now recognize Congressman Waltz for whatever opening statement.
These guys
and
are all
introduction
sunshine and
he might make.
rainbows.
Well, these
Thank
are all,
you, Chairman
these are
Winkle.
all, these are all pro fucking Hegseth. That's why they're all like, thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Fucking fake ass.
Fucking
smirk.
the Democrat guy came to Reed or whatever. He came.
Dude, I hope he gets questioned.
Actually,
I hope
he brought facts.
I know. I hope he. I know. That's what I'm saying. All these people talk about their feelings. Oh, I feel like he's going to be great, and I feel. The one guy on the other side's like, here's the evidence, actual evidence that we know. He said and did these things.
Yep.
And then you support him. Why? It's like watching an online fucking argument happen.
They're gonna ignore him. They're gonna ignore him.
Well, eventually they'll get back to a Democrat guy, and then they'll question him. I can't wait.
And Chairman has a very nice ring to it, so congratulations, Ranking Member Reed, distinguished members of this committee. It is a privilege to appear before you today and urge the members of this committee to confirm Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. And I'm not here today just to advocate on behalf of a future colleague, but to speak on behalf of someone I consider a dear friend for over a decade now. Like Pete, I served in the U.S. Army. Like Pete, I'm a veteran. We deployed to Afghanistan and all over the world at the height of the war on terror, which is the war of our generation. And like thousands of other warfighters, we've witnessed the hardships of war. We've experienced the loss of friends in combat. We've endured too much time away from family and friends, and no one, I can promise you this, no one hates war more than those who have had to go fight it. No one does.
Not a single soul.
Pete's story, though, isn't that much different from the millions of other veterans, and they know it, and they appreciate him for the experiences that he's gone through. And after our country was brutally attacked on 9/11, Pete Hegseth answered the call of duty, like so many others.
He plays video games?
He put the interests of this country ahead of his own. And I can tell you firsthand, as can the heroes sitting in this audience behind me, Pete's character of country, his selflessness, his duty, these are the key tenets that have shaped him into the leader that he is today. These are the traits that President Trump recognized when making the decision to nominate Pete for this critical role. He will bring the perspective of being a junior officer on the front lines, not in the headquarters, on the front lines in the war on terror, and recognizes the human costs, the financial costs, and the policy drift that was discussed often in this very room that led us to decades and decades of war. So not only does he understand the threats he faces, but as the chairman mentioned, he is brilliant, in my mind, at communicating those to the American people in a way that is often not communicated in Washington, D.C., to reach out to the American people so that they understand why the military needs to do what it needs to do. And look, I have no doubt that he is going to get the Pentagon back to its primary mission, lethal readiness. That.
Why?
Is what? Since when did the Department of Defense become lethal readiness? Isn't it the word defense mean defending? When did the word defense mean lethal readiness? That's not the job of our military. Like, their job is to defend the Constitution or what we believe. You know, like, America usually, like I said earlier, America usually we're not usually the aggressors in wars.
Oh, well, that's why it was Secretary of War, right? At some point.
It was before, yes. But I'm saying right now it's called the Secretary of Defense. And I'm saying defense is, you know, like, doesn't mean military readiness or whatever the fuck he said.
1947 is when Secretary of War turned into Secretary of Defense.
Yep.
Truman renamed it.
Yep. Yeah, because he wanted
telltale sign of changing times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, I would never say that our Department of Defense's goal is to be military readiness or whatever he said.
Well, I mean, I could see it being a part of it, but not like the ultimate ethos, I guess. Like,
yeah, that's
my
point.
It's going to be like positioning troops and shit like that, you know, like.
Well, like I said, to me, it's about defending. It's about defending our Constitution and our allies and our shit. Like, that's America's job. That's our big thing in general. This world, we're defenders of people. We're supposed to be that way. We're not supposed to be the aggressors.
Yeah.
You know.
Warrior ethos is what our enemies will respect. That warrior ethos is what our enemies will fear. And it's that warrior ethos that will keep the peace. And so, ladies and gentlemen,
how would somebody else not have a warrior ethos?
Mm-hmm.
In my humble opinion, our military deserves better than it's getting. Our country faces a devastating recruitment crisis. Men and women are not volunteering to serve at the levels required. Our readiness is down. Our costs are up. And
I wonder if people are making more money just because wages have gotten higher recently and shit like that, that they're not so poor where they have to join the military. Because usually it's always poor people that go to the military.
You turn into a robot. A lot of that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm saying most people are
right?
poor that go to the military, right? Or stuff like that. So I'm saying if people are actually doing better and having more money and shit like that, they're probably going to be less likely to join the military because they don't have to. I already make enough money, or I already paid for school, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the reason why a lot of people go to.
See, a lot of it also comes down to young people not believing in the fucking country because
the cause in general. Yeah.
Look what we fucking got, right? Like if you're I don't know. It's hard to explain,
I mean, if you
guess,
grew up watching Afghanistan or not Afghanistan. Afghanistan was kind of legit because of 9/11, but Iraq was stupid. Like, if you grew up with the lies of weapons of mass destruction and all that other shit, maybe you don't want to join the military because you know that they're liars, you know, or
like nobody wants to. Like, the young people just don't want to support the causes of Republicans or even American fucking
imperialism.
Like you know. Yeah, like, if we weren't assholes, maybe we'd have a better military.
Kind of.
A more, you know, like, we need a country to be proud of. And if we don't have a country to be proud of, people don't want to fucking defend it.
That's part of it, yeah.
Seems like nearly every major weapon system, again, often discussed in this very room, is costing too much, delivering too little, and taking way too long. The bottom line is the status quo is unacceptable. It's not working. And the members of this committee, you all know it. You know it's not working. And the members of the House Armed Services know it's not working. And we have hearing after hearing, year after year, And here we are, decades later, describing the same problems. The Pentagon has continuously failed audits. The businesses that want to do business with the Pentagon have to pass an audit, but the entity itself fails an audit. Innovation is stalled, morale is down, standards have been weakened, and meritocracy is less valued. And as a result, our adversaries have been emboldened all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for change. It is time for change. You all have literally seen thousands.
Like, is change good just because it's change, or should there be like a policy or a reason behind the change? Like, that's the way I try to tell people. Like, I get it, the thing should change, but are you changing with a plan or an idea, or are you just changing just to change it? You know,
Like, don't talk about change if you don't even fucking have a clue of what things are supposed to change to, or to like address in that change.
It's the Trumps. I have a concept of a plan for healthcare. Like, at this point, you shouldn't have concepts. You should have like, here's my plan. Like this, like if we're gonna get rid of Obamacare, that's cool. Here's my plan for what I'm gonna do. Not just be like, well, I have ideas. Okay, I mean, we all have ideas, but you're about to be president. You should have like actual plans at this point. You know, like here's what I'm doing.
Fucking like like all the math figured out, dude. Like, fuck, these people just don't have standards. Like, there's no this guy shouldn't even be in a fucking position like this in a fucking confirmation hearing.
True.
You know, saying the fucking just fucking like elementary level fucking shit. That, you know, you gotta bring fucking bombs, bro. You gotta bring fucking I don't know.
Yeah, concrete evidence, not fucking like you're saying. It's all feelings.
What do you think?
I've seen this guy.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy do something amazing. Like, okay, but is it documented? Did anybody else see this thing? You know, like, yeah, it's a lot of everybody's just giving their personal conjecture basically on this guy instead of actually being like, oh no, I remember reading in his book that he said this, and then I really agree with it because it's a good idea. And this, you know, like how the guy just said, I talk shit about your book because I read about it and it sucked. They don't even bring up his book about what he said or did, you know, like that would make you lead to think.
That's so true.
You know, like
exactly.
I'm saying this guy wrote like 4 books. You think you'd have some good fucking explanations of what you think he's good at, you know? But they don't.
No shit. 4 books is a lot.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Of veterans, as the chairman cited one amazing Medal of Honor recipient.
Medal of Honor.
But we have seen thousands of
he was going to
veterans
sleep. He's like, oh shit, they're looking at me.
This is a man that will reinvigorate that warrior ethos, and this is a man that will lead. I can't imagine having a more capable partner in my position as National Security Advisor. Pete is a man of family, of faith, and he's committed to making our country strong again. And most importantly,
what else?
Brother, I know this
somebody a good candidate, bro.
He will always have as a first principle.
What's that?
The service members that are out there on the front lines for all of us at the heart of every decision.
See, that's the wrong answer, dummy. Your first fucking principle should be to the Constitution, no matter what the fuck it is. Like you already done fucked up. He's gonna care about. Like, I don't give a fuck. If the first thing he cares about is not the Constitution of the fucking America, then you fucked up the answer. That is the answer. No,
they only bring that up to attack their enemies
for sure. But I'm just saying, like, that's my whole point. Like that should be always. The first thing he should do is be sworn and hold to the Constitution. And then after that, you can say your next beliefs, what he's really good at. But that's always your first objective. All these people's first objective, even the guy we like, Jack Reed, his objective is to the Constitution. It's not to parties, people, whatever the fuck, you know? Ugh, stupid asses.
He makes. So, senators, I urge you to support this confirmation. It is critical that President Trump has his national security team in place for the challenges ahead, and I thank you.
And I thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for
now
your
where's
testimony.
the Democrat?
And I'm guessing that
this
each
guy's
and every
gotten up. He's like,
member
I
of
gotta
this
go to bed.
committee will want to have you on speed dial for the next few years. So thank you both. Our 2 guests may stay, or I know they have other engagements and response.
It's like, this shit's boring as fuck. I gotta get the fuck out of here, bro.
Thank you both for your testimony.
This is funny. They
At
can
this
stay.
point,
Like,
Mr.
nope.
Hegseth, I'm required to ask you as a nominee a series of questions that the committee asks all civilian nominees who appear before it. If you would, please simply respond in the affirmative or negative to each question. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
Yes, sir.
Have you assumed any duties or taken any actions that would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
No, sir.
Yeah. SA.
Exercising our legislative and oversight responsibilities makes it important that this committee, its subcommittees, and other appropriate committees of Congress receive testimony, briefings, reports, records, and other information from the executive branch on a timely basis. Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify before this committee when requested?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree to provide records, documents, and electronic communications in a timely manner when requested by this committee, its subcommittees, or other appropriate committees of Congress, and to consult with the requester regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such records?
Yes, sir.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established by this committee for the production of reports, records, and other information, including timely responding to hearing questions for the record?
Yes, sir.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes, sir.
Will those witnesses and briefers be protected from reprisal for their testimony or briefings?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at this point, Mr. Hegseth,
Ooh, I'm a big conspiracy theorist. This guy told him to say something. Just kidding. This guy just whispered his ear, was like, don't talk about that. Okay, we're going on. It's fucking wrong, but that's how conspiracy theory people are. Like, oh my God, what do you say?
I feel like, I don't know, like this guy heading the committee or whatever, you know, it's like his best buddy in a sense. Yeah.
He's probably the oldest senator on the Republican side, so he gets to be the head honcho. And I'm guessing the guy we saw earlier is probably the oldest fucking Democrat still in the whatever. That'd be my guess. Because they keep saying you're the majority leader or minority leader kind of thing. So I'm not sure. That'd be my guess. So
recognized for your.
Did Patrick invite you to a thing
today? No.
Oh, it's like at 5:15, I think it is now. I think it's in 10 minutes.
On his
I could ask him about you.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I gotta talk to what's his name later.
No, not the Discord. He does Google Meets. What? Talk to who?
I gotta talk to Bill later tonight. He's gonna help me put that Ken Clave whatever on
Oh,
at like
okay.
10 o'clock or whatever he said he gets home at.
Bill might go there too, though. I think
he's not home till 10. He said.
Check interested or whatever.
Or,
oh, okay.
Like 9 o'clock our time.
10 his time. Oh, okay.
He said late because he's like, well, I'll be on, but it'll just be way later. Like, dude, I don't work today, so I can be on anytime, dude. Like, you just let me know when you get home, because I have to screen share so you can walk me through how to finish this editing software thing in.
Let me see here. We got.
He does Google Meets. I don't even know how to. I've never done a Google Meet.
It kind of sucks, but.
It kind of sucks. I know. Why don't you just do Discord? It's so easy. That's what I always tell people. Like, why don't you just do Discord? It's so fucking simple.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I love Discord. Discord's way better.
I think so. It's just
way
is
the fuck better.
It's Google Meets just easier.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna go roll a couple cigarettes.
All right. I need to find some. What am I gonna eat?
accident. Mama was sleeping. There's mama cats and there's mama. And at certain times she's sick.
Oh, Saturday. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's Saturday, not today. I put yeah. What we got, mate? What we got, mate? The fuck, mate? Patrick postponed his thing till Saturday.
What up?
I don't know if you heard me. Patrick postponed his thing till Saturday. So
Okay.
we're good. We're good to keep fucking shitting on this guy.
All right, fuck him. Just kidding, joking.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker,
You got a good hairline.
Ranking Member
though.
Reed,
He
Jealous.
does.
and all the members of the...
He's jealous, dude. He's got a lot of money.
That's true.
You know who? Obviously, you know who LeBron James is, right?
No, never heard of him.
All right.
Who's that? No.
All right, I got you. I'm saying that guy had the worst hairline. Now he's got beautiful, luscious hair because he's got a lot of money. He can pay for it. Elon Musk, he was balding. Remember Elon Musk when he first started like PayPal? He was bald. Now he's got beautiful, luscious hair.
What was he?
Yeah, see. Hold on.
Bald isn't that bad. Like if you shave it.
No, I know. Hold on. Elon. Oh wait, hold on. Google.
Like if you're a guy and you're fucking bald, but you put some work in the gym, you
Yep,
know, like you
Elon
pretty much
Musk.
offset it. I feel like.
Yeah, that's what he used to look like. Oh, I didn't mean to-
Yep, I've seen these photos. Yep.
I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, that's
just saying.
It's pretty. That's yeah.
It's a big difference.
Not looking so good for sure. Yeah, dude, I wish I had my fucking hair able to go up like that. God damn.
You need a lot of money, sir. That's my whole point with LeBron James
think
and
they'll-
Elon. All these people with money, they can have beautiful, luscious hair.
They'll fix balding, I think, as we go.
I'm saying
Well,
they
already have so many different.
I'm saying
like,
you can see it. They can. They already can do it. You just need to have enough money
Well, yeah.
to afford the treatment.
but there's
or-
like, it would be cheaper though, like, and more accessible.
yeah, like anything else, like 20, 40 years, whatever.
Yeah.
this committee for this opportunity today.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for and have
Those dudes
learned
that get,
a
like,
great
plugs
deal
and
from
shit, you know,
this
so
advise and
if
consent
that's what he's got.
process. Our founders knew what they were doing. Should I be confirmed, I look forward to working with this committee, senators from both parties, to secure our nation. I want to thank the former Senator from Minnesota, Norm Coleman, for his mentorship and friendship in this process. And the incoming National Security Advisor, Congressman, and more importantly for our purposes, Colonel Mike Waltz for his powerful words. I'm grateful to them both. Thank you to my incredible wife, Jennifer.
Thanks, Boo.
Who has changed my life and been with me throughout this entire process.
Through all the essays.
I love
I
you,
don't care
sweetheart,
about this shit.
and I thank
What?
God
Why
for
is this
you.
relevant? How is this relevant?
And as Jenny and
How
I
is this
pray
fucking
together
relevant?
every
You
morning,
fucking moron.
all glory,
He's gonna
regardless
obfuscate.
of the outcome, belongs to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
I bet so.
His grace and mercy abounds each
How is
day.
Jesus relevant
May
whatsoever?
his will be done.
God, I want to put this fucking
He's gonna
cigarette out in his
he's gonna pray the
goddamn
gay
eye.
away, and he's gonna pray the military away. He's like, oh, we don't need
These
a
people are
military.
fucking children, man. These people are fucking clowns. Why do we have fucking clowns running everything? Everything.
It is crazy.
Thank
This
you to
guy,
my father, Brian.
like, I shit thoughts like this, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
Fuck.
Hi, wifey. I know, it's fucking stupid.
And Mother Penny, as well as
yeah,
our
it's
entire
like- it's
family,
a joke, dude.
including our
Yeah.
7 wonderful kids,
Jesus Christ.
Gunner, Jackson,
Don't give a fuck about your
Peter
kids.
Boone,
Right.
Kensington, Luke, Rex. Sorry, it's a lot of them. And Gwendolyn.
Oh my.
Their future safety and security is in all of our hands.
Oh yeah.
And to all the troops and veterans
Don't
watching
give a fuck.
and here
He doesn't wash his hands. I was gonna preface when he talks about hands, like, don't shake it. He doesn't wash it.
in the Navy SEALs, Green Berets,
Uh.
soldiers, pilots, sailors, Marines, Gold Stars, and more. Too many friends to name. Officers, enlisted, black and white, young and old, men and women, all Americans, all warriors.
All warriors.
This hearing is for you.
Is it? Tell me
Thank
about
you
it.
for figuratively and literally having my back.
Uh-oh. Heckler.
Yeah. Well, you could have voted for, bro.
Uh-oh.
Not only that, you are as Christian Scientists. And support the war in Gaza by the Zionists.
You're a Christian Zionist.
I want to thank the authorities for their
Yes.
swift reaction to that outburst and state that
Of course you
similar,
would do, because
interruptions will be treated in like manner. Mr. Hegseth, you may continue.
Well, as I'll say again, thank you for figuratively and literally having my back. I pledge to do the same for all of you.
your emotions.
I know.
It's an honor to come before this committee today as President Donald Trump's nominee for the office of Secretary of Defense. 2 months ago, 77 million Americans gave President Trump a powerful mandate for change, to put America first, at home and abroad. I want to thank President Trump for his faith in me and his selfless leadership for our republic.
Because I suck
The
his
troops have no better commander-in-chief than Donald Trump.
dick. I bet.
As I've said to many of you in private meetings, when President Trump chose me for this position, the primary charge he gave me was to bring the warrior culture back to the Department of Defense. He, like me, wants a Pentagon laser-focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability,
He's like, this
and
motherfucker's talking
readiness.
all
guy-
this shit.
It's so
Oh,
much
wait,
shit.
hold on. We got another outburst.
Ed
And
reads.
readiness.
Yes.
Well, we got to go back in a minute, but yeah, it's just funny. He's just pissed. This guy's just like, fuck you, dude. I know everything you're saying is bullshit.
He said, and then nothing was. Nothing. Nothing.
He had to love his family. He
I
had
mean, I
to
guess
love
that
God,
might be coming up, but
and then they had to fucking suck
Yeah.
Trump's dick. That's what he's gotten to so far.
Wants a
Everybody loves their
Pentagon
family.
Laser
Everybody-
focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability, and readiness.
I can't really hear what you're saying.
Yep. Unfortunately. And they just wave everything these people say
continue,
away because they're
Yeah.
crazy.
Returning the Pentagon back to warfighting, that's it. That's my job.
Mr. Hegseth, suspend your
War-fighting?
remarks. Let me just say this. The Capitol Police are going to remove immediately individuals that are disrupting the hearing. I see a pattern attempted to be inflicted on the committee, and we're simply not going to tolerate that. You may proceed.
You may proceed.
To bring back warfighting, if confirmed, I'm going to work with President Trump and this committee to, one, restore the warrior ethos to the Pentagon and throughout our fighting force. In doing so, we will reestablish trust in our military, addressing the recruiting crisis.
Honestly,
know
who doesn't even trust the military? Like, we have the biggest, baddest military in the fucking world. Who doesn't trust these motherfuckers to win a war?
Like, prove that the warrior ethos is gone. Like,
that
first
too.
Of all, like,
Yeah.
don't fucking offer solutions for problems that don't fucking exist.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying, like, people, like, will reinforce trust in our military. Like, who the fuck doesn't trust our military to win any conflict we in?
Fuck. All of our military, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
that's my point. It's
look
like,
at our fucking Navy. And, like, nobody's coming over here. Nobody.
You
Nobody
can't.
is
I know.
ever going to fucking... Yeah. It's,
I'm just saying, like,
exactly.
I'm just saying the idea of that you have to reinforce trust in our military is just, it's asinine to me. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck do
It's
you
a-
mean?
It's a joke. Yeah.
It is. It's like,
It's just fucking retards. They're like, oh, it's woke. It's woke. We're not going to be rich. Like, bro, we have fucking $900 billion a year. And, but, you know, it's just...
Yeah.
Like, what do you think that these people are just gonna let? They're gonna be dancing on their fucking ships, like fucking.
They're having gay,
fucking
they're
village
having gay
people or
sailor
some
moments.
shit. When. Yeah, like no.
They're like if
all hyperbole.
They're like, if Godzilla were to show up in real life, we're not ready, guys. Like, okay, my guy. like, yeah, we're not ready for Godzilla. You're right, but we're China. Yeah, we'll fuck them up. You know, Russia. Yeah, we'll fuck them up. Anybody else, we'll fuck them up. But yeah, we're not ready for King Kong, Godzilla, and Mothma, and all these fucking people. No, you're right.
I wonder if we could literally take on the world.
I know, it's crazy. I know. This is nuts to me.
Crisis in our ranks.
Get the fuck out.
Members of the security force will remove members.
When it keeps happening over and over,
Yeah, everybody hates you, man.
Don't you fucking think that maybe you're the bad guy?
Yeah.
Like, everybody's trying to shut you the fuck up. Maybe you're the bad guy.
Mr. Hegseth, you may
proceed.
The strength of our military is our unity and our shared purpose, not our differences. Number two, we're going to rebuild our military, always matching threats to capabilities. This includes reviving our defense industrial base, reforming the acquisitions process. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, no more valley of death for new defense companies, modernizing our nuclear triad, ensuring the Pentagon can pass an audit, and
It sounded like he said he was going to do the triple triad. He's a Final Fantasy fan.
rapidly fielding emerging technologies. And number three, we're going to reestablish deterrence. First and foremost, we will defend our homeland, our
what?
borders, and our skies.
From what?
Second, we will work with our partners and allies to deter.
As you're trying to take over their fucking sovereign nations, we're going to work with our allies. Okay. We're trying to take over Greenland and Panama.
Exactly. And then,
right?
like,
we're literally trying to
my
attack our
God.
allies.
I
as
fucking hate this guy.
It's so stupid.
Ah.
It's such bullshit. That's the thing. It's just, again, everything they say contradicts. Like, did people forget, like, 20 minutes ago we had these other issues that he said, these people said, you know, like, nope. We just remember the last thing you say, not everything you said. That's what's stupid about it.
They're all fucking brain dead robots. Just kitty cat.
He keeps rubbing on me because he wants me to pet him, but he doesn't want me to hold him. He's like, no, just let me on the
aggression
ground.
in the Indo-Pacific from the Communist Chinese.
Look at.
And finally, we will responsibly end wars to ensure that we prioritize our resources to reorient to larger threats. We can no longer count on reputational deterrence. We need
Is he implying that America doesn't have a reputation to we'll fuck you up if we want to? Like, I'm just saying, like when they say these things, like, do you think that people aren't afraid of America's military? Like, nobody fucks with us. Nobody's attacked America since 1812. There's a fucking reason why. You know, like
Pearl Harbor. That's it.
Yeah, true. I guess I forgot about Pearl Harbor. But even then, those are like terrorist attacks.
Oh,
in a
these guys are
sense.
such fucking idiots.
It is
Yeah.
silly.
Real
They're all
deterrence.
fucking retards. We need to fucking
The
cleanse
Department of Defense under
retards.
Donald Trump will achieve peace through strength. And in pursuing these America First national security goals, will remain patriotically apolitical and stridently constitutional. Unlike the current administration, politics should play no part in military matters. We are not Republicans. We are not Democrats. We are American warriors. Our standards will be high, and they will be equal.
So if you're having a problem with military people already, you think that having like the super duper standards where they don't let more people in is gonna add more people to the military?
This guy's literally contradicting everything that he said in the past.
Yeah. It is. It's just crazy.
Not equitable.
And he's just going to frame
That's a very
it a
different
certain way.
word.
You know, that's it.
Well,
We need to make sure every warrior is fully qualified on their assigned weapon system, every pilot's fully qualified and current on the aircraft they are flying, and every
How do you know
general
they
or
aren't?
flag
That's what
officer
I'm
is
thinking.
selected for leadership.
Like, do you think they just allow like random people to fucking fly their fucking F-150? You know, that's like, hey, Sally, hey, you're gay, right? Can you fly this plane? No. Well, just hop in and do it, please. Come on now, because you're
Give
gay.
it a try.
You're gay, right? That's
Yeah.
why, right? That's the reason why. That's what these people think. Just because you're gay and whatever, they just let people just fly planes or fucking. Hey, you ever fucking been on a fucking big ass boat? No. All right, you're gonna be the fucking Navy commander now. Okay, just go for it. Just cause. It's so crazy. Like that's what people have to. I'm assuming that's what people think.
Leadership or promotion
Right.
purely based on performance, readiness, and merit. Leaders at all levels will be held accountable, and warfighting and lethality and the readiness of the troops and their families will be our only focus. This has been my focus ever since I first put on the uniform as a young Army ROTC cadet at Princeton University in 2001. I joined the military because I love my country and felt an obligation to defend it. I served with incredible Americans in Guantanamo Bay,
Where
in
they torture
Iraq,
people.
in Afghanistan, and on the streets of Washington, D.C.
Because he's
many of
pro-torture,
which
remember?
are with me here today.
Yeah.
This includes enlisted soldiers I helped become American citizens, and Muslim allies I helped immigrate from Iraq and Afghanistan. Because when I took off
Oh,
the
he's
uniform,
like, what, me?
my mission never stopped.
He's shooting himself in the head.
Now, it is true and has been acknowledged that I don't have a similar biography to defense secretaries of the last 30 years. But as President Trump also told me, we've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials, whether they are retired generals, academics, or defense contractor executives. And where has it gotten us?
So we're
He
gonna
believes-
pick a Fox News anchor. You trust the guys in the former generals? No. Do you trust the military contractors? No. Do you trust the guy that works for Fox News? Absolutely fucking right, I do. That's fucking crazy, man. Just listen to what these people are saying. It's fucking nuts to me.
This guy's
And I
got
humbly
nothing of
agree.
substance to say. It's just
Right now, yeah, it's all
virtue
feels.
signaling.
It's all. I was in the military. Like, okay. Well, apparently, while you were in the military, you got SA charges. So, what the fuck you mean?
Dude, this guy's so trash.
He is.
Just fucking retard. Dude, why does everybody have to be fucking retarded?
That's the way it be sometimes.
That it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives.
Except for
My
Trump's.
only special interest is the warfighter. Deterring wars, and if called upon, winning wars by ensuring our warriors never enter a fair fight. We let them win, and we bring them home. Like many of my generation, I've been there. I've led troops in combat. I've been on patrol for days. I've pulled a trigger down range, heard bullets whiz by, flex-cuffed insurgents, called in close air support, led medevacs, dodged IEDs, pulled out dead bodies.
Is that what you call fucking chicks? Pull out dead bodies. Oh. Just saying, because you're fucking SA dude. It was his own. It was your own people. That's what the guy said. It wasn't a news reporter. It was your own fucking army of military people that fucking called you out, being a piece of shit.
Yep.
Like I said, how we forgot about that statement 20 minutes ago.
And knelt before a battlefield cross. This is not academic for me. This is my life. I led then.
It was your life.
And I will lead now. Ask anyone who's ever worked for me or with me. I know what I don't know. My success as a leader, and I very much look forward to discussing my organization's successes at Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done.
Except you lost
But
money
my
all the
success
time.
as a leader has always been setting a clear vision, hiring people smarter and more capable than me, empowering them to succeed, holding everyone accountable, and driving toward clear metrics. Build the plan, work the plan, and then work harder than everyone else around you. I've sworn an oath to the Constitution before, and if confirmed, I will proudly do it again. This time, for the most important deployment of my life. I pledge to be a faithful partner to this committee, taking input and respecting oversight. We share the same goals: a ready, lethal military, the health and well-being of our troops, and a strong and secure America. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hegseth. Before we begin with member questions, I would like to remind my colleagues that, consistent with the bipartisan staff agreement from December, and in concert with exactly how this committee dealt with the last Secretary of Defense nominee, each member will be recognized for one round of 7 minutes to question the nominee. Out of respect for the time of all members of this committee, the time limits will be tightly enforced. We've now been here 45 minutes, and I think we've done very well with the time. But at this point, I will begin my questioning
stroking oneself.
of the nominee. Mr. Hegseth, you and your family have endured criticism of your nomination since it was announced in November. Let's get into this allegation about sexual assault, inappropriate workplace behavior, alcohol abuse, and financial mismanagement during your time as a nonprofit executive. I should note that the majority of these have come from anonymous sources in liberal media publications. But I want to give you an opportunity to respond to these allegations, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. You are correct. We undertook this responsibility with an obligation to the troops to do right by them for our warfighters. And what became very evident to us from the beginning, there was a coordinated smear campaign orchestrated in the media against us. That was clear from moment one.
That's Trump's plan. Everybody's against me. Everybody.
Yep.
It's never my fault. Everybody else's fault. I promise you. Just look the other way.
Yep.
What we knew is that it wasn't about me. Most of it was about President Donald Trump, who's had to endure the very same thing for much longer amounts of time. And he endured it in incredibly strong ways. So we, in some ways, knew it was coming. We didn't understand the depth of the dishonesty that would come with it. So from story after story in the media, left-wing media, we saw anonymous source after anonymous source based on second or third-hand accounts.
Probably
And
'cause they don't
time
want
and
to be
time
fucking
again,
murdered,
stories would
bro.
come
Huh?
They don't want to be fucking murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course they're gonna be anonymous.
That's kind of the point. It's funny again because they
Like-
say they love whistleblowers except for when it's against them, then they hate whistleblowers. It's always a hypocrisy. That's what I hate the most. So it's like, you know, if the whistleblower is talking shit about Hillary Clinton or whoever, they fucking love them. But now it's against them. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
how do we know? All of a sudden, their skeptical, reasonable mind just, works all of a sudden. It's funny, like, oh,
Yeah.
it is in there. You just don't use it. You learn to turn it on and off when you want to, but it's there.
Exactly, dude. Fuck.
It's so funny.
out, and people would reach out to me and say, I've spoken to this reporter about who you really are,
guys
and I
only
was
care
willing to
about
go on the
themselves.
record.
For sure.
But they didn't print my quote. They didn't print any of my quotes. Or I've worked with you for 10 years, or I was your accountant, or I was your chief operating officer, or I was your board member, or I was with you on 100 different tour stops for Concerned Veterans for America. No one called me. No one asked about your conduct on the record or off the record. Instead, a small handful of anonymous sources were allowed to drive a smear campaign, an agenda about me, because our left-wing media in America today, sadly, doesn't care about the truth. All they were out to do, Mr. Chairman,
Not even.
was to destroy me.
No alibis.
And why do they want to destroy me?
alibis.
Because I'm
Never.
a change agent and a threat to them, because Donald Trump was willing to choose me to empower me
Why are you a threat
to
to
bring the
them?
Defense Department back to what it really should be, which is warfighting. So I'm willing to endure these
Warfighting.
attacks.
Why are we trying to be
But what I
warfighters?
will do is stand up for the truth
Warfighting.
and for my reputation.
I know. Why is he
False attacks,
even?
anonymous.
Yeah, dude.
Like I said, we're supposed to be the Department of Defense. You're supposed to defend things, not be a war attacker, right?
Fucking force.
I know. I'm just saying, like people, like I said, all these people said that sending Ukraine military aid would cause World War III, but they're cool with people saying that they want the military to always be ready to be war machines and shit. It's like, think about it, man. You're fucking literally saying the opposite of what you're saying before. Ugh, so sad.
Attacks,
So gross, yep.
repeated ad nauseum, printed as nauseum, as facts. We have provided to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I know you're going to share, on-the-record statement after on-the-record
guys are
statement from
experts
people
in
who have
denial.
served with me,
Experts.
worked with me
Always.
at Fox News, Concerned Vets, Vets for Freedom, you name it, from the top of the chain to the bottom, who will say, I treat them with respect, with kindness, with dignity. That's men, that's women, that's black, that's white, that's every background. I have prided myself as a
What about-
leader.
What about what?
See, like, purposely doesn't mention, LGBT folks because he doesn't want to be fucking,
Yep.
you know.
Well, because he's a Christian, he's a Christian nationalist, so yeah, of course. He hates those people.
Yeah.
Respecting people, being professional. That is the balance of mine. I'm not a perfect person, as has been acknowledged. Saved by the grace of God, by Jesus and Jenny. I'm not a perfect person, but redemption is real. And God forged me in ways that I know I'm prepared for. And I'm honored by the people standing and sitting behind me, and look forward to leading this Pentagon on behalf of the warfighters.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. And frankly, I'm sure there are millions of Americans watching who would agree that they've experienced that same sort of redemption. So I do appreciate that. I realize that it involves a little bearing of the soul, but thank you for
Bearing
that.
of
Now
the
let's talk
soul.
about top-line defense spending. I have a plan. I think you've read it. I've issued another plan, Freedom's Forge, which you've also had a chance to look at. And you have noted correctly that the current trend line of defense spending falling below 3% of our GDP is a threat to national security. You also said building the strongest and most powerful military in the world must be done responsibly, but it cannot be done on the cheap. You still agree with that, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
So they just admit it's going to be expensive as fuck. So again, all these things about balancing the budget, they're all just bullshit and lies, right?
Yep.
That's how he said-
Just like a dogmatic fucking adherence to this arbitrary.
It's just every election
numbers.
every election they'll say they'll balance the budget and get people to believe them, and then every time they're in power they don't, and then it's just a repeat cycle.
Yep.
So it's something about
Yep,
fucking Reagan.
that's
Reagan
Republicans.
Reagan tripled the fucking national debt all by himself. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Fucking people are. Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, it was Clinton who had the surplus. So it was actually the Dems that actually balanced the budget, and it was the Republicans overspending. And somehow people have been duped to think that Dems spend all the money and Republicans don't. How? How does that make sense?
Good intentions versus solutions. Like these guys are just. They're all about virtue signaling. They're not about solutions. They're
True.
not about discussing all the facts. They're just in it for themselves. That's it. Like this guy's just there to fucking promote himself and advance to a higher fucking social status. This guy doesn't give a fuck about anything.
No, not for real.
So tell us what you think about, particularly about my plan to make the Defense Department less bureaucratic, less top-heavy, cut out some of the bureaucracy and layers, make it more.
Again, did we just talk about him having underlings that are going to be the bureaucrats? Like,
yep.
So I'm saying.
Yep.
So when he's talking about, I'm going to get rid of. So you're going to get rid of the people that are against what you want, and you're only going to put in yes men for what he and Trump want. That basically is what you're saying. So
he was asking him like, isn't he asking him a question like, how are you going to be doing this?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but like the idea of him saying like he'll know because this is his plan. He says, "What do you think of my plan?"
Okay.
So this is his plan that he wants to have him implement, which he probably will because they're probably both pro-Trump people, whatever.
Yep.
Friendly to startups and to new ideas, contained in my 20 or so page white paper, Defending Freedom's Forge.
Senator, I've had a chance to review the Forged Act, that paper. Those are precisely the kinds of ideas that need to be pursued. And I look forward to working with this committee to ensure we cut the red tape, we incentivize innovation, we rebuild the defense industrial base, cut out the bureaucracy, all the things that are preventing.
So, like, how many people have gone into these positions says they're going to cut out the bureaucracy, cut out everything, and they don't? Like, maybe it's just, it's literally ran the way it is because that's about as effective and efficient we can do with that size of military / what government in general, like,
right.
Like,
of course.
like I said, there's like 3.5 million fucking workers, dude, in the military. It's a lot of fucking money, a lot of fucking everything, like. You're going to make, what, like 8 people run that many people? That's not good. You're not going to be efficient.
Mm-hmm.
The platforms and the tools from getting rapidly from our great defense companies here that should, and those that want to compete, into the hands of warfighters. But past his prologue on this, sir, and I would just look at what President Trump did after the drawdowns of lead from behind under President Obama. President Trump rebuilt our military. He didn't start wars, he ended them. And he didn't allow wars to start on his watch.
I bet.
We've had the same kind of defense cuts under the Biden administration.
Why do they ever talk about, he had like the record high drone strikes and shit like that, the Moab bomb? Like, how do you, like, he did do things. Like, he wasn't a saint. They act like literally nothing happened under his 4-year watch. Except, like I said, we literally dropped the biggest bomb in the world. Why do we do that if we weren't in a war or fighting somebody, right?
Where did we drop the bomb?
In Afghanistan. And again, he didn't pull us out of Afghanistan. Technically, it was Biden. So, again.
Yep.
So somehow people.
Wonder how much.
How much what?
I wonder how much money we've saved since we've fucking left Afghanistan.
Hold on. I think we were spending like $1 trillion a year. So hold on. How much money did U.S. spend on Afghanistan war? We spent about $300 million a day for 20 years.
Okay, so how much is that? Okay.
$300 million a day. It said so the whole time we spent $2.3 trillion. in 20 years. So whatever that is, like $2 billion a year, maybe.
I think it's about $100 billion a year. I think something like that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably 230 billion dollars a year.
Yeah, that's big. I don't know. Like that's a big fucking cost reduction. And then there's like, like pulling the troops out of there so they're not in fucking danger, and then like letting the country fucking, control its own force, because you cannot go in as a like liberating force and
If the
be
people
viewed
don't want
as
it,
a liberating force.
you
Yeah,
can if the people
they're
want
gonna-
it, but the people don't want it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, like these countries need to fucking figure their own shit out. Like, it's just what it is.
Yeah, they want to be primitive savages throwing gay people out the fucking roast. I suppose they can. It's not my job. To
Ideology doesn't just change. Like you can't just like.
Well, not
force
not
shit on
militarily. That's the whole thing. If you make people do
Yeah.
stuff out of fear, they're not going to agree with you. They just do it because of fear. So like, AKA when you leave, like when we left, they go back to the normal shit because now they don't have nothing to fear.
Yep.
Administration. And so, look, I would present to the committee the reputation of President Donald Trump and me coming alongside him to ensure we have peace through strength by rebuilding our military, investing as necessary. Going under 3%, Mr. Chairman, is very dangerous.
Okay, we got 45 seconds. Tell us, in that point, get us started at least talking about deterring China in the Indo-Pacific.
It starts with priorities. The 2017 National Defense Strategy was the first step in reorienting away from simply entanglement in the Middle East, which our generation knows a lot about, and reorienting the behemoth that is the Pentagon toward new priorities, specifically the Indo-Pacific. So that strategy has started and was barely followed through on under the Biden administration. So we're going to start by ensuring the institution understands that as far as threats abroad, the CCP is front and center, also obviously defending our homeland as well.
Is he trying to like openly say that they want to eventually have a war with China?
I think it's
or
well,
or at least Taiwan shit, I guess maybe.
It's all like geopolitical shit, right? Like, so
definitely
we put fucking pieces there so they don't take, territories that are nearby. Yeah, in Taiwan. Yeah. Well, how big of a deal would I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Taiwan has the chips.
I don't know.
That's why we care.
Taiwan is very wealthy, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
But I don't know. It's just like I said. It's crazy because they're all like they keep saying they don't want wars and shit and all these things, but they're already planning. I'm like, we're gonna probably have a conflict with these people over here, so let's just put military people over there just in case. Like they're already planning for the next war plan. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Thank you very much, Senator Reed. You're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I would like to make three
Here
requests.
we go.
Mm-hmm.
First, many of my members would like a second round. That has been the custom. Senator Hagel was afforded 3 rounds. Senator Ash Carter, 2 rounds. And that was done by a Republican chairman with the consent and the appropriate guidance of Democrats. I must say, too, my recollection is I've never denied anyone the opportunity to ask the second round of questions as I chaired. I would request the second round.
Mm-hmm. Let them cook, motherfucker.
And my time is running. I think these are administrative.
Oh, yeah, you're using your time. No, if the timekeeper will pause the time. I must say, I think we're going to have adequate time for questioning, and I know Democrat members have coordinated their questions as much as we have, and we are following the same exact precedent on all things that we did with Secretary Austin. So
bullshit.
I respectfully understand what you're saying, but I think we have an agreement. It's been known for quite some time, and I intend to stick with that agreement which we made last December. What is your second request?
Second, as been publicly reported, you and I have both seen the FBI background investigation of Mr. Hegseth. And I want to state for the record, I believe the investigation was insufficient, frankly. There are still FBI obligations to talk to people. They have not had access to the forensic audit, which I referenced to, and the person who had access to was quite critical of Mr. Hegseth. And I think people on both sides have suggested that they get the report. I know your colleagues have asked for it. Senator Thune assured me personally that he thought it was an appropriate idea. So I would ask, and I would say too, as a precedent, one of President Trump's appointees had similar, very complicated personal issues. The report was made available to all the members of the committee. We would be following precedent. I ask that that be made possible.
Again, we are, there's been much discussion about this, and what I intend to do is follow the exact precedent that we've had for the last two hearings with regard to secretaries of defense. Not only Secretary Austin, but Secretary Mattis 8 years ago. And that was for the chair and the ranking member to see the report. And so that is my intention as chair of this committee.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I have several letters that I would include for the record. One from Count Every Hero, which is an organization of retired four-star generals and former secretaries of defense that is critical of the proposed purge panels. One from an organization for domestic violence. One for a Council on American Relations. And also, several letters that raise questions. I would ask they be submitted for the record.
Without objection, they will be submitted. And Mr. Reed, your time has now expired. Just kidding. Yeah. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. You're a very understanding chairman. I like that. I like that. Ms. Hegseth,
that's his last olive branch.
Written in its quote, "Oh yeah, fire any general who hasn't carried water for Obama and Biden's extra constitution and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over." It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line, "Clean house," reminiscent of your specific comment, states, and I quote, "With the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal officers such as yourself, we will certainly be putting your name into the list of those personnel to be removed. We know you support the woke DEI policies and will ensure you never again influence anyone in the future. You and the redacted spouse's name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement," end quote. Now,
dude, what a piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, because you don't think the way we think, we're going to fire you.
Yep.
It's so crazy.
This guy's such a fucking turd.
And it's just like, didn't the guy just a little bit ago again love having fucking bipartisanship, right? Wasn't that just a big talking point like a little bit ago?
Yep.
And now,
exactly. That's
I'm just saying, like, do people actually like just listen to the things they say and do? Because, like I said, they say the thing that you want to hear, but yet they do the thing they fucking do. It's always the opposite. They never line up one for one.
Never.
So fucking crazy.
I want to remind everyone that these policies that are being referred to date back decades, to the 1940s and 50s, with respect to racial discrimination particularly, and administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and their first party, caused those policies to be enforced. Mr. Hegseth, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability.
This is what I'm talking about. Why couldn't you just say yes or no and then say accountability?
Yep.
Like this is the only thing I read. It's like when you're asked a yes or no question, he never answers one of them because this is like the thing. Like, What was the answer? What did you do it? Well, it's some other bullshit. Like, no. The question was, did you know about the emails? Did you send them?
Yeah.
Which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
Thank you, Jack.
Certainly, I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts, but there's been no accountability for the disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And that's precisely why we're here today.
Excuse me.
Is that leadership
dude.
has been unwilling to take accountability. It's the time to restore that to our most senior ranks.
You've written publicly that DI policy is a distraction and have military personnel walking on eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and claiming that they'll lose their pension will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator, you mentioned the 40s and 50s, and you're precisely right.
I love this guy.
The military was a forerunner.
I'm gonna do one of these days here. We're gonna do a deep dive into Jack Reed's fucking political history. 'Cause now I want to know this motherfucker, dude. Like, he's cooking with gasoline, bro. I'm telling you, because he comes with the facts. Like, bro, it's just great. He's like, hey, dude, this email, like, hey, this is your book, right? Hey, this is your phone call, right? Like, it's all about him, like. How you gonna wiggle out of this? Because this is your bullshit you fucking claim. I love it. I love this guy.
Holding his feet to the fire.
And courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells, not putting meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're having this conversation.
All of your public comments don't talk about meritocracy. They talk about liberal democratic efforts that are destroying the military, that those people are our enemies. That's not meritocracy. That's a political view. And your goal, as I see emerging, is to politicize the military in favor of your particular positions, which you've outlined extensively, which would be the worst blow to the professionalism of the United States military and would undercut readiness, undercut retention, because I can see officers receiving these emails beginning to wonder very seriously if they should continue. Let me change subject for a moment here.
I got some other bullshit you said.
You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals. In at least 2 of these cases, the military personnel who served in combat with these convicted service members were not supportive of the pardons. They did their duty as soldiers to report war crimes. Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is not right. So what's the response to your service members who personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat directly and had to make very difficult decisions, I've thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld, there was prosecutorial misconduct, and as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter, to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers and air-conditioned officers.
Excuse me.
I've been watching it for the last like 2 seconds.
I'm proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military?
Who did it?
Who were the court martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they
What was
were
it?
actually acquitted,
In
but
some
charges
cases,
lingered.
yes.
Regardless of where those
Some were
convening
convicted.
authorities
Where-
were, yes,
where-
sir.
where were
Some
they?
were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted.
True.
But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG-off is?
I don't think I need to, sir,
Why not?
because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. Their promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Thank you, Senator Reed.
Interesting.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Senator Fisher.
Oh, you happen to people
Hell
call you
yeah.
people call you a JAG officer. Oh, I wonder why. That's great.
Well, jag off? Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's like a
JAG
sounds like a
officer.
pejorative for. No, I thought it was jag off, as in like one that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like a pejorative.
yeah. It's just fucking. I don't. It probably stands for something, obviously, but. It's
Well,
just-
well, no, jag off. It's like a slur against like a jag officer that prioritizes his
Yeah.
own personal gain over. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what
Yep.
it is. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's funny that your own it's your own people. That's why I love that question. Like, oh, was it a bureaucrats and was it these people that convicted those people? Oh no, it was your own marshal people, like your own person, the military fucking courts. It was your own people that fucking called you guys out, not fucking.
Thank you, Mr.
Liberals or
Chairman,
whoever,
and
you know.
welcome, Mr. Hegseth,
Yep.
to you and to your family. Thank you for the meeting that we had. We talked about a number of things. First and foremost was that nuclear weapons are foundational to our national defense.
No shit.
And having a safe, effective, and credible nuclear deterrent underpins our alliances, and as you know, it deters our adversaries. Nuclear deterrence has been, and you and I believe, agreed on this, it must continue to be unequivocally the highest priority mission of the Department of Defense. But deterrence only works if our adversaries believe our nuclear forces are effective.
Look how because somebody that's nice to him. Look at his smile.
Yeah.
Like,
yep,
oh,
yep,
thank you. I
yep.
get someone to suck my dick again. Nice.
It's like only one guy isn't sucking his dick. That's the fucking worst part.
Well, I think now there's gonna be other Dems now asking questions, but yeah.
Yeah. What happens
Effective
here?
and
She
credible.
gets her.
All three legs of our triad are undergoing that generational recapitalization programs, and we cannot afford any more delays in those programs. Sir, do you believe and agree with President Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review that preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States?
Senator, yes.
That's a stupid fucking question, honestly. Like, who's gonna say that nukes aren't the most important fucking thing in the world? Right? Like,
Wait, what? Wait.
I'm saying,
Who
like,
isn't going to say that?
yeah, like, who? Yeah, I'm saying, like, which is like, would you say that nuclear shit is the most important thing in the military?
That's
Like,
basic shit. That's a basic. Like you can fucking find any like 15-year-old and they'll be
that's
like,
what
yeah,
I'm saying.
I mean,
Like, that's
pretty
what I'm
important.
saying. It's the stupidest fucking question because who the fuck's gonna say no to that question? Nobody.
that's-
Like,
yep.
you know. And also, it's ironic because
Elementary.
Trump's the fucking guy that went to North Korea and saluted their troops, right? and they're the ones that are like almost about to have nuclear weapons, right? And they're talking about it's a big issue, but like one of our adversaries is the guy that he went to go see and do all this dumb shit with. You know, it's just funny. People forget how stupid it is.
I do.
If confirmed, will you commit to supporting all three legs of the nuclear triad and to using every tool available to
Of
deliver
course,
these
lady.
systems on schedule?
Senator, yes, I do, because ultimately,
everybody
our
would, sir.
deterrence, our
You know?
survival is reliant upon the
Right.
capability,
So I'm saying these are
the
stupid fucking
perception,
questions. Like,
and the reality of the capability of our nuclear triad.
Oh.
We have to invest in its modernization for the defense of our nation.
While former secretaries of defense have stated that nuclear deterrence is the highest priority, we haven't really seen that translated into budget requests or using the tools like the Defense Production Act. You've spoken about increasing lethality. You've spoken about getting programs done faster.
is she gonna say that she wants to like up the our nuclear?
We don't need more nukes, dude. Like what?
I feel like this is what this line of questioning is going to. I'm just predicting.
Right.
It just
Like they
seems
just
like
want
it.
like what better nukes to fucking I don't know.
They want to
fucking
put nukes on the fucking whatever they're called, satellites and shit, and drop them on people. I don't fucking know.
How would you actually implement a culture change so that we can see these delivery schedules move forward, be rewarded? I can tell you in most every briefing we have, the schedules we're on are too late. So what would you do?
Well, ultimately focused first on the things that are most important, as we have discussed, Senator, the nuclear triad, understanding whether it's the B-21 or the Minuteman to the Sentinel, all aspects of the Columbia-class submarines, ballistic missiles. What are the priorities that need to be focused on and ensure that in those particular cases, you mentioned it, Senator, the Defense Production Act, emergency powers. If we're at a place where our nuclear capabilities are perceived to not be what they are, that is an emergency. And we have an ally in our incoming commander-in-chief in President Donald.
Again, who thinks that America doesn't have a fuck ton of nukes? You know, like,
dude.
Because like I'm saying, like these people make it sound like people think around the world think that we're like our supply is diminishing and that this and this. It's like, but like really, I bet you ask any single person in the fucking world, do you think America has the most nukes, the most best powerful nukes? I guarantee you, every motherfucking person in the world goes, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like between us and Russia, yeah, we can fucking destroy the planet however many times or what. I don't know what the actual.
I think it's like I think we have 26,000 nukes. They have like 16.
Let me Google it real quick.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's like the last time I think I looked. That's how much it was roughly.
Oh, damn. Russia possesses 5,580 nuclear weapons, while the United States has 5,428.
They got more than us now? Is that what's this?
Russia and the U.S. each have about 1,600 active deployed strategic nuclear warheads. Holy shit.
Yep, there's one submarine off every coast.
So I assume well, let me see. So like this is a question of who has better nukes. Who the fuck knows, right?
Yep.
Let me see here. Okay, well, Google doesn't tell me much. Can deep dive that some other day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these people say they have better or more, but I don't know about better.
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
like ours are probably longer range or stronger, or you know, I wouldn't be surprised. I imagine Russia's shit's still just like left over from fucking Soviet Union days.
Yeah, reading this quickly, Russia's nuclear program started 3 years before ours too. They started in 42. Right. We didn't start till after like 45, like producing warheads, I should say.
Damn.
Roughly there's about 12,100 nuclear bombs in the whole world.
I mean, dude, the Soviet Union was ahead of us for like a lot of shit. Like,
yeah, they just ran out of money. That's all it was.
Yeah.
We crushed their GDP or their fucking economy because our economy is so fucking great. We keep paying for all this shit, and they had to stop.
Yeah, I don't see. I always like someday I'm gonna have to really look into exactly how much Western powers fucking.
Okay, you ready for this?
Kneecap or communism, but
they estimate that we have about 2,800, and they have 2,700 like ready to be disassembled nukes.
Oh, okay.
So they say roughly like they have 1,900 ready. We have like 1,800 ready, like ready for launch.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So,
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, is that about what I saw here?
You were like, oh shit, I lost my spot.
Deployed strategic warheads. Yeah.
That is an emergency. And we have an ally in our incoming commander-in-chief, in President Donald Trump, who has spoken about these things, understands the power and strength of nuclear deterrence, will not allow them
It's the
to be
existential
deprioritized.
threat. It's the existential threat to this nation. How do you
Not climate change at all? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Not
change the, how do you change the culture? It's not just the Production Act that's going to be able to do it. How are you going to move forward faster?
Competition, Senator, is important, critically important. The Death Valley that was talked about, leveraging the innovation of Silicon Valley, which for the first time in generations has shown a willingness, desire, and capability to bring its best technologies to bear at the Pentagon, a Pentagon that has become too insular, tries to block new technologies from coming in. So we have to embrace that, there's some great Office of Strategic Capital, DIU initiatives that provide loans to companies to participate, because you have to invest in the defense industrial base for the longer term projects. We have the capability, the missiles and the munitions, but also to rapidly field emerging technologies that we need on the battlefield right now. So as we learn things, say in the war in Ukraine, those technologies, as we look at threats we're gonna face, find ways to rapidly field those using off-the-shelf technologies or standard designs, modular designs. Another easy one, Senator, that became evident in the process is digital designs. The Pentagon often builds entire systems without first using a digital design, which means you build prototypes and then scrap them and start over again. No private sector business could survive doing business that way. So there's a lot of innovation, and I'm going to hire a lot of smart people already have to help with that.
In the 2025 NDAA, it was established to a new position, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Deterrence, Chemical and Biological Defense Policy and Programs. And that was established so we could cut through a lot of the bureaucratic stovepipes that we see in the office of the Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, will you direct the Department of Defense components to expeditiously implement this reform?
It sounds great. I would want to look directly at exactly what that reform is.
It is
I
great.
take your word that it's great, Senator. I will review it robustly, and I look forward to implementing it.
Okay, thank you. During the first Trump administration, the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review concluded that the U.S. needed to once again develop and deploy a nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile known as SLICM to offset significant Russian and Chinese advantages in theater-range nuclear capabilities. Since then, Congress, on a strong bipartisan basis, has directed the Navy and the National Nuclear Security Administration to continue this effort. Do you support the SLICM program?
As of right now, Senator, based on what I know, I do. But one of my answers I'll have repeatedly throughout this morning is getting an opportunity to look under the hood, classified material, get an understanding of true capabilities vis-a-vis enemy capabilities. Because what we know right now on the nuclear, Senator, what I know on the nuclear side is that Russia and China are rushing to modernize and build arsenals larger than ours. We need to match threats to capabilities, and the systems we elevate will be tied to whether those capabilities are needed based on the adversaries we face.
Would you ensure that this program is executed according to law?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Senator.
What, short here, what is your plan to revitalize the industrial base in this country?
Needs to be real short.
Real short.
Serious investment targeted at systems that we truly need by also incentivizing competition and laser focus from the OSD, from the Office of Secretary of Defense, to all the particular strategic initiatives to revive them so it's not just one system, it's multiple systems.
You may want to expand on that on the record. At this point, my colleagues, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter organized by a group called Flag Officers for America, which has 120 retired generals and admirals offering their support for Mr. Hegseth's nomination. I ask unanimous consent. Without objection, it is entered into the record. Senator Shaheen.
Good morning, Mr. Hegseth.
Good morning, Senator.
I was pleased when I was contacted on your behalf about meeting before this hearing. I've been on this committee since 2011, and during that time, I voted to confirm 6 nominees to be Secretary of Defense from
Good
3
Lord.
administrations, 2 Democratic and 1 Republican, the first Trump administration. Every one of those nominees met with me and my Democratic colleagues on this committee before the hearing. So, as you can imagine, I was disappointed when no one ever followed up. When we followed up with your office, you were not able to meet. Do you understand that if you're confirmed to be Secretary of Defense, that you will have a responsibility to meet with all members of this committee, not just Republicans?
Senator, I very much appreciate and understand the traditionally bipartisan nature of this committee. Their national defense is not partisan. It should not be about Republicans or Democrats. And so I look forward to working together with you and your colleagues on priorities facing this nation. Yes.
I think we would expect that. And one reason that I wanted to meet with you was because I thought it would be really helpful to better understand your views on women in the military. Because you've made a number of surprising statements about women serving in the military.
Yes.
As recently as November the 7th of 2024 on the Sean Ryan Show,
Nice.
you said, and I quote, "I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective." The quote went on a little longer, but that was the
She's
gist
so
of it.
nervous.
That was before you were nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth, do you know what percentage of our military is comprised of women?
I believe it's 18 to 20%, Senator.
It's almost 18%. And in fact, DOD's 2023 demographic report indicated that there are more women serving now, and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing contributions across all aspects of
but not on the combat field.
Book, The War on Warriors.
For sure, dude. Like I said, just not on the combat field, right? You just said everywhere, but he didn't say, they can make it on the combat field or anything. He didn't answer.
They gotta be grunts or whatever.
Yeah. You just be the nurses and the fucking cooks and the fucking cleaners of the military, like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
With the chapter, "The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors," that, quote, "Not only are women comparatively less effective than men in combat roles, but they are more likely to be objectified by the enemy and their own nation in the moral realms of war." Mr. Hegseth, should we take it to believe that you believe that the 2 women on this committee who have served honorably and with distinction made our military less effective and less capable?
I'm incredibly...
Yeah, tell him, bitch. Like, you gonna tell it to my face that these bitches didn't fucking matter? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's basically what you're saying.
Incredibly grateful for the 2 women who've served our military in uniform.
Why are you grateful?
In the Central Intelligence Agency, contributions on the battlefield.
Yeah,
indispensable
contributions. Intelligence. He's like, you guys can work on intelligent things and stuff, but you can't fight in the fucking lines. You can't actually grab the guns and go, blow shit up or whatever. Like, that's his whole idea. Women could be intelligence, they could be cooks, they could be this, but if it comes to actual combating and actual war shit, nope, you can't be a part of that. That's the whole thing. Just fucking nut up and just admit you're fucking a piece of shit with this. Like, instead of fucking tap dancing around.
Exactly. He won't say it. He won't fucking
just admit I
does.
don't think women should have guns and fight in the front line / anything like that. Just openly say it instead of coming up with your bullshit excuses. He is a coward.
Senator, I would like to clarify.
I'm
talking about that issue.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
It's not about the capabilities of men and women. It's about standards.
Oh, standards.
And this committee has talked a lot about standards. Standards that we, unfortunately, over time, have seen eroded in certain duty positions, certain schools, certain places, which affects readiness, which is what I care about the most. Readiness on the battlefield.
I appreciate that.
And so to my comments point time and time again to standards.
Your statements publicly have not been to that effect. After your nomination, you did state to a group of reporters that you, quote, support all women serving in our military today who do a fantastic job across the globe, including combat. So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks? If on the one hand, you say that women are not competent, they make our military less effective, and on the other hand, you say, oh no, now that I've been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense, I've changed my view on women in the military. What do you have to say to the almost 400,000 women who are serving today about your position on whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us.
Answer the question.
Our unity and our shared purpose is what define us, and you will be treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect.
I'd be yelling at this thing. I would be yelling at this fucking kid.
Dude,
this guy's basically a kid.
My God, dude. Like I said, these people that are
I
asking
can't stand this fucking guy. That's all they do. That's all they do is they tap dance, like you said. That's all they fucking do. Mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Gonna avoid the question and say a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, you're gonna take a minute of time and just word. When people talk about word salad, this is literally what you're talking about. Like, you know what the question was, right? The question was like, hey, did you go to the gym? Well, you know, at first I got my car, and then I fucking drove to the bank, and then I talked to my girlfriend. It's like, bro, you know what? I fucking asked you, did you go to the gym today? I don't give a fuck about the rest of the story. I asked you a direct, simple question. Like, quit fucking going around in circles and all this bullshit that's irrelevant to what we asked you.
Though. He is still wasting our time. He is 100%.
Yeah, 7 minutes of just fucking, and out of the 7 minutes of questioning, he gets to talk for 4 minutes, and it's just word salad to get out of the fucking, to get out of the question.
Superfluous shit.
Yep. So fucking silly.
He has no fucking honor. No fucking.
Well, like I said, you know what? I respect you if you just nut up and fucking said it. I would still think you're a piece of shit, but at least you're an honest piece of shit. You're, you know, like, if he just was like, yeah, I don't think women should be in the front lines and this and this and this because they make our standards lower. You know, like, if you actually were just honest about it versus trying to fucking roundaboutly fucking bullshit his way through this.
Yeah.
And women in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters and headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I appreciate your 11th hour conversion, but Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, for the record.
Yep. Come
Mr.
with the goods.
Hegseth.
This is what it's like arguing online. Here's me coming with the goods. Like, hey, here's my evidence. You want to know evidence? Here's it is. Here's you. Bullshit, 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 my feelings. That's literally what it is. It's like watching an online debate just in politics. So funny.
Will be
massive power.
Are you familiar with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda at the Department of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
This is a law that was signed during President-elect Trump's first term. It was legislation that I sponsored with Republican Senator Capito of West Virginia. It was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, the nominee to be the President-elect's Secretary of State. It was led in the House of Representatives by Kristi Noem, the President-elect's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It mandates that women be included in all aspects of our national security, including conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at the Department of Defense, it has been the law for 8 years under both the Trump and Biden administrations. The DoD has incorporated women throughout its decision-making as a result. Every single combatant commander across 2 administrations has told this committee that this law and its implementation at the Department of Defense provides them a strategic advantage operationally. Based on your comments, it appears that the example that you would like to set, not only for women in this country, but for women across the globe, 50% of the world's population, as the prospective nominee to lead the most combat-credible military in the entire world, is that women should not have an equal opportunity in our military. So will you commit to preserving the Women, Peace, and Security law at DoD and including in your budget the requisite funding to continue to restore and resource these programs throughout the DoD?
Senator, I will commit to reviewing that program and ensuring
The answer is no.
national security priorities,
The answer is
meritocracy,
no.
lethality, and readiness. And if it advances American interests, it's something we would advance. If it doesn't, it's something we would
Well,
look at.
since
That's the whole thing. He
former
reviews it. He
President
has to
Trump
review it.
signed the law, I hope that he agrees with you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. At this point,
Right.
I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 5 letters of support from female service members and combat veterans who support Mr. Hegseth's nomination. These women represent diverse viewpoints, from a retired colonel with over 25 years of service to an active duty Navy surface warfare commander to a senior airman. They support Mr. Hegseth and comment on his focus on merit, warfighting readiness, military training status, and the warrior ethos. So without objection, it will be entered into the record. And now I'm honored to recognize Senator Cotton for 7 minutes.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Hegseth, let's continue on this line of questioning about what's sometimes referred to as women in combat. I think that phrase is something of a misnomer. Many members of this committee have served in combat in the last 25 years, to include women and men. I'm sure all those men served with women, whether they were military police officers or they were pilots or whether they were intelligence analysts or medics or what have you. You served. I assume you served with women who were on the front lines as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were those women anything other than skilled, brave, and honorable in their service?
They were some of the best soldiers I worked with.
So
Senator.
women have been serving in combat for a long time. Women have even been serving in combat units like infantry battalions for a long time in roles like medics or mechanics or what have you. So what we're talking about here specifically is women in ground combat roles in jobs like infantrymen or artillerymen or special forces. Until about 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. Under Secretary Panetta, those roles were opened up to women to serve in. Has President Trump indicated at all that he plans to rescind or alter that guidance?
You're correct to point out, Senator, that these are the decisions that the Commander-in-Chief will have the prerogative to make. He has not indicated to me that he has plans to change whether or not women would have access to these roles. However,
Don't
I
you
would
think you would
point
have
out,
talked to the motherfucker about that a long time ago? If you're the fucking, this is like one of the things you're like, you know, championing as a nominee.
Yep.
Don't you think you would have talked to your fucking boss about that? Don't you think 100% they would have talked about that?
For sure.
There's no possible fucking way they did not talk about that.
I agree. He's about to say however, so I feel like that's what he's gonna be saying in a second. There was a big however. He said all this stuff and he goes, however.
whether or not
And he
women
knows
would
it's
have
gonna
access
change.
to these roles.
We'll see.
However, I would point out, ensuring that standards are equal and high
Always the
is of
standards.
importance to him and great importance to me. Because in those ground
Tell
combat
me these
roles,
women don't meet the standards.
Well, again, we just looked it up. What was like 4 women? So I mean, like, there's not even many women in it because it probably is already a high standard. You know, like the odds of you finding the right woman to do it is probably rare, but there are women that can do it though.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, it might not be a lot, but to not even give them the chance to do it is kind of unfair / fucked up.
Yep.
what is true is that the weight of the ruck on your back doesn't change. The weight of the 155 round that you have to carry doesn't change. The weight of the 240 Bravo machine gun you might have to carry doesn't change. And so whether it's a man or a woman, they have to meet the same high standards. And Senator, in any place where those things have been eroded or in courses, criteria have been changed in order to meet quotas, racial quotas or gender quotas, that is putting a focus on something other than.
I have to know. I don't even think the military has any fucking quotas because I just think that's bullshit. It's a bullshit talking.
It has to be bullshit. Why would they have quotas?
I'm just saying. Does
like
U.S. military have racial quotas? What is this? Okay. Top officials have set diversity quotas for generals and leadership, and they're willing to sacrifice. Okay, who says that's the Heritage Funds? That's right-wing people, of course. That's what they're gonna say. Yeah, because everybody talking about like, where's like an actual like. I can't find anything that's like not right-wing, like the Heritage Fund and shit talking about it. Hold on, this is military website. What did they say? The Army and diversity. The United States Army is not entirely a reflection of American society. It has discriminated over the years against a variety of American citizens that have deemed unfit for service. The most obvious of these categories of unfit service include those who are not physically fit, who are medically incapable, including a wide variety of incapacitating diseases, allergies, and etc., or those determined to be mentally insufficient, both in terms of intelligence and mental illness. They won't even take you if you're too dumb. That's funny. In addition, the Army, guided by Congress and responding to various societal norms over the times, have either prohibited or severely limited service by a wide variety of social and ethnic groups. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, homosexuals, women have various times have been banned from service, allowed in only in small numbers, or allowed in only under special conditions. Yet it is centuries of existence. It is said that gradually the Army has been more and more accommodating to the wider variety of divergent elements of society and has become more reflective of the society it services. It has gone so far to see diversity as a positive matter and greater diversity as a goal that should be encouraged. How the Army has wrestled with incorporating diverse elements of American society in its ranks is thus a matter of continuing interest in the Army, its leadership, and the American people. Here are just a few of the products that the Center of Military History has produced over the years that highlights challenges and obstacles faced by diverse elements of America. Okay, that's not exactly what I was looking for, but okay. But yeah, act like we haven't been fucking stopping people from going to the military or whatever, but we have high standards. I don't see nothing. And this is from the military. This is like the Army website, so I don't see nothing in the Army saying anything they're talking about.
It's literally just some fear shit. I feel like that's all it is. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this guy's on about.
Well, I
don't
just
know what,
because I always hear this talking point of quotas, and I was like, dude, where did they get this talking point of there has to be a quota? Like I said, the only thing I can see for real is the like Heritage Fund and Republican people, but like from actual military people, I don't see nothing.
I feel like it goes back to like some what do they call it? The shit with work. It's like a quota thing. I forgot what it's called. Where people they need to have like a certain amount of certain races or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that was always a thing that the Republicans hated, you know, like, oh man, like you're gonna force people to fucking hire a black person who might be less qualified than a white man, you know, like
always.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody needs a place in society. That's the fucking thing with work, and then it's like,
I mean, there's so many variables. Like I said, people act like race doesn't make a difference, but like I always say, there's grandparents right now that are alive that dealt with Jim Crow. Like literally, they're still alive. They're not dead. You know, like people think
these
it's
guys
so
are like,
long ago. It's like it's not that long ago. Like really.
Yeah, it's not.
Like I said, we have grandparents that know all about fucking Jim Crow.
These guys are applying basically like principles that like aren't really like, you know, like I don't know, like he's going off like old ideas and like.
Well, the idea is that women are weak and they can't do the physical job. That's a man's job. They're going back to primitive fucking like hunter-gatherer men and women ideas.
Yeah.
Basically. That's what's stupid about it. Like I said, there are not many women that can do it, but like I said, we looked it up, it was like 4 or 5 women in 2 different sections of the army, or one was a ranger, one was a Green Beret. It's like, yeah, they can do it. There's not many of them, but if they can.
The whole notion, like the whole thing from the fucking beginning, like he's turning back the clock. Like this is a debate that's been settled. Like Really, when you really look at it, like, yeah, there are standards, and women that can meet the standards deserve to be able to fucking serve. Plain and simple.
Yep.
This guy's just like living in La La Land. I
Like I
swear
said,
to fucking God.
he's living in caveman time where it's men strong, women weak.
Oh, if there's no woman, like if there's no women in the armed forces, will somehow be more ready? How does that affect readiness?
I don't know.
Like,
Because
you think that
they
like,
got to do their
fucking the
makeup.
women,
Because they
and
got to
they're
do
like,
their
yeah,
makeup.
right? Some stupid shit, you know, like, dude,
It is
so
stupid.
dumb.
It is dumb.
So fucking dumb. Just like
Readiness.
it's based off of some principle that doesn't apply. That's like exactly.
Well, it's a
just
false
not
premise.
relevant.
It's a false
Yeah,
premise.
exactly.
Like I said,
Yeah,
if you go from A to B to equal C, well, if B's wrong, that means A plus B can't equal C because your B's wrong.
Yeah.
Your premise is women are weak. You know, premise 2, women can't do the job.
They show that they can fucking
or you
do
know,
the
like,
job.
yeah. Well, I'm saying I don't even think he has a second premise. I think it's just women are weak, therefore can't do it. Like there needs to be another part to solidify your first premise. You know, like
It's literally like an unempirical assessment, basically, of like, oh, aren't women weaker? Why are they in combat?
Right.
They're gonna be slowing down the good old boys. I don't like that much.
Do you know how much you know how much these guns cost and how much they weigh? I'm pretty sure, yeah, these bitches have been carrying them the whole time they've been in the military. I'm pretty sure they know exactly how much they weigh.
Yeah. Like their bodies fucking take on the fucking, you know, role. Like,
Well, like I said,
their
and the
bodies
ones that
adapt to
don't,
it.
obviously, I bet they're not getting those jobs. I'm saying, I bet they already
Yeah.
have the high standard of women, you know, not a lot of women do these jobs, probably because they can't make the, you know, but the ones that do should fucking be totally fucking allowed to do whatever the fuck they can do. That's the whole idea.
Yep.
Standards, meritocracy, and
Standards.
lethality. So that's the kind of review I'm talking about, not whether women have access to ground combat.
Okay, so thank you. So you expect no change to
So
that
we can't be
guidance,
both
but as you point out-
meritocratic and like egalitarian, you know? Like we can't both support we can't support both. Like, yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
I just keep thinking it's funny because he keeps talking about lethality. Like I said,
Always-
who the fuck in this world thinks that America's military is not lethal?
Yeah.
Like they keep bringing up.
Nobody- yeah.
I'm saying they keep bringing this false fucking premise / fucking this bullshit live.
Like it's basically a false dichotomy. like we can't be meritocratic if we're, you know, if we're fucking egalitarian or like
Yeah.
for equality. Like, no, that's bullshit, bro. You can do both.
Dude,
Get the fuck
that's
outta
the
here.
thing. The Republicans have a stranglehold that people got to say. People on the left need to start being proud of America and be proud of what we are. Like they didn't mean we're patriotic like that too. Like some reason the Republican people get all the fucking pride shit for America. Dude, fuck that, dude. These people don't even like America. They literally want a king and shit. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like people on the
They don't
left,
even like Americans at
No,
all. They
that's what I'm
fucking hate
saying.
Americans.
Like that too.
Yeah.
I'm saying they don't like the Constitution. They like the Constitution when it's for them. They hate it when it's not. They hate, like just like all this shit.
Yep.
They love bipartisanship when it fits them, but when it's against them, fuck them. You know, like everything. It's just all hypocrites.
This guy's just a fucking straight liar.
Yeah.
In these specific jobs, there are irreducible physical demands. We expect our intelligence analysts and our mechanics to be physically fit in the military, but it's different when you're in the infantry or the artillery. You just mentioned a few things. Let me point it out. An artillery shell weighs almost 100 pounds. An Abrams tank round weighs around 50 pounds. The M240 Bravo machine gun with its tripod weighs almost 50 pounds. The average weight of a full kit, ammo, water, commo, body armor for a soldier is over 100 pounds. Nothing you can do can change any of those things, right? That is physical reality.
Go ahead. Yes, Senator. And I would say the requirements to handle those things in a ground combat unit, as far as standards, can look different than those of a medic or a drone pilot. And so it's not that it has to be the same standard throughout. It's standards to maximize efficacy of that particular position.
Let me read a quote here from one Army officer.
Tell me, guy.
While it may be difficult for a 120-pound woman to lift or drag 250 pounds, the Army cannot artificially absolve women of that responsibility. It may still exist on the battlefield. The entire purpose of creating a gender-neutral test was to acknowledge the reality that each job has objective physical standards to which all soldiers should be held, regardless of gender. The intent was not to ensure that women and men will have an equal likelihood of meeting those standards. I assume, based on your testimony, you agree with that Army officer?
Absolutely. The standards need to be the same, and they need to be high. And they need to be set by the people closest to the problem set, closest to the understanding of what is required by
High
that
enough so that
job.
women can't meet them.
Commanders, commanding
Yep.
officers, and COCOMs and elsewhere who understand the reality of what they face, that's the feedback we should get. That's what should be enshrined and enforced, and no other.
But like I said, to me, like, they already have these standards. Like I said, there's only like 6-8 bitches that do the shit that he's talking about, you know? Why can't they?
Hey, he's just, yeah.
Like I said,
like,
we already have those
I don't
standards.
see many. There's not gonna be very many women fucking loading artillery fucking
For sure.
shells, right? Like,
Yeah, not many, but
and that's
again-
just like one roll, and then carrying the machine gun. That's one roll. Fucking loading the tank. That's
Yep.
one roll. Like, how many other rolls can they fucking do? You know?
Yeah.
These
Well,
are just cherry picked examples. That's all it is.
and the
Cherry
thing,
pick.
oh, that too. But just in general, guess what? The one or two chicks that can do it, why are you stopping them from doing it? I'm just saying that I agree with you that it's not many. Like, it's very rare that you're gonna have a woman do it. I totally agree. But to say they can't do it or you're not gonna allow them is fucking wrong, because they can. We have evidence that chicks have done it. You know, we
He
literally
just doesn't think women should be on the battlefield, and he won't say it. That's it.
Yeah,
he
for
wants
sure.
to raise standards high enough so that women can't meet them.
Well, yeah, he's trying to do the whole fucking, like I said, women can be medics, they could be this, they could be, you know, the nature, nurture, caring, and the men be the fucking brute, strong bastards, you know. Just like I said, it's caveman shit, just newer.
Set of political prerogatives. When I talk about removing politics, ideological or political prerogatives should contribute to those determinations. Nothing other than the execution of the mission.
Thank you. For the record, that Army officer was Captain Kristen Griest, the Army's first female infantry officer and one of its first female Ranger School graduates. One final point, you said they need to be objective, gender neutral, and high. That's because the demands are, in fact, very high.
No shit.
The current physical fitness test for the Army has a minimum 2-mile run of 22 miles. Run. And I want the reporter to note that I'm putting run in air quotes, because 22 miles at 2 miles is not running. It may be jogging. It's probably walking fast. Let's move on.
What?
Hold on.
Wait, 2 miles, 22 miles? Which fucking number is it?
I know. Hold on.
I don't get it.
I'm gonna try to listen and then see if I can look it up.
2 miles at 2 miles. I want the reporter to note that I'm putting run in air quotes because the demands are, in fact, very high. The current physical fitness test for the Army has a minimum 2-mile run of 22 miles.
2-mile run of 22 miles. The fuck does he mean? Hold on.
Oh, so like you run for 2 miles or out of 22, or what the fuck?
I know. Hold on. Army.
That sounds
not
that
requirement
can't be right.
standards here. Army running standards. Let's see what the fuck these people say. Army PTF 2-mile run score chart. Okay, what does this mean? The following chart scoring for a current Army PFT 2-mile run. In 2020, the Army will still run a 2-mile time run, but it will be part of an entirely new fitness test called the Army Combative Fitness Test. So maybe they changed the test instead of just being like long running. Maybe they didn't need to do like flexibility or what. I don't know. Fuck it. You know, I don't know yet. I have to read more about it. What is it? So in a 2-mile run, the top 64 percentile of men is 1536, and that's 100% women. So yeah, men running faster, of course.
Yeah.
The worst man was 2018, and that was 43% of women. The slowest woman was 2536. But I wonder if they passed. What makes
Wait,
you
25:36 for what? For
2 miles.
2 miles?
2 miles.
No, that's way too slow.
Yeah. For sure. I'm saying I wonder what actually passes. This is just the numbers. Even the man, like, no, that's a woman.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, the slowest dude was 2018. Wait, no, from slowest man that was a little bit older was 2154.
So these are fails basically.
Well, these are like all but what is the standard? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like what would institute you getting kicked off or something? You know.
Is that guy trying to say 22 miles? Is that what he's fucking saying?
I think so. Yeah.
22 mile, 2 mile. Like, bro, get your fucking measurements right.
Pronunciation. Yeah, to say they run 2 miles in 22 minutes. But again, it's not many of them.
That doesn't seem very difficult. But
well, again, so like I mean, hold on.
I feel like we're missing something. Doesn't make sense.
I know. I'm kind of confused. I'm trying to.
Bro, why you gotta fucking flip out? All right, I'll let you out.
He wants to talk.
Come here. Little shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Run. And I want the reporter to note that I'm putting run in air quotes because 22 miles at 2 miles is not running. It may be jogging. It's probably walking fast. Let's move on. We've got a big 22 minutes. We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing.
Because, yeah, that doesn't happen the other way, right? Hey, I would ask this guy, hey, do you remember January 6th? When you guys... We don't do that, right? No, you just do the biggest one ever.
Yep.
So fucking funny. I would point out, hey, did you see how the Dems fucking didn't lose their mind with the election and stormed the Capitol? Hey, do you notice that? If we're gonna be fucking cherry picking and pointing out dumb shit. Look at his smirky.
January 14th. We're already past that.
I'm just saying, I know. It's just funny. Like, you remember how we didn't lose our minds and do dumb shit this whole fucking time? Stupid ass people.
God.
As was my custom during
dude,
the
what are you doing to me?
Biden
what are you doing to me,
administration,
bro?
I want to give you a chance to respond
to
to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days.
Hold on. Code Pain? Is that what she said? Code Pain? Hold on. I never
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
Cocaine. He wants to take a break for some cocaine. Can we have a recess? A cocaine recess?
I don't see nothing. He must have not said Code Pain.
Said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well.
It's not an existential threat to Israel themselves. Israel can demolish Gaza, like I said, in 2 days. Like there's reasons to support Israel for it. I'm not saying there isn't, but like you're again like the reason, the why, the how and the why you got there is wrong. Right. He's right for the wrong reasons, and that's still just as stupid.
Oh man.
Well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they had. The outcomes And tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women
was always
did
a stain.
in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. At this point, I ask unanimous consent to offer to the record a letter submitted by Omar Abbasi, son of former City Council President of Samarra, Iraq, who worked with Mr. Hegseth in Iraq. Without objection, that will be entered. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry. But you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they
I love they come with the receipts always. Like, bro, this is what it says. Like, you're bullshitting. Again, like I said, you're looking at like the 2 worst cases of the chicks, which I get. They probably shouldn't be doing what they're trying to do. They're probably not gonna be either. But it's just like, okay, but this is, if you want to be what you're talking about, this is the level. And it's like she said, gender neutral. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are, man or guy. Figure it the fuck out, or woman. Be this.
are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments, and I would point out I have never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units.
Isn't it weird that it's all personal incredulity?
Yep.
Like, I met I met one person here. I met one person here. I met one person. And what do you
It's,
think? What do you think the odds that everyone agrees? Because, like I said, name any topic.
Anecdotal evidence.
You know, like pick any topic. How are you gonna talk to like 40 people, 50 people, and have them all agree on exactly the same thing? Like just think the mathematical odds are fucking damn near impossible. So it'd be just like this whole story's fucking bullshit, most likely.
Ranger School, infantry battalions, to ensure that
Give
commanders
me one example.
meet.
Please
See?
give me an
Thank you,
example.
lady.
I get
Give me an
you're
example.
making
Thank
these
you, ma'am.
Commanders
generalized
meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted,
Can you
and
show
that
me?
disparages those women
Commanders
who are
do
incredibly
not have to
capable
meet
of meeting
quotas
that.
for
See, I love this bitch now too. Fuck you.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
She just talks right over
Yeah,
him,
dude,
dude. I love
because
it.
it's
That's what
bullshit.
they need to do.
Well, like I said, we just looked. We looked for this shit. We couldn't find it. You know, like it's obviously it looks like it's bullshit talking points. Like the only talking points I see are from Right Wing Heritage Foundation and shit like that.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women
Right.
in the infantry. That does not exist.
It does
It
not.
does not exist. And your
Bullshit.
statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you've made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission-critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say, beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why.
I'm guessing this chick could have been a former.
No bullshit.
Maybe she's a former military chick, for all you know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what I'm saying.
15 years on this fucking committee. Yeah.
Having someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking.
That's not the fucking question she asked you at all.
No shit. This guy never fucking answers a question.
Oh my god, that shit was
fuck, I want to slap this guy.
Loud.
Like, you're
that time
fucking
was so funny.
stupid.
He's like,
you're so fucking bad faith. And
she goes on a 2-minute diatribe about all this shit. He goes, you know what? I heard you say don't ask, don't tell. You're right, lady. I agree with you.
Yeah, he's so fucking dumb, dude. I fucking just want to slap this guy for being fucking retarded.
It's so stupid.
Can't serve if you're a mom. Can't serve if you're LGBTQ. And then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy. Are you saying that 50% of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats, are
he's shitting his pants?
Not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator,
Yeah, look at
I
him.
volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Makes sense.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record?
Maybe one without my marks.
Okay, yeah, okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean
it up.
copy.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel Melissa Cunningham. Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hegseth and mentions his warrior ethos, combat effectiveness, and maintaining military training standards. So without objection, both of those will be admitted, and I now recognize Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning. I'd like to thank you for your service to our nation in uniform and also your work on behalf of your fellow veterans and for your willingness to enter into this maelstrom of public service. I think the presence of so many veterans who have showed up to support you speaks volumes. I also want to recognize your family's service and sacrifice. You know as well as anyone that it's not just the man that enters the arena, but it's the entire family who also works their way through this process as well. I appreciated our meeting with you and with your wife, Jennifer, this last month. I thought that we had an excellent conversation, and I appreciate your statement and your answers to the advanced policy questions, especially your desire to bring a renewed focus on warfighting and lethality back to the Pentagon. I also respect and I appreciate my friend and colleague, Senator Gillibrand, and some of her questions, and I know that she had a number of them in there. You had an opportunity to respond very briefly. Were there any other responses that you would like to make or clarifications that you would like to make before I move on to my questions?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and for the question. I would also acknowledge you were mentioning female engagement teams, which have shown a great deal of success on the battlefield. It would be and universally acknowledged as such. I've been in Iraqi homes where the language and gender barrier was real, and the ability to have someone there to help in that process would be a massive accelerant in mission success. So I recognize that reality. I also recognize that female engagement teams assigned to a SEAL team or a Green Beret team meet different standards also, which is okay because of the duty positions involved in that job. As far as politics, Senator, it has been the joy of my life to lead men and women in military outfits. When you're in combat or in training, there's a lot of conversations that happen. And you start to realize that a lot of people you're serving with share your political ideals or they don't. You find out there's Republicans, there's Democrats, there's libertarians, there's independents, there's vegetarians, everything in between. None of that matters. It never mattered in how I led men and women, how I interacted with them, what missions we undertook. Politics has nothing to do with the battlefield, which is why President Trump has.
But it all does, because that's what you're doing this whole time. It's all about having women have no rights in the military.
Literally has said it 40 billion fucking times.
I know.
Like, leftists shouldn't be able to serve in the, like, that alone is like.
That's the worst one, because now it's like political
this guy's
shit.
just a fucking liar. That's all this guy is. Just like his fucking buddy Trump, and
Well, yeah,
just
it's
so
just
fucking
that,
old.
Like I said, I would appreciate you if you're just being honest and be like, yeah, I'm a shitty person because of this. Cool. Like, well, at least we understand, you know? You keep lying about, or not lying, just fucking, like I said, going around in circles to not answer the question, basically is what he's doing. Killing time.
Nobody calls him out on it. Nobody fucking calls him
The
out.
chick did a little bit last time. She fucking stopped him twice. She's like, no. Here's what I asked. You know, like.
If I was on that fucking shit, dude, I'd be like, nope, shut the fuck up and answer the goddamn question. You know,
Right?
like,
I
that's
know.
what you fucking need.
I know. That is what you need. That is definitely what you need.
Like, you little fucking worm.
Yeah, it is wormy. Wiggling out.
Me to say, let's make sure all of that comes out. This is about warfighting capability, setting
He's got a
standards
little
high.
bitch voice,
and
too.
You ain't wrong.
It sounds like a little fuck. Yeah, you know, like,
Yeah.
bro.
He's like Skeletor.
You gotta, like, you need your fucking balls to drop before you fucking take this position.
True.
You're such a fucking man. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
Give our
talking shit.
boys,
That's being
men
a
and
piece of
women,
shit. That's
everything
funny.
they need to be successful on the battlefield.
Being a biased asshole.
Politics
Yeah.
can play no part in that, and I look forward to infusing that, as we always have inside our units.
I appreciate you making that very
Okay, you just want
clear.
me to leave you
And
alone on your
one of the
perch?
areas that we want to do our best is to provide for the equipment and the technical capabilities so that no young man or woman enters into a battle as a fair fight, and that they always have the advantage.
Dude, I'm gonna pick you up by
Those
your
are the
beak. I
types
don't
of
give a
questions that
fuck.
I'd like to get into right now, and I want to start by talking about something that sometimes gets a little bit into the weeds, but I think it's critical.
He
Mr.
is
Hegseth,
not
from
leaving.
what I've heard from 24 senior DOD officials in hearings over the last 2 years, including the Secretary of Defense, every service chief, and 8 combatant commanders, is that sharing the portion of the spectrum, and this is in the weeds, I know, but I'm going to ask it to get it on the record.
On the
The
record.
3.1 to 3.5 gigahertz band would have extremely serious consequences and very costly consequences on our warfighting capabilities. In fact, the Department of the Navy alone has estimated that relocating their systems to a different part of the spectrum band would cost them $250 billion. That's just for the destroyers that defend our coasts with the radars that they have in them. If confirmed, what will you do to make sure that the Department of Defense can maintain its access to and the use and to be able to maneuver within the electromagnetic spectrum at home and abroad? And would you be willing to literally go to the mat with the interagency to protect warfighter requirements for the use of the spectrum?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And my job, in part, will be to go to the mat when necessary for things I believe are an absolute requirement for the Department of Defense and the men and women in uniform. There's no doubt about that. In this particular case, as far as spectrum, I look forward, as I've said before, getting a full class of, because this issue has come up a number of times in meetings. It's critically important with how our warfighters communicate across all services. So I'm going to get a classified briefing immediately about what that would, how it would impact the spectrum if it were to allow other companies or it to be
Rest
auctioned
assured,
off.
China
So we have
would
to know.
China would love to have our ability to use that part of the spectrum restricted. They would
And
love that.
Absolutely right. And so I will go in with eyes only toward ensuring we have the capabilities we need and there's no disruption when I take that brief.
Thank you. In your advanced policy questions, you recognize a cooperative approach by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to undermine U.S. influence around the world. As you point out, aggression by any one actor would be an opportunity for others to engage the U.S. on multiple fronts along the continuum of the conflict. As we discussed in my office, neither of us wants to send our troops into a fair fight. We want to make sure that they have every advantage that the United States can give them, and that requires resources and reforms. Given the growing potential of a multi-theater conflict involving near-peer adversaries, what steps would you take to prepare the Department of Defense to simultaneously execute and sustain operations across multiple regions while maintaining readiness and deterrence globally? And I just have to make note, and I want to make it clear, we have language in this year's fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act calling for a review of the department's operational plans. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that, and that we will have, if we have a fight with one, the chances are very good that we're going to have two battles or two different battlegrounds at the same time.
Senator, which is why I believe our country's incredibly fortunate to have a new commander-in-chief in Donald Trump, who through the strategic approach he has taken with allies and against foes has prevented wars and is determined to do the same. That's our chief job, is deter and prevent wars. My job, should I be confirmed at the Secretary of Defense, is to ensure we have the right prioritization of assets and strategy, and then the tools in the toolbox necessary, the pointiest possible spear for President Trump to wield if necessary as the last resort. So President Trump at the helm, I think, will go a long way in making sure our enemies know there's a new sheriff in town.
Thank you. Thank
He
you,
goes
Mr. Chairman.
for the defense after saying warfighting capability or whatever. You know,
Mhm.
he's talking about So.
Oh, I know it's all
Like,
contradictions.
Well, the thing is, what's weird with this guy is he's always got different language. It's always there's no fucking like underlying framework. It's just him making up words on the spot, basically, to fucking fit what he's saying. I mean, it's not like a fucking like nail in the coffin for him, but he just doesn't seem like he's been studying war. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, like, exactly. Like, he's not like a fucking Sun Tzu general type. He's a fucking
No, he's
something else,
he's
man.
speaking and learning off the cuff. It looks like for sure. I mean,
Mhm,
he has his normal talking point shit. He just goes around in circles with the talking points.
Secretary of Defense should not be like a politician that's like, voted in by the people, who's like, figuring shit out, on the fly. Like,
Mhm.
no, you gotta be like embedded. You need to be a career fucking military person, not 20-year gap.
No, that is
It's
a
like
big gap.
it's literally like hiring a CEO for a company, like electronics company, and like this guy just did shit 20 years ago or whatever, and he's just been
on the sideline forever.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, I mean, was he actually a major general? He's a general.
I don't know. I'll double check. Hold on. Do 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 do. Oop.
Just a major.
Yep, just a major.
I don't get it, bro. This guy's literally he's just a crony. That's all he is.
Yeah.
He is not the kind of guy. He's literally just somebody to plant in there. That's it.
Yep. He's just I'm pro Trump.
Yep.
He's my guy.
And thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hegseth. And I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country, and thanks to all the veterans who are here today, and thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on the line. I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your
I want to see a fucking Republican actually
financial
balls to
management
grill
that-
this guy.
It would be nice, but they never will. You know this to be true.
So fucking sad. Like back in the day, I feel like there wasn't so much like loyalty. There wasn't so much loyalty to one guy. It was a loyalty to ideology, and now it's just a loyalty to one man. They don't have integrity anymore. Absolutely zero. Hello, buddy.
You are not wrong. Fucking yeah, people are fucking all about their side. It's all teams.
Like a John McCain.
It's WWF.
Like imagine John McCain.
Yeah, not talking shit about Obama.
It is. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was the last time we had like.
Huh?
Legit, that was probably the last time we had that shit legitly.
Yeah.
Because yeah, he defended
Last
Obama.
time fucking Republicans
Obama's
had
a
any kind of
terrorist. And
integrity.
she's like, no, he's not.
Right.
Like, oh, we just disagree politically. It doesn't mean he's a terrorist, lady.
Yep.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
We have before
John
this
McCain was,
committee,
like,
the Veterans
last.
for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts
got
of
like an hour and a half at most.
$434,000.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group, working
Well,
hard
I
every
apologize
single
for
day.
interrupting.
We raise donor funds.
I love this guy. I'm sorry to apologize, but you're not fucking answering what the fuck I asked you, sir.
And I took, and we have letters submitted for the record from almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally toward the execution of our mission, which is supporting the warfighters, exactly why we're here today, the warfighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama
if I
versus
can
John
just
McCain.
ask you
We
another
believed
question,
John McCain would be the right
because I
person to
have
win, and so we spent
the tax
more.
returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature. And I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others. I've asked for the FBI report that would presumably document, it should have documented.
He's going to go see if Connor can play.
This kind of
wings,
financial
bro.
mismanagement.
This guy's wings.
I know, right?
Pulling them out.
And these are the 990s from that organization.
Sorry, bud.
By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they, in effect, ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United, and thereafter, you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard
I want to
University
ask
for 2
you
years and
questions.
Afghanistan.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million.
That's a lot of
which
loot.
was the case at those two organizations. And it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is Sen's strength?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to
I've asked you a
impugning of
question.
my
How many-
leadership
how
of a
many men
veterans
and women
organization. Concerned
currently
Veterans for
serve?
America, you're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question.
Very simple.
How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year. How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300. Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples, I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled to the facts here. I've asked for more documents. I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
But you would submit to it and support it.
Maybe.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I at this point, want to submit a letter from Captain Wade Zirkle, the founder of Vets for Freedom and the person who hired Pete Hegseth to run the organization. Although the 2008 financial crisis dried up fundraising for nonprofits, Captain Zirkle says, and I quote, "Pete responded to this crisis with decisive action by reducing staff and renegotiating all debts with creditors until they were fairly resolved, an impressive feat and a testament to Pete's character." Pete departed VFF in 2010 to take on a new role with Concerned Veterans for America. Pete departed on good terms. Without objection, that will be added to the record. Senator Ernst, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter submitted by Mr. Mark Lucas, who is a fellow Iowan and Iowa Army National Guard member. Mr. Lucas and I served together in the Iowa Army National Guard. He succeeded Pete Hegseth as Executive Director of Concerned Veterans for America. And in his letter, Mr. Lucas says that Mr. Hegseth, quote, laid a strong foundation that postured CVA for long-term success, end quote. And that Mr. Hegseth, quote, continued to be an invaluable asset to both me as a leader and the organization, end quote. So I would ask for unanimous consent to enter this Washington Times article and the letter from Mr. Mark Lucas into the record.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hegseth, and thank you
Good
very
morning.
much. I appreciate your service to our nation. It's something that I know you are very proud of, and it is something that we have in common and that we share. You and I have had many productive conversations. And just for our audience, we have had very frank conversations. Is that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Senator, that is a correct characterization.
You know that I don't keep anything hidden, pull no punches. My colleagues know that as well. So I do appreciate you sitting down and allowing me the opportunity to question you thoroughly on those issues that are of great importance to me. Just to recap those issues, 3 that are very important. One is the DOD and making sure that we have a clean audit. The second is women in combat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And the third was maintaining high standards and making sure that we are combating sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth, I'm going to address the issue because this will tie into some of the financial concerns that have been raised here as well. And it's why, you know, I, trusting my fellow Iowan, asked for unanimous consent of his letter to go into the record. But like me, a lot of Iowans are really, really concerned and upset about the wasteful Washington spending and of course, in our Pentagon. It's an issue that I have been combating for years. So there's significant room for greater efficiency and cost cutting within the department. And the DOD is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. As the Senate DOJ caucus chair and founder, that's unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to you as well. So I appreciate that you mentioned that in your opening statement. What are those steps that you will take to ensuring the Pentagon has a clean audit by the year 2028?
Senator, I appreciate your work on this topic, which you've been involved in for a long time. You mentioned Concerned Veterans for America. I just want to clarify, we have very generous donors who set a very clear budget that we stuck to every single year. So the latitude there was restricted, and we worked very hard and diligently inside it. You've also been a leader on the Pentagon audit for a very long time. I think when we met, Senator, I said 2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013 op-ed I wrote about the need for a Pentagon audit, because an audit is an issue of national security and frankly, respect to American taxpayers who give $850 billion over to the Defense Department and expect that we know where that money goes. And if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth and instead goes to fat or tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think previous secretaries of defense, with all due respect, haven't necessarily emphasized the strategic prerogative of an audit. And myself, my deputy SecDef, and others already know that a Pentagon audit will be the comptroller, others central to ensuring we find those dollars that can be used elsewhere legally under the law inside the Pentagon. So you have my word, it will be a priority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to women in combat, and I had the privilege of serving in uniform for over 23 years. Between our Army Reserves and our Iowa Army National Guard, did serve in Kuwait and missions in Iraq. And so it is incredibly important that I stress, and I hope that if confirmed, you continue to stress, that every man and woman has opportunity to serve their country in uniform and do so at any level, as long as they are meeting the standards that are set forward. And we talked about that in my office. I do believe in high standards. Now, I was denied the opportunity to serve in any combat role because I have a lot of gray hair. And the policy has changed since then, okay? So I've been around for quite a while. But for the young women that are out there now and can meet those standards, and again, I'll emphasize they should be very, very high standards. They must physically be able to achieve those standards.
It was like already established. Were you like asleep? Were you a sleep lady?
But I want to know, again, let's make it very clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
Oh my God, I fucking hate this
and
guy.
My answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded. In any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon is reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center.
Evidence.
But absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country. And it would be an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Thank you. And just very briefly, we only have less than a minute left, but we have also discussed this in my office. A priority of mine has been combating sexual assault in the military and making sure that all of our service members are treated with dignity and respect.
And what are you going to do about it?
This has been so important. Senator Gillibrand and I have worked on this, and we were able to get changes made to the Uniform Code of Military Justice to make sure that we have improvements and on how we address the tragic and life-altering issues of rape, sexual assault. It will demand time and attention from the Pentagon under your watch if you are confirmed. So as Secretary of Defense, will you appoint a senior level official dedicated to sexual assault prevention and response?
Senator, as we have discussed, yes, I will.
Okay, and my time has expired. Thank you for your answers.
She's perspired.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, welcome.
Thank you.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017.
It's funny because he just didn't go, yeah, I was adjudicated. Like, well, you know, I had false allegations and things, you know, circumstances. It's just funny how that happened.
It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is
Laugh in his face.
that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on.
Moving on.
As secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC.
Yes or no?
Run directly
Being on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated,
Channel
and
who I work with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said,
In your
"Never
opening
seen
statement,
that."
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes
This guy's
you,
a
of course.
fucking dude. This guy just thinks he's fucking entitled to everything. That's exactly it. Like, he doesn't have to be he doesn't have to answer to anything. He doesn't have to.
Well, it's just, like I said, it's the tap dance. He doesn't want to directly answer and just admit that he's a shitty human being and a piece of shit. He just wants to fucking, well, you know, they were all false. It's a Trump thing.
Yeah.
It's false. Like, they're all against me. Everybody's
Same
against
thing.
me. You know why? Because they hate me. That's why. I would have never even got rape cases if I wasn't running for office with Trump, you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's the same playbook, dude. He's literally just, he's a shitty, non-funny version of Trump.
Right.
You know.
And frankly, as secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving.
Say yes or
Because it's the
no.
most important
You fucking
deployment of
idiot.
I'm
my
not hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman,
just a
or
fucking
president,
Yep.
correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then
Get to the
President
point.
Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit
Would you
that was
do it,
in
yes or no,
Lafayette
please?
Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
Would
in
you?
the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret Service
directed
agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence. set
Again-
a church on fire
Yep,
and
move
destroy.
on.
Yes
That
or
sounds to me
fucking
that you will
no.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the
You know,
leg.
Yep.
Moving on.
Yep.
President-elect has a
How about this? Even when she's like, "You will do it," he never actually says, "No, I wouldn't." Like he doesn't
Yep.
actually defend himself.
Exactly. This
'Cause,
guy's
like,
a fucking scumbag.
That'd be like, dude, like if I was arguing with somebody, like, dude, you're a raper, like, and I don't fucking defend myself, dude. That makes me look like,
Right.
maybe it is true, right? You know, like
You would,
that-
100%.
That's a big allegation, dude. You'd be like, dude, fuck you, dude. Why would you say that about
And
me?
she,
You know,
he
like,
just let her fucking say that, and
she's
yeah,
done it three
yeah.
times. Three times she's like, well, that's a no, and he doesn't like, no, that's not what I said, like, and defend himself.
Yep.
No, he just goes and shakes his head, kind of like,
attacked
oh man.
our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about the
country.
election.
I
My
know.
question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically
That's all
tipping his
this
hand.
guy does.
And so
Yep.
I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would
sounds
give
to
me
me-
in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain
best
this
questioner
common
so
sense
far.
policy?
Senator, I've always
I think.
been personally
Well, because she's more like she's doing like a lawyer approach. Lawyers, when they ask you stuff, like if you ever watch, like, did you watch any of the Rittenhouse trial or like so the Apple River?
No, I
trial?
didn't.
All right.
No.
All right, because I love watching trials and shit. When you talk, unless I'm your, like, if I'm your defense, right, and you're my guy, I'll let you be the star. I ask you questions that are very open and that you can lead the conversation, right? But if I am the prosecutor and I don't want you to fucking do that, I ask you directly yes or no, like I'll say something like, is that correct? And I just want you to say yes or no. Like, I don't want fucking no other. And the judge has to fucking, stop them. Like, nope, you're contempt of court, dude. I'd asked you, did you do this? Yes or no? I don't, or usually the guy will usually go like, Rittenhouse, like, did you ran up on the guy, right? Or you ran up on the guy, correct? Like those kind of questions. You don't leave wiggle room because you want pointing it directly to the. Here's the question. I don't care about any kind. And this because I'm trying to paint you this way, so I'm not going to let you be open ended because I don't want you to be that way. But your lawyers are going to let you be very open ended and expand your answers because you got to put yourself in a good light. This chick is a fucking lawyer, fucking getting. You're on the defense. You're gonna fucking answer me yes or no. That's all I fucking care about. I don't give a fuck about all. I don't even give a fuck why you do something. Did you do this? Yes or no?
Yep, exactly.
I love it.
I mean, that's how it has to be, though. Like that's
Sometimes, especially when you're having a guy that's not really actually. If he expanded his answers and it actually helped, that'd be cool. But he doesn't. It's just
if you would just be like yes, but this,
Yep.
like.
Yeah, I'm
that's the
saying.
point. This guy's just dishonest. He's dishonest. He just doesn't.
Yep.
Somebody who's as dishonest as that is not honorable enough to fucking.
I agree.
Head the military, just flat out.
Yep.
I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular
Okay,
issue.
so
With my advice, I will take a
if
look
the
at.
president
but
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And
Ooh.
what that will do.
This is the first
There we
time
go.
we've heard about this conversation. That's cool.
Yep.
I'm glad someone
Like
fucking
nobody.
brought-
Yeah.
Because the thing is,
Yep.
he's got to use the military. This guy's the defense
Yep.
secretary. What do you think about that? He's gonna try to.
Yep.
I'm guessing he's gonna say something like, "Well, I don't make policies. I just enforce law or whatever." I'm guessing that's gonna be his bullshit answer.
To readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hegseth, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV in interviews and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hegseth. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr.
Senator,
Chairman.
thank you. That wasn't a question.
You cut the fuck off, bro. Shut the fuck up. You've been bullshitting the whole time.
Thank you, Senator Roanoke. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hegseth. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you and your family for your service and sacrifice.
Thank you, Senator.
Now for the most important question you will receive all day. In 1935, before the Congress, the father of the United States Air Force, General Billy Mitchell, was testifying about a certain place in the world. He said, quote, "I believe that in the future, whoever holds this place will control the world. This location is the most strategic place in the world." What place was Billy Mitchell talking about? And let me give you a hint, it wasn't Greenland.
I believe he was talking about the great state of Alaska.
He was talking about the great state of Alaska. Great answer. If confirmed, will you commit to come with me to the great state of Alaska, meet our warriors who are on the front lines every day?
Senator, I have, and as I mentioned to you in the past, I did a brief training exercise up at Fort
These guys are all
Wainwright.
fucking retards.
Dude,
Like,
the Republicans just ask him jerk off questions.
yeah, they're
Like-
fucking just, they don't care. They don't give a shit. They just don't.
Well, because they already know they're voting for him. They don't give a fuck. Like I said, they just ask him jerk off questions. Hey man, will you come over to dinner tonight and hang out with me and my wife? Will you fuck her in front of me?
Right.
It is
Previous
so stupid.
part of my military life, I look forward to returning.
Great. And I will say,
What are you gonna
we
say?
are on the front lines with this new era of authoritarian aggression. In Alaska, the last 2 years, we've had Chinese and Russian naval task forces, Joint Strategic Bomber Task Forces in our EEZ, in our ADIZ. And after his election, President Trump put out an extensive statement on Alaska, which included the following statement: "We will ensure Alaska gets even more defense investments as we fully rebuild our military, especially as Russia and China are making menacing moves in the Pacific." Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed, will you work with me, this committee, and the incoming Commander-in-Chief on continuing to build up our military assets and infrastructure in Alaska to reestablish deterrence in the Arctic and in the Indo-Pacific?
If confirmed, Senator, it would be a pleasure to work alongside you and this entire committee to recognize the very real threat in the Indo-Pacific, the very real ways, even these past couple of weeks, that Russia has attempted to probe and push in and around Alaska, and also the very real strategic significance of
really,
Alaska
though?
vis-a-vis shipping lanes through the Arctic.
I feel like there's some more makeup, like things that are not true. Like, is it Russia? Is it Russia fighting Ukraine? Like, do you think they're really trying to fuck with Alaska right now? Like,
why the fuck would they? That's like,
yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like this whole thing they're talking about is all like make-believe bullshit.
why do they get away with it, man? It's just so.
That is a crazy part, because like I said, who really thinks like this? like I said, if you ask anybody in the world, do you think Russia's trying to attack America through Alaska currently today? I can't imagine anybody would say yes. I don't know. It's just fucking silly.
Yep.
Wow.
There are many, many ways in which Alaska is strategically significant, and with a necessary shift toward Indo-PACOM, Alaska, by necessity, will play an important role in that.
Thank you, Ms. Hegseth. I very much appreciate your focus on lethality and warfighting. We desperately need it. I want to provide a few examples of the Biden woke military,
Tell me
which
about
is
a guy.
not focused on readiness or lethality, and want to get your comments on it.
Tell me
Nobody
about
wants an extremist or racist in our military, but one of the most disgraceful and shameful things I've seen over the past 4 years as a senator on this committee and as a Marine Corps Reserve officer was on day one, the Biden administration played up a false and insulting narrative
About
that our
what?
military was chock full of racist and violent extremists. This reached a pinnacle
Welcome
in
back.
this
You fuckers are still going.
committee.
Dude, we're only halfway through.
When
It's
Biden-
been good though. It's been good.
It's
We've
been pretty good
fucking-
because you got the
bullshit.
you got the Republican dick suck where they all just ask like right now he's asking him like, remember when Biden just fucked everything up, dumb shit. And then you got the Dems, like the last chick was the best because she was straight like just trying to get yes or no questions. He's like, hey, did you not get adjudicated for being a rapist? Well, blah blah blah. It's like no. Did you not do this? They just kept repeating.
Yeah, she pressed him on Panama
and
Greenland,
then at the very end, dude, because like whenever you try to do his bullshit, she would always be like, "Well, I'm taking that as a yes." And like I was telling Brandon at one point, I'm like, dude, if someone like just said like openly like I'm gonna say you're a rapist, wouldn't you defend yourself? Like, no, I'm not a rapist. Like if you didn't do it, or like kind of thing, like. Dude, those are damning non-answers. You know what I'm saying?
Basically,
and then
yes,
the chick,
I would comply with orders to shoot. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
To
you're
shoot
good, yeah.
protesters in the legs. Yes, I would fucking comply with orders to fucking invade Greenland or Canada or Panama or Mexico. Like
yeah, like
this
you
guy.
said,
This guy always comes up with some fucking tap dance in response to questions, and this never answers. Never answers. He's a fucking
That's
coward.
stupid. Yeah, he is.
This guy's a fucking
Nice
little.
backdrop.
Yeah, and this
Nice
guy's just
backdrop.
not. This guy hasn't been in the military for like 20 years, and he was only a major.
Yeah.
Like this guy's nothing. He's a nobody.
Well, he was still a CEO regardless, but yeah, compared to he was high up there, but he wasn't. He wasn't in like
Relatively,
the
yeah.
circle. Yeah,
Well,
he wasn't in the
thing
circle.
the thing is, after he got out, he went to Fox News. It wasn't like if he would have stayed in like and done something, with military shit and stayed like up to date, current with all the everything, maybe it'd be different. But he took like an 10 year hiatus of any military thing, and you expect him to know everything up to date. Just.
This guy's like walked back on so much shit he said. Like,
yeah, he just
like
that's all he does.
leftists shouldn't be. He said like leftists shouldn't be in the military. Like, women shouldn't be in the military because they can't.
Well,
do
women
certain
can be in the
things.
military. They just can't be in the
Well,
front
military,
lines.
but not combat roles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Yeah, they can.
And the thing is, like, the lady brought up
That's
like
what this guy's
the
saying.
lady brought
Cool.
up like the rule book. She's like, what you're talking about is like this shit. Like, this is like the list of what you got to do to be like a fucking actual like Green Beret, whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember. There's certain numbers, but it's like we didn't lower no standards. Why the fuck do you guys keep saying we lower standards? Like
Absolutely no
there's like
evidence.
8
Yeah.
women. There's like 8 women in the Green Beret and Rangers. Like not many women make it, but guess what? The few that can, they can. And then they randomly bring up like, you know how much this thing weighs? It weighs like 100 pounds. They got to carry it. It's like, yeah, a lot of women can't do that. But you know what? There are some women who are badass bitches. They can. And how are you going to tell them they can't or they shouldn't or whatever? Like.
I know it's funny. About 98 to 99% of men too flunk out of those special ops schools. Like nobody fucking gets in.
No, I get that. That's fine. Oh, and I understand it. You're super.
And then they say that they lowered the standards. It's like, dude, it's impossible to get into one of these. You're better off getting into Harvard and secret society and all that shit than you are getting into the fucking Rangers.
Pretty much.
This
Yeah,
guy
dude.
definitely has been shit on though, pretty thoroughly, and it's going to be ignored by any. It's just I don't know what is it. So, what are the like vote percentages that they reach? Like this guy's probably going to be confirmed. Let's be real, right? Like, or what is actually?
He's a fucking nationalist.
Well, because
He's
yeah,
he is.
Yeah.
He basically said
he's already said it.
He basically said without saying it. One guy said that he is, or another guy said that self-proclaimed himself, not this guy,
a white
to be a Christian Zionist.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm a Christian and I believe that Israel has a right to exist or whatever. And it's like, but just basically not calling himself a Zionist.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he said he said all the words that define that word, just didn't say the word itself.
yep, exactly.
Jesus Christ, this whole country's going to hell even quicker.
All right, I'm gonna go roll a couple cigarettes, and I'm gonna grab something to eat, and then I'll be right back.
There was
We'll
some-
watch some more because
He got grilled pretty bad by the
dude, the
people,
last
just,
chick,
like,
yeah, it was dope.
yeah.
This dude's just dick
And then-
sucking him like the hardest. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna come to Alaska and hang out with us? Hey, you gonna do this? You remember when Biden fucking caused everything to suck dick? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You know, like I would have, like we were saying, like I would have respect for Republican people if they actually try to grill him on some of these topics. Like, hey, bro, just to reconfirm, you didn't rape that chick, right? You know, like.
Yeah.
Those are the questions that we really care about. I don't give a fuck about, hey, you want to come to Alaska and have a good time and see what we do up here and fucking stupid shit? Dumb. I'll be back in a second.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's the Earth. Killing Bane. That is a sweet word, you might say. Wow. All right.
We watching.
Endo Z World. Okay, stop.
Wait, what is it? Endo Z World? What's that?
I put it in the memes and shit channel.
Oh.
Coming crazy was the ozone layer leaving.
Oh.
We're definitely going to blow ourselves up. Okay. So basically, we've got China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, and us with nukes. We've got about 26 other else, whatever. Anyway, one day we decided those Chinese sons of a bitches are going down. So we launched a nuke attack. What is on its way anyway?
Yep, he refused to say he wouldn't fucking invade.
Yes, because in this
You know, like this guy's just scum.
And let's well, have a nap. Meanwhile, Australia is down there like WTF, mate. India, Israel, and Pakistan launched their shit, so now we've got missiles flying everywhere.
No.
Russia's like, that's on, eh, chaps? Whatever. So now the US is like, dumbasses. Canada's like, what's going on? Eh? Australia's still like, WTF? Mars is laughing at us, and some huge media is like, well, fuck that. So now we've got nuclear winter. Everyone's dead except Australia. And they're still like, WTF? But they'll be dead soon. Assuming we don't blow ourselves up, us Californians just have to worry about California breaking up from the United States. We'll go hang with Hawaii. Alaska.
There can come to. Oh, the golden age. Holy shit. I forgot about that. I'm alive. The E-bombs world. God,
Yep.
I wish I could find all of those old school. Mushroom.
I think I remember that.
Everybody remembers peanut butter and jelly thanks to Family Guy. Ten worst jobs in the Imperium. Dreadnought, yeah.
See now.
Who the hell is that?
Swedish scientists have developed cancer-killing nanorobot.
And a robot?
Nanorobot. They have developed cancer-killing. Well, who knows how fucking far along that is.
Yeah, like we were discussing how actually, when you think about it, cancer is really hard to cure because it affects the DNA and RNA.
Yep.
And everybody's just different.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. There will never be. I don't think there could be like one unless we mutate mRNA and figure out something like that. But currently, yeah no.
What? Curing cancer? Well, if this thing can kill it, I don't know. If you technically, if you fucking kill it all, right? Like it stops rewriting everything.
Yep.
So
yeah, it's just like I said. Think of it as a computer. You know, if you catch a virus right away and you can fucking stop spreading from everything else, you're fine.
Didn't we talk about like some discovery that figured out how to reverse cancerization or whatever? Like,
well, like I said, I know.
Yeah, I think you were. I think you were in here with us when we were having the conversation.
Well, like I said, I remember there's that genome from the elephants and shit, that TP like 689 or whatever the fuck it was, it's a cancer recessive
Yeah.
gene. Like, I was saying, like,
Oh,
it's an
yeah.
ethical question. Like, do you splice people with it and try to like evolve humans to have this DNA eventually or not? You know, like, it's an ethical question.
Well, the genetic engineering question is very like
it's tough.
You know,
Yeah.
because like
Cause,
even look at Star Trek, they had like a eugenics wars,
Mhm.
and they had to outlaw fucking genetic engineering.
Yep. We
Well, I mean, it's
we did it too. Like at the beginning of the fucking 20th century, I mean, a lot of those scientists people were eugenic proponents, you know, because they just learned about evolution and shit. They're like, oh man, maybe we should breed the best people, you know, like that's not necessarily right.
Yeah.
I get the thinking per se, but it's not right to do.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that. The eugenics that got outlawed.
If it happens, we need like a while alive type of
No,
engineering. Not like
so like, if you're gonna do this, I would make it be consensual, aka it's like
Yeah.
someone who has cancer already. Like they're like, you know what? If I'm gonna die because of all this other bullshit, fuck it, let me try it as a test subject. Like you willingly let people be test subjects. You don't force people like we did back then. That was the thing. The Tuskegee and all this shit, we forced people to do it instead of being like willing participants.
More underhanded.
Yeah, I'm saying you can be.
Like
You just tell
feeding,
them.
yeah, like feeding the all those disabled kids in that orphanarium with fucking radioactive oatmeal.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That was fucking
Dude, we did a
brutal.
bunch of stupid shit, but I'm saying
Oh, yeah.
those people weren't willing to do it. I'm saying for me, it's all about consent. So I'm saying like if a cancer
Yeah.
patient is consenting to fucking trying some new crazy shit, hey, try it.
If they agree with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should actually see if I can donate my body to science when I pass.
That's
here.
what
I
I'll
should
do.
look
That
that
I'm
up.
gonna do that too.
I would 100% do it. I'm definitely a donor. Like
Yeah, it's the best thing. To
Plus,
be honest,
then you don't gotta bury me. Just pick a plot of land, put a plaque there. Oh, that's me. I'm not there.
Yeah,
I don't
for
gotta be
sure,
there.
dude.
I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Like, however little people can pay for my fucking death, you know. Or
That's what I say. I don't give a fuck.
I'm done with y'all.
That's what I always
dude,
tell
I'm
people.
outta
Like, I'm not
here.
one of those people. You want it because like wow, my mom just passed. We had to do all this shit. We're like, no, we're minimalist. We just want the cheapest things of everything. Yep, that one, that one, that one, that one. Cool.
Yep.
It all works out.
You know,
What'd you guys do? Did you guys cremate her or what?
no, they're Catholics,
that
bro.
cheaper,
It was
or what's-
no, she's buried at Epiphany.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That sucks, man.
Oh, like I said, it's good overall because she's been suffering for like 8 years, but it's been really, really bad for 2 years. So like the last 2 years, I've kind of just wanted her to go, just be done.
how it was with my
that's fair
grandma.
enough.
Well, yeah, I always say we understand that animals will kill them because of fucking pain and suffering, but we're just afraid to do it with humans. And we understand it's the same thought process. Like
As long as it's consent, I don't give a fuck.
She was going to the hospital like every 2 weeks towards the end, you know, just because she had like she had aneurysm, bladder problems, fucking ulcers. It just became one after another, you know.
How old was she?
69.
Hmm.
That's about her. So
That sucks, yeah.
my grandma died at like 72, 3. I'm thinking.
That's about what my grandma died at.
And
I
then,
fucked
and then
up
my
mom.
then
My
my
mom quit smoking.
And then
so.
her dad, my grandpa, I never met. He died like in 79. He was like 50.
That's kind of like my grandpa, my mom's dad. But I think he drowned.
Okay, it was accidental. Mine was cancer.
Yeah. They suspect foul play. They were all fucking hillbillies, dude.
I
They
get
were
it.
all fucking crazy.
No,
out
yeah.
there, man.
I mean, self-induced is
Indiana.
different. Because I'm saying, like, for me, so I always tell people, like, so if I were to go, like, I kind of guess my mom would live to like 65, 70 just because of fucking her parents. You know, like I kind of guess. So I always say like my dad's gonna live to like 90 some, and my mom's lives to like 70. So I'm thinking I'm gonna live to like 80, 82. That's my range. I want to make it to 89 so I can see the tricentennial. That's my life's goal now. I
You
wanna
might. You very well might. You know. Well, you probably will.
I hope
Really.
so.
But, I mean, you're 37 now.
honestly
Yeah,
don't
you're gonna
care.
be there. 100%. You're gonna have a fucking robot body. You're gonna be fucking
Dude, that'd be
Robo Wally.
sick. Dude, that'd be dope.
Like Wall-E,
Robo-Wally,
bro.
Wall-E.
Dude, I know. I'm the future, bro. They named a movie after me.
Yep. It was foreseen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, how do you not see it? We're nasty ass motherfucking people. We pollute and do all this horrible shit. Of course, we need somebody to clean up after ourselves. Do. Video connected. Do you hear me?
Oh, diversity, equity, inclusion. Yeah, fucking losers.
DEI.
It's a stupid meme.
I bet it is. They all are.
Yeah.
Is that just basically like?
Why
like,
do they think that the
like
fire was
diversity hiring?
Yeah, why do they think it's like they're so stupid? Like,
are dumb.
get some evidence instead of fucking just guessing. Like, well, since they're lower standards, like that must mean that that they couldn't fight the fire because they had ladies and gay people and all them handling them fire hoses and
Yeah,
fucking
it had
retards.
like I said, the 100-mile-per-hour wind had nothing to do with it. Don't worry, that doesn't even cross their mind.
The low water supply, all that shit.
Well, I mean, again, they had 1.5 million tons of water. They had actually a lot of water, but that, like I said, that 100-mile-per-hour it made
We're not
one
low,
fire. It made one fire turn
yeah.
into like 5 fires, and then they wasted all their water like the first 2-3 hours, and then boom, and then now it keeps expanding. Now you're just fucked.
Damn. What's this nuclear powered diamond battery?
That's what he was saying, right?
Yep, we were talking about that,
that's
dude. It's
sick.
fucking nuts.
Dude, yeah, that's fucking sick.
Dude, nuclear waste, wasn't it like carbon, or I don't remember what it was, carbon 14 or something?
Yeah, carbon 14.
Yeah, carbon 14 diamond battery.
Yep.
That's so dope, dude.
Dude, yeah, dude. That'd be the dopest shit.
Byproduct for nuclear
More
reactors.
power
in case it's
from
shell.
generating power, dude. Oh, that's a
Hey,
dream.
maybe Fallout will be soon with the nuclear powered cars, and then the bombs will drop.
Oh my god, dude! I will lead a bolt. I will. No, I'm just kidding. I'll probably die.
Fuck yeah.
I'll be one of the fucking mutant guys. What do they call them?
You be fucking The Hills Have Eyes. Those people, the murdering.
I haven't watched that actually.
Oh,
but,
it's fucking creepy, gross in a weird way. There's
wrong turn though. So
it's basically like, it's like that, but it has a crazy rape scene, so it's like it's a little
Graphite.
bit worse.
Graphite 14 or graphite or yeah,
No,
yeah,
carbon
graphite
14
is
from
carbon,
graphite,
yeah.
nuclear waste.
Yep.
Graphite's
Oh,
just a
cool. They're
particular
using the
formation.
graphite control rod. Oh,
Yep.
neat.
I can't wait till they figure out carbon nanotubes too, dude.
Yeah,
Like-
that's gonna change the world. It's
The
gonna
whole
be like the
space-
new
I don't know.
transistors.
Ah, man, I gotta get some weed, man. I gotta get a job so I can constantly be high, so I can fucking actually understand shit. Swear to God, I'm like feeble-minded without weed. Fucking sucks.
That's what I told Patrick when he's like, blah, blah, blah. Like, it helps me. It helps me learn to focus.
Yeah.
I think it's I
it's
think
not
it's
for everybody. I understand that, but for me,
we probably,
personally-
you and I probably have like legit ADHD.
Oh, I
you
know.
Like,
yeah.
Like I said, I told him, like, dude, I take the ADD pills. I go to sleep. That's how I know. Everybody else is like cracked out. Like, oh, I'm like, oh, I'm just normal. Like, I'm tired.
I literally never felt anything whenever I tried Adderall. Like, my ex had me tried it, and I was like, I don't feel anything. Just no idea. Like, nope.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it has to take a while to work, set in or
Maybe.
something. I don't.
Yeah, ADHD meds take a longer time.
Also depends on which one. There's Vyvanse and there's Adderall. There's some other ones too.
Yeah, the girl I was dating tried Vyvanse and it didn't work, I think, so she went back to Adderall.
All right.
Return the bus. Rear-wheel drive, yes. Rear engine, yes. Powerful, yes. This is basically a Porsche 911. Picture of the Metro Transit bus. I mean, they're not wrong.
Oh, what's this? Whole black metal bands.
And it's funny.
Oh, I saw this. I saw this before. I love it, dude.
It's the MSP. The bus is downtown. Just from one random Facebook group. It's like, huh.
What's that?
No, the meme I saw. It's one of the buses that are downtown.
Oh, I'm looking at the thing you just mentioned me in or whatever. The
Oh yeah.
all black metal bands.
Migrate.
Fucking right, dude.
His computer's going stupid.
Whose computer?
Felt like Wally's is going stupid again.
Oh, his camera was freezing.
What else? Am I working now? We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. You ready to watch fucking Dan Sullivan suck dude's dick for like 3 more minutes? And then we get to shit talking for 7. The shit talking part's always great because he never answers.
Undersecretary of Policy, Colin Kahl, the number 3 guy at the Pentagon, testified that one of his top goals would be to, quote, ending violent extremism and systemic racism within the ranks of the military. He had no data on this. The media loved it, fanned the flames, wrote baloney stories on this false narrative. Disappointingly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle here reinforce this ridiculous narrative.
Ridiculous.
One even suggesting that almost 10% of our uniformed military was extremists. 200,000 members. Ridiculous.
You think we
By
can
the
find
way,
this? Give me a sec. I'm gonna see if they have a number even of how many extremists. Many extremists are in the military right now. Let's see, who do we trust? Congress? No. This Council for Relations. There's really no good number. No real good number. I guess can't figure it out.
from this committee on the other side of the aisle. Mr. Hegseth, unlike Undersecretary Kahl, you have a lot of experience with our military. Do you believe the military is a systemically racist organization? And if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that is fundamentally false.
By the way, there's 3 studies, to his credit, Secretary Austin put out one of them, that said exactly what you just said. Fundamentally false.
Senator, they knew it. Anyone who'd been in a unit knew it. One could argue that if not the least.
Now, I will say maybe not 10% of them are racist or whatever, but I bet you like 3 to 5% of them are.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a low number, but
who?
It's
the extremists in the military.
Extremist fucking racist people and shit, you know.
Oh,
yeah,
like,
those are just ones that are reported. Imagine how many that are just, closeted.
Yeah, without even knowing it. Like, they're just kind of racist. Without, like, necessarily, not meanly, one of those overt ways. Yeah.
Yeah, or they're just smart in that to get onto a watch list,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't be stupid.
One of the least racist institutions in our country is the United States military. Being a racist in our military has not been tolerated for a very long time.
One of the
Never in my
greatest civil
formations,
rights
never in other
organizations in
formations.
America. Would you agree the U.S. military is one of the most forward-leaning, probably one of the greatest civil rights organizations?
I bet this question he answers exactly yes, right? You know, he doesn't answer direct questions, but now it's when he's in favor. I bet he goes, absolutely.
In American history?
No doubt.
See? No doubt.
Let me turn to
no doubt.
I'm just saying, isn't it funny? Like, when it's a question he wants to really answer, short, simple, right to the point, right? Anytime these bitches asking questions, whoa, 20 minutes of fucking nothing.
Last year at a hearing before this committee,
so weird
I
how
called
like
on the
personal
Biden
flaws
Secretary
are
of
just
the Navy
like
to
accepted,
resign.
I don't know.
It's just funny how you can predict people without knowing them.
Right.
Like, you're so easy because it's so predictable.
The hell are you stuffing your face with?
Macaroni salad. It's delicious.
Store-bought or what?
Yep. This one was.
Yeah, it looks store-bought. One of those packagings.
Yep.
Sometimes they're hit or miss. Especially if they make it themselves and package it themselves, it can be really good. We got a grocery store in town that does that. I worked there for like a week, and then I got let go because of quote-unquote concerns and complaints against me. It's like, what? I've never had a rude interaction with a customer or a coworker. I think it was because I was wearing my Slayer hat and it had 666 on it. I'm like, I bet you somebody got butthurt.
Mm-hmm. You're the devil, bro. You're the devil.
I'm just like, well, whatever, fuck you guys too.
Peace out.
I got a lot of
Fine.
patches I gotta use. See, like I have this one.
Mm.
Wait, doesn't want to fucking show up. No gods, no managers.
That's funny.
Good one.
Anarchy.
I got a vest, but I gotta fucking sew it up. I just made it for fun. I don't know if I'd ever want to wear it, even to like a show. But it's cool.
I would want to make a punk leather jacket just for the hell of it.
I got a leather jacket.
Do you remember?
But I don't know what to do with it.
What's his name? You remember Jake Swayze?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember his jacket with the fucking misfits in the back?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, dude, that was a fucking dope ass patch.
Yeah, I was saying the whole jacket. He's got it because he's upgraded it throughout the years. Obviously, he's
rock
fucking
one.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
I have a anti-Nora League patch, but I got Napalm Death.
Nice.
Basically punk. Amoebix. That's a crust punk band. I got. I don't know if you guys can really see all this, but I got pictures of it. It's cool, but I probably look cool with the long hair. Like,
Yeah, I'm a rocker, bro. Is that the look, brother? Is that what you look like in the Matrix?
I look fucking ugly on my fucking camera, man. God damn.
Is that what you look like in the Matrix? Is that your
in the
ideal
Matrix?
look? Yeah, because you get to pick how you look.
Oh,
right?
I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Oh, in the Matrix? Oh, I don't know.
Because you know, remember when he comes back, he's like, "I have hair," and shit. He's like, "Yeah, this is what you think you look like. That's what you look like in the Matrix."
I guess, I don't mind I gotta customize it more, but yeah, I guess it's kind of cool. I'm not the kind of person that wants to be like all one style or another, so.
No, I get that for sure.
Yeah. And my leather jacket's alright. But I think something extra on it would be cool. It's just plain.
It's just a plain Jane.
Yep. Kind of baggy too.
Because
I got,
he's
like, a bunch of
failing in his ability.
You got a bunch of buttons, you said, still?
Yeah. Got a Dio button, a Niflheim button, Slayer button.
The hell is this? I must
Fate.
know.
What?
Project Mix. Because apparently my roommate wants to get a VR set, and this looks amazing.
A VR. He wants to break the TV on accident or some stupid shit.
No, because this one game apparently you can take a cigarette and put it in a cat's mouth and have the cat smoke a cigarette.
There's a monkey. There's like maybe many monkeys in like a Korean zoo that fucking smoke cigarettes.
Oh,
This
yeah, I do
anime
remember that.
cyberpunk cartoon VR. I just wanted to have a cat smoking buddy.
That blurred ain't bad.
It's alright. It's alright. Ooh, now you're in the future.
Oh.
Alright. Dude, you look like Star Wars. Looks like fucking Coruscant.
Coruscant?
LA.
Yeah.
Coruscant? Is it Coruscant or I don't know.
Yeah,
Coruscant.
Coruscant.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Some
Like
weird...
penguins? Like ice penguins or something?
Penguins?
Ice penguins.
Discord the movie? What the fuck is that?
What is this supposed to be?
Discord the movie.
Okay. I didn't know they had a movie.
Don't get it.
Consumptions of mushrooms.
Hell yeah, dude. If you want mushrooms, shut up.
I said boom, boom, boom. I said, well.
What the broccoli? What the hell is broccoli?
The hell is broccoli anyway? Shut up with the broccoli. If you want pizza with 9mm bullets on it, you come to the right place.
You come to the right place.
Dude, I've heard that so many times. My older brother, like, constantly played that shit.
That's funny.
I got a bunch of pepperoni to your face.
Maybe I come over and give you a pizza. Or maybe I'll come over and punch a pepperoni through your head.
I just love the guys in the background, and then they finally fucking lose it.
They're just squealing.
What's up, Billy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's
All right,
happening?
What
Kid?
up?
I'm stoned.
Me too.
Good. You should be.
Like
Hashtag me too,
Like-
bro.
How's it going?
Doing good.
Okay, so Wally, me, Brandon, and Mitch. Okay, how you guys doing? What's up? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, we're watching this cocksucker get quote unquote confirmed or whatever.
Department of Defense guy.
Oh, you're not frozen. And you had a funky background going on. You have some blue screen effects going on.
My Gong Show hat. The
Yeah.
rest is Gong Show.
Oh, let's see.
You need to get the
I see, I see it. That's awesome. I never knew you actually had like a pass that said Gong Show. I thought you just used Gong Show without any other cause. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, say that again?
So what does Gong Show mean? I thought it was just a name you chose.
Oh no, it's a name I chose. It was for a monk, like a like a martial artist character on World of Warcraft. So.
Oh, okay. I never played World of
So
Warcraft.
I used to be. He used to be a Tauren on Horde, and his name was Kaoyun Fat. And then I had to go to Alliance to play with my buddy, and I chose Gong Show as a human.
Yeah. Mhm. And do you use Gong Show everywhere, or just in a few places?
Just I think half the places, and I have another one that's like B Dizzler, as in like Brandon, but
Yeah.
B Dizzle, B Don, I don't know. Some kind of thing on that.
All my current places I use Core Case wherever I am, right? But before that, I used to use Headcase, and it was HEADKASE, right, instead of Core Case.
Okay.
And I was kind of like, your name's almost like an identity, especially when you use it like somewhere for a long time. Like I used to be big on a forum called the Brights, and like I had conversations.
Oh, I know what the Brights is. I had a hunter named Brights after that, actually.
So on the Brights forum, I'm Headcase, right? And I used that name for years, and it becomes part of your identity after a while, right?
Yep.
But then I outgrew it, so now I'm Core Case, and that's my new identity,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I've been using it a good while now, and I've changed everything that can be changed over to it. Like you can't change your username on the Bright, so that one's stuck for Headcase. But anywhere that could be changed, like YouTube, here, stuff like that, all Core Case now. Yeah. Yeah, so you have a special meeting with Gong Show. That's a special meeting to you for World of Warcraft. And Core Case, I just kind of grew into. I started with Headcase on the Brights forums, and I don't know if you've ever been to the forums. Have you been there?
The Brights forums? No, I
Yeah.
didn't know they had a forum.
Well, for I don't know, like 5 years straight, I argued on those forums, right? And I did remember that old persona of Headcase. And by arguing, you get better at your arguments by arguing. You learn rhetoric and all sorts of meta argument and shit like this, right? So I literally outgrew Headcase. I didn't identify with that name anymore, and I chose Core Case, and I do identify with that. I love the persona. It's good to go.
Okay.
You know? Yeah. Do you have any special meaning on show besides you just liked it in World of Warcraft?
Wait, what? Say it again.
Is there any special meanings to the persona Gong Show?
No, it's
Or
just
does it look cool in Warcraft?
it just seemed cool. Like I just imagined, like I don't know, he fucking fights with Gong.
When I was thinking of a new name from Headcase to Core Case, I didn't want something completely new. And then I thought, Core Case is good. It's the same number of letters, and boom, that was it. Okay, good.
Yep.
I wanted to have some of my old name, the case part, but I didn't really identify with Headcase anymore. I wanted some of it, and then to a new name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tight.
So hopefully Mitch is here, because he's not talking. Are you here, Mitch?
Yeah.
Okay, you are here. Okay. So I'm new to this conversation. What have you guys been talking about?
Oh, just this fucking.
We've
We've just been shitting on this guy.
We've been
like,
watching the whole fucking so far the whole committee thing. It's a 4-hour video. We watched 2 hours and 13 minutes of it of the Republicans sucking his dick and the Democrats asking real questions and him not answering.
Oh man,
over and
Yeah.
over.
What's the face?
See,
Senator
these people
Reid.
have an agenda, hey, and everything they say is fucking lies. They're saying what they think they have to say.
Well,
to
that's what
get
we're
they
calling
want.
out. We're calling them out as it happens. Like, because me and him just sitting here like, remember how like 10 minutes ago they kept saying they didn't like bipartisanship, but now they're pleading towards it. Like all the contradictions, because they say like, like we're against war, but we want an active, ready military to fight. It's like I thought we were here to defend people, not.
It's to the point they say something and you ignore it and you look at what they're doing.
Well, that too, but I'm just saying, like, just even like, I'm just saying, I've been listening to these people grill him for 2 hours. In 2 hours, he's probably had about 68 fucking contradicted statements. Like, where like he's like, I'm pro this, but then when pushed on something, he'll, nah, not really. It's like, oh, okay, so what is it? Like, do you want to appeal to this or do you not want to appeal to this? Like.
It's like the Republicans are doing a slow motion coup d'etat, and they don't care. They'll say anything because they don't care. They don't think anybody can stop them. They think they're going to get what they want, and they'll say whatever they have to say. And like you say, they contradict themselves because they have no coherent story. No. But they're putting up the smoke screen. They're doing a coup d'etat, like I just said, and they're trying to take over.
One of the chicks asked him if he would like. What's the word for it? If he would comply with an order from Donald Trump to deploy troops in Greenland or Panama or Canada or Mexico, and he did not deny that he would comply with it. So she was like, "I'm taking it as you will comply with that."
And he didn't. And he didn't defend himself.
Yep, he didn't. He did not fucking. Yep.
Every time she would concede, like, I'm gonna take this as a yes, he wouldn't be like, no. She was like, did you pay this woman off to not fucking go to trial for raping this chick? And he would come up with some bullshit answer. She's like, well, I'm gonna take that as a yes. And he would never be like, no, I didn't do that. He would just be like, and just sit there quiet, like, oh, so you are admitting to it without saying the words.
So you're watching C-SPAN, which is broadcast live from the House Congress, wherever it is, wherever they are, right?
Yep.
So here's the thing, right? To them, this Pete guy, he doesn't give a shit what he says because in his mind, we don't matter, and all of this entire nomination in the back room, they've already predetermined its outcome.
Most likely,
know how to
yeah. I'm pretty sure after tomorrow, whatever, on the 20th, they get all the votes because they'll have the majority.
Yeah, they don't care about us. They're trying to take over, and like we're unimportant. We're just. This is a circus. They put on a circus for us, but all these votes are predetermined. They already know what they're going to do. They have an agenda, and they're literally trying to take over. And we'll see how far they get.
Right. I don't. Like Wally said, like there's a lot of Republicans that are already fucking regretting voting for Trump. Like, of fucking course. Like nobody wants to be a part of a fucking evil fucking empire.
Well, yeah, once you start saying you're going to militarily take over, like I said, because like let's say like your average not retarded fucking Republican, they're like, I voted for this guy for not war, and now he's talking about fucking invading 2 different countries. Like that's not what I wanted to do, like. But this thing that sucks is that you already got suckered in. You already voted, like you already were conned. He used you as a pawn.
He said what he thought he had to say to get your vote, and as soon as he got your vote, you're irrelevant.
Yep. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a lot of people, a lot of Republicans on Twitter and shit have been saying the same shit. Like, I thought we voted for this. Why are we getting this now? Like, because we tried to tell you. That's what I'm saying. Like, we told you for a year plus. Like, this is what's gonna happen. No.
Yeah, you have to vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then fucking what was like 2/3 of the population didn't even fucking vote.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, everybody told you have to vote. This is the most important thing.
It was one of the bigger elections than ever. It's what. There's a few fucking shatter points in American history where elections matter. This was one of them.
Yeah.
But I don't think Trump's going to get what he wants. I really don't.
I don't think so either.
Because like they're coming back with these like fascist overtones. They want an authoritarian government where they issue orders and everybody jumps exactly how high they said. Right? That's what they want. But here's the thing: they're trying to bring fascism back. There's 2 prongs to this, to what I'm going on about. The first thing is they tried to bring back the conditions of 1930s Germany so they could recreate that, but instead they ended up getting 1780s France. You know, let's build some guillotines. Now that's one point, and the other point is let me recall it because I'm fucking stoned. What I was gonna say, they're trying to bring back fascism.
You're not stoned enough.
Sorry, go on, Mitch. What was that?
You're not stoned enough. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, he's trying to bring back fascism. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Okay, so they're kind of trying to recreate the conditions of 1930s Germany so that they can have the result of that again and establish some kind of fascist authoritarian government, right? But what I don't think he can do it, and the reason I don't think he can do it was because the conditions in history are not the same. In 1930s Germany, people were literally ignorant. People didn't find out about the Holocaust until after the war, right? So people didn't know. When people were being herded on the cattle cars and shipped off, they got on the cattle cars because nobody knew where they were going, right? But this fascism is coming around again. Now everybody knows where the metaphorical cattle cars go, and nobody's getting on them this time. Instead, they're going to go out into the woods with guns and pick you off one by one. You know, nobody's going to get on those metaphorical cattle cars this time around because we have the lesson of history of where they go from the last time around.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I would be one of the ones fucking at least protesting. Like,
oh hell yeah,
I'm not
giving up my goddamn rights. I'd rather die.
Well, I'm not going to let anybody fucking.
You know.
Yeah. I would never be the person that calls anybody in for fucking have a Latino friend or whatever. Like,
no,
that kind of shit. Like, that's the thing.
You use a burner phone. Just keep on calling in false ones to all the mega assholes. You know.
You know, it'd be horrible. I mean,
like, hey, you may want to check. They're probably domestic terrorists have a bunch of guns in their house and whatnot.
Yeah, you know, it'd be horrible and could actually be done. Okay, now you're thinking, right? You're like, this new regime's taking over. You might want to just keep your head down and get by, right? But get this: remember the movie Minority Report, the 2000 year 2001 or so around there? Minority Report with what's his name? Tom Cruise.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, do you remember the scene where he's getting off a subway and he's walking into a mall and there's cameras and it shows the cameras, you hear clicking sounds and it shows his eyes and then they know where he is, right? Because in that future, all the cameras are linked together and they don't have facial recognition because the movie was from like 2000. In the movie, the plot device they used was iris recognition, the eyes, right? But the thing is, come back to today, right? Everywhere in public spaces, there are CCTV cameras everywhere.
Yep.
They're all private cameras, right? But you know, a new regime comes in. Now we have the technology to implement what was in Minority Report, right? All these existing CCTV cameras, just link them together and do facial recognition on them with modern AI, and we got what Minority Report predicted about the future. When Minority Report predicted that future of not being able to be anonymous in public, you will always be identified. That was in the 2000s, and it wasn't a possible future at the time because it didn't have the machinery to do it. But today we have the machinery to do it. Existing CCTV cameras and new AI algorithms that work perfectly, and they're meant to do this, right? So even though we aren't doing it, we now have the capability to do what Minority Report predicted from the year 2000. And I know in China, they are using it already for facial recognitions to track where their citizens go because they have less rights than we do, and they can do it, or there'd be lawsuits here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think crime should be intervented on, but nobody should be fucking, like, convicted of anything they haven't done.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the movie.
Well, that's always the problem. Like it's like I said, people get mad like I said, the FBI for not stopping some of these school shooters because they've been on the watch list. But it's like until they do a crime, you can't arrest them. Like even if you know they're going to, like we know this person's crazy, we know something's gonna happen, but until they do it, you can't.
I could be put away against my will. I wouldn't have recourse legally, no recourse.
What was that?
I can be committed and I legally have no recourse. because of my status in Canada.
Okay.
Because I have schizophrenia, right, and I take medicine for it.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody reported me as acting erratically, then they could detain me for up to a month in a mental hospital, and I have no legal recourse. Even if they let me go after a month, I can't sue them. It's law here.
That should have to be like signed by a judge, right? And fucking approved.
Oh, yeah, I don't have to approve it, but I have no recourse. If somebody reports me as acting erratically, the police could show up, say you're coming with me, and I don't come back for a month.
Yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
Yeah, and that's under the Mental Health Act, because there has been cases where people who are off their medicine have caused real harm. So that was the reaction to those cases. They implemented this new law.
For sure.
You can be held if until it's determined whether or not you are a real threat to others. If there's a mental condition that is suspected.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of fair enough. Like they need to start doing that here in the U.S. Like mental health checks and stuff. If you're obviously, they should have to force you in order to go in.
Yeah, and I can't buy a gun ever.
Yeah.
Because to get a gun in Canada, you have to apply with the police here called the RCMP, and what you apply for is called an FAC. That's a firearms acquisition certificate, and you can't buy any gun. You can't buy guns, and you can't buy ammunition without a valid firearms acquisition certificate, right? And you have to be approved to get this certificate. They do a background check on you and all this shit, right? So where I have schizophrenia, even though I'm fully medicated, but pretty fine, right? But because I have schizophrenia, I cannot get approved for an FAC, which means that I cannot legally buy a gun or ammunition ever in Canada. Ever. My entire life.
Yeah, it's basically a red flag law.
Yeah. But there's a reason for it. I don't even mind, because I don't even like guns. But still,
Yeah, it's just something. Yeah, it's a trade-off, basically.
Yeah, but in America, though, you guys have more rights. You have a right to bear arms, so people have fought more. So, the thing is, everybody gets a gun in America, and as I shouldn't have them, there are people in America that shouldn't have them either. They get them there,
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to stop the gun flow here because we got gun laundry that go in from the cartels, that go up to Canada, all this other shit. The cartel is a huge fucking problem, but until the Mexican government can effectively take care of it, it's not going away. That's what people fail to realize.
And not even that. Nowadays, you got 3D printed guns, dude. Like, honestly, you can make guns any second, any day. Like,
there's a thing about America too. Hey, the genie is out of the bottle there. It's too late. Everybody already has a gun, right? But in Canada, guns are fairly rare here. A good number of people have them for hunting, but handguns, very, very rare. When we have gun crime here, like in some of our bigger cities like Toronto, if they catch you with a handgun, are you in for it? That's a restricted weapon. Long gun, like a hunting rifle, those are fairly common. Handguns are rare. And if you're ever caught in possession of one of these weapons in the commission of a crime, there's very stiff penalties because the guns aren't out of the bottle here. The genie is out of the bottle in America. Everybody already has one, right? But in Canada, gun ownership has been restricted the entire history of our country, right? So not everybody has a gun. So they can enforce all these laws, or they can keep guns out of bad people's hands a lot more than your country can keep guns out of bad people's hands. Because they're more regulated here,
Yep.
Yeah. But at the same time, if we need guns, our army has lots. We're about 2 weeks away from nukes if we ever need them. Canada is officially a signatory of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, so we don't officially have nuclear weapons because we're a member of that treaty to not have them, right? But Canada is a pragmatic country, so even though we don't have nuclear weapons, we have parts for them, including the cores, right, the plutonium cores. So we don't officially have nuclear weapons because we're signed on to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but if need be, we can take all the parts we have, including the plutonium cores, and put them together, and within about 2 weeks, we have 20 or 30 nukes. And we also manufacture cruise missiles to deliver them,
Seems like you guys are gonna fucking need them. Jesus Christ! Like if you guys,
You know,
decide to
Canada's
have-
a prosperous nation, but we're not defenseless. You know? Yeah.
I wonder how like a ground war would go between us. Like fuck, dude.
It
I
would have
don't want to see that ever because, dude, Canada,
Yeah.
dude, like somebody said, like Canada is a fucking noble nation. Like
But
Canada
we're,
isn't just
we
anybody.
have problems too. You know, we have problems. Look how we treat our natives.
Of course, but of
Oh,
course,
man.
of course, but on like an international stage or whatever, you know, you guys are
Yeah.
good. You guys are. I don't know what your native situation is right
It's
now.
horrible what we do to Aboriginal people. We got small reserves. They live basically in like cardboard boxes on the reserves. They give them like $5 a year because that's what they promised to give them a year. You know, 300 years ago when $500 was when $5 was a lot. You know, and our natives are systematically discriminated against all throughout the court system. If you're a native and you end up in the court system, you're fucking fucked. You know. And like they're shoved around on the streets. Not so much. I don't see it here in Newfoundland because they killed them all. Okay, Newfoundland, there were Aboriginal people on the island of Newfoundland, but the first European settlers came over. They didn't have a concept of personal property. They just picked up things when they needed them and put them down when they didn't anymore, right? So this didn't jive well with the Europeans that came over because they had this idea of private property. So what happened was it caused conflict, and about 3 generations ago, the last one of them died because the rest of them were murdered by my ancestors. So there are no natives in Newfoundland because we killed them all.
White
When I grew up in Alberta, I witnessed, as I was growing up in the 1980s and the 1990s, systematic racism against Native people. I've seen them get shoved. I've seen them get thrown to the ground. I've seen them get beat up. Right? Just for being Native. And if you get into the court system at that time, just for being Native, you were fucked. Right? Everything was stacked against you if you're Native here. But that was in Alberta, which is out west, and it was in the 80s and 90s. And I moved here about 2006. And remember, there's no Natives here anymore because we murdered them all. So I don't know what's changed there since mid-2000, you know? But I grew up there, and I saw systematic racism against Natives, you know? Systematic. It's the cops were racist. If you're racist, when they were putting you in the back of the car, they smashed your head off the top, you know, because you were Native, you know, and you had no recourse. Try to go to the cops, they'll beat you again because you went to the cops. Try to file a lawsuit, the judge says, no, we're not guilty. You got all this evidence. You've thrown the evidence to the judge. Government's not guilty, you know. But it's slowly changing. There's reparations and truth and reconciliation trying to go on, but we're not there yet. So Canada has a good reputation, and if you're not Native, Canada's a great country. But if you're Native, fucking different story, you know. And I've seen it in my own life.
I'm surprised you guys haven't done more at this point.
And I'm mad because one of my best friends in high school was Native. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me mad thinking about it.
Yep. Y'all did a lot of fucked up shit.
Dude, everybody has, especially throughout
we
history.
did too.
Yeah,
We
I'm
did
saying
too.
throughout history, that's common, yeah.
Yeah, but I hear that. That set me off. People say, oh, Canada is this wonderful place. If you're white, you know? Yeah.
Or just not Native, like, you know.
Is that a story, Brandon? What?
Well, or if you're just, you know, not Native, like I'm sure, you know,
Yeah.
Asians and fucking black people and all that do well, right? Like
I'm
as long
from
as they're-
Canada, and they think I'm slow, eh?
Movies talk fast. Movies talk fast. We talk faster than most other areas of Canada. When a movie goes to somewhere else in Canada, we keep asking you to slow down. Yeah.
I listen to hip hop. I can listen to the fast pop, baby.
Yeah. But I grew up in Alberta, hey, so I don't have a Newfie accent. Because in the 1970s, when I was a small boy, Newfoundland had no work. It was in the middle of a depression. So everybody went west in Canada to look for work. My parents literally got in the car and started driving west, applying everywhere they went. And when they got hired, they stopped. And that was Fort McMurray, Alberta. You know? And then they flew us up, and I grew up there. So even though I'm from Newfoundland, I live in the town I was born in, you know, but I never grew up here. I grew up in Alberta, you know? So I have an Alberta outlook and Alberta accent, that kind of stuff. Newfoundlander, a full-blown Newfoundlander, you guys would not be able to understand them.
I've
Because
seen
I
the video.
can really understand them. You know?
I've seen the video. Yeah, they're fucking wild.
Yes, it's a dialect, hey? Because Newfoundland is an island, and for a good chunk of its history, it was isolated. So the people who were here, their language drifted right before regular contact was established in the modern world. This island used to be isolated all the time, so that they drifted culturally and linguistically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Were they related to? What are they fucking from? Are they Scottish or some shit? What are they?
My father's heritage is English. My mother's heritage is Irish.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So we hate each other.
It's like it's like even the South in America is basically, I think it's influenced by Scottish.
Yeah. I'm Irish and British. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, my buddy Furion, who's in this Discord, who I keep trying to fucking get in the channel because he's like a good talker as well. Yeah, he's from Newfoundland, so he's told me about it. Or not from there. He's living there currently. He currently
lives there right now.
He's moving back to Newfoundland from Nova Scotia. He was originally from Toronto, and before that, Vermont.
Do you know where he's moving to in Newfoundland?
Yeah, so he's coming back to Newfoundland. He was stationed there for. Yeah, he's going back there. So I wanted him to come in, and you guys will eventually meet.
Do you know the city or the town he's going to?
Let me ask him. That's funny though. Yeah, it's like I wanted you guys to meet because you guys are both, both from fucking Newfoundland. So can you wait? Did you grow up there, or did you grow up in? I
grew up in Fort McMurray in Alberta.
Okay, Alberta. Yeah. So.
And that's where I grew up.
Yeah. So you don't. Do you know the accent? How well can you like understand the dialect?
I can understand it fairly well, but I don't speak like they do. And they can understand me. But when I was a teenager in living in Fort McMurray, all the time I'd bring my friends home or over my place, and my parents would be talking, and I could understand my parents perfectly, and I didn't hear any accent to my parents according to me. But all the time, my friends at the time would say, "What were your parents saying? What were they saying? I can't understand them." So I subconsciously don't even hear the accent. I'm so used to it, right? And I don't speak the accent. But if you weren't born here, you might not be able to understand Newfoundlanders because of that accent, right?
Yep.
But I'm acclimatized to it, so I don't even notice it. But it is a thing, There are people just don't understand Newfoundlanders because they just don't understand.
I think I linked like a video that I watched a long time ago.
Yeah.
Of the Newfoundland accent, like some guy comes back home to Newfoundland, I don't know where it is. Where is it? Might not be in there, but yeah.
I was 5 years old when I moved up to Alberta, right? So when I was 5, so by the age 5, you're already talking fairly well, right? So I was 5 years old, and of course I had a Newfoundlander accent because this is where I was growing up. And then at age 5, I moved to Alberta, and they put me in kindergarten. And the school system there, they said to me, "You have a speech impediment because of my Newfoundland accent," right? So I'm 5 years old. I'm in kindergarten, and what they did was they put me into speech therapy, and they got me to speak the Queen's English.
Yeah.
So I had speech therapy at age 5.
I've never had to as well.
Accent.
I've had it because I had a speech impediment.
I think I only mixed up a few things. But yeah.
Yeah, but I was 5 years old. I had a Newfoundland accent, and they put me in speech therapy and got rid of that accent. And then I grew up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I gotta go have a quick smoke. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Brother.
Okay, I'll put my mic on mute. I'm gone.
Cool. I love it. Yeah, we need to get Bill a better mic someday.
Yeah. Someday.
One of these days.
One of them.
One of these damn days. Damn old days. Dang old.
They keep trying to make us move to the future, but I just want to keep going back in the good old days.
Don't want nobody living under no way of life that I wasn't raised under.
Right.
Even after I'm gone.
How dare you do better than what I thought I could do?
Alright, where the hell? Oh, alright. That's the from.
What?
I'm playing Brotato.
Brotato?
Yeah.
Brotato.
Bro.
It's a roguelike bullet hell where you play as up with different potatoes, like different classes, and you just run around.
Really?
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking... It's like a building game kind of thing?
No. It's a shooter melee, just defeat the enemies, try to stay as alive as long as you can.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
Sometimes RNG will go in your favor, and sometimes it won't.
Just like most
Alright.
games.
Stop drinking coffee now. Maybe I have a chance to sleep. I gotta see if I have this melatonin somewhere too. Dude, why do I have so many fucking cords? I swear to God. Where do these all come from?
It is quite annoying.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the D3. What the fuck do I have that?
Get that dick sucked 3. Get that dick sucked 3.
Hell yeah. 3 time.
Tree time.
Put my both balls and my dick in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't think I can do that.
You can always pretend.
Pretend.
Pretend?
Bitch, you have to dislocate her jaw. No, I'm gonna fucking...
It hurts, Cletus. It hurts, Cletus.
Cletus is such a funny name.
It is.
Cletus. Cletus!
You know,
Cletus, the
you know that person.
jaw,
You know that
yokel.
person's racist too, and from the south. That's the thing about that
Cletus.
name. You know it to be true.
So racist. So racist.
Please, Cletus, a slack jaw yokel.
Right. Oh man.
Man, this fucker is tanked.
On a 10 and thought maybe there'd be weed in there. Nope.
I know you always gotta find that one spot you least shit. Like, wait, there's a nug! Yay!
Dude, that would be so nice. Dude, nugs go so fast for me. Everything goes so fast.
Mm-hmm. Going so fast.
Yes. Important vehicle information enclosed.
Is it?
Yes.
It must have not been that important. Hey, baby. Get out of my bag. That's my bag. That's not baby big.
Oh, don't have over. Or no.
Well, at least I got the
This
one
is a
perk that
corkscrew.
allows me to get plus 6% each wave.
What is that?
Oh god.
Your cord?
P.
What up?
Yeah, feel much better. Had a cigarette and a bong.
And a bong? You brought the bong outside? Hell yeah.
He had a bong and a blintz and a cigarette and a crepe.
Yeah.
There's no peace in you. I was your father.
Oh, your father.
Oh, I see.
One too, right? I remember. I didn't mention this about guns here in Canada too, right? Yeah. Also, moving around in public with guns is highly restricted, right? Lots of people have long guns for hunting, right? But to go into public with it, you have to have. It has to be hunting season, and you have to have a hunting license, and then you are legally allowed to go out and go hunting with your gun, right? For a long gun. But other than that, if you want to move your gun from one location to another and you have to travel through the public, you actually have to get a permit from the police to transport that gun from location to location, right? So a lot of people have handguns because of this paperwork you need to get done. You can leave your handgun in storage at the gun range, where you practice with it, and then just sign it out when you go there to practice with it, right? But every time you want to move a gun around in public, you need to get a certificate from the RCMP. And the only times you don't need that certificate is when you have a hunting license and you're going hunting with a long gun. You see what I mean? So guns are heavily regulated here, both in how easy they are to get and what you can do with them in public. If you are carrying a gun in public, police will arrest you because that is not allowed. They're regulated. If you don't have a permit to have that gun on you, and those permits are very hard to get, then if you have a gun in public, it's a crime. It's against the law. Where in America, everybody can have a gun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we're searching it up.
Like you said, guns are probably here to stay. Like,
Yeah, the genie is out of the bottle in America. Everybody already has a gun.
it would take a lot of years for it to completely go away. If we were to
Yeah.
try to.
But people are like, oh, let's start a civil war. We all got guns, right? Yeah, you're all going to run out of ammunition within 3 months. What are you going to do then? You can't just go to a store and buy more ammunition, dummies.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true. Ammunition is a factor.
Yeah.
Always a factor.
And if you want to make so many bullets with a bullet press, and you need casings, you need gunpowder, you need lead. These things don't just magically appear. So people who think you can have some long drawn out civil war or something, you're going to run out of ammo, and you're not going to be able to make enough replacement.
Ooh, I don't know. We have a bunch of gun places here. Even in Minnesota, we make a lot of weapons and shit.
With all the
We got
places
federal
needed.
ammo, man. We make all of them.
So you got casings, primers, gunpowder, and tips. To be able to make them from scratch. You know what I mean?
Black powder is the best.
Black powder?
Yeah. Even though it takes forever and you can't hit the broadside of a barn for most of them.
Yeah, because remember, if shit goes down in America, the sources of these materials needed are going to dry up, and then you got what you got and what you can make from scratch, and that's all you got.
I bet you somebody will come import it for a bunch of money.
Yeah, but how's it going to get
People profit from but like let's say like India or some other country, they might import items so we can make more weapons. I wouldn't be surprised.
The word import, it doesn't work. If you're in a civil war, import, and you can get it to you, they're going to deliver it like the mail, you know what I mean? You might be dealing with some black market arms dealers, which might have a network, but if society ever breaks down, the materials needed to make replacement ammunition, you can't just import it. Society is broken down. There is no mail order. There is no mail. You know what I mean? Society is crumbled.
Well, I think like countries would pick what side of the war they would pick, and then they would deliver them. So like they did the same thing in like a civil war. In the Civil War, France and the shit they were afraid of France giving weapons to fucking the South, so the North went there and actually made a deal with them. So then they didn't. So that was like a plan that people use.
Yeah. But if society breaks down, you're not getting replacement parts, and you can only go so long without replacements. Because you can't make gunpowder, you can't make shell casings with enough quality and enough quantity from what you have available without some kind of governance to get those materials to you. Like you said though, that you could be involved with arms dealers, so they could have a network that gets things to you. But that's the kind of governance. Without a governance, you're on your own, and who knows what kind of governance could be. The government, you could be on the government side. You could not be on the government side. Who knows if something came to that? And thinking about things coming to that is only because of fucking Trump, because he might make it come to that. Fucking fuck, you know.
I know.
You know. And that's the thing, you know. Last night, Wally, you said, well, he's our president for now, or he's my president now. I've put up with him. But that made me mad. It's like, no, he's not your fucking president. He's a piece of shit. He's not the president. Do not recognize his authority. And they're like, oh, he's right on some of the things. No, that means he's wrong on most of the things. Yes. And just have so much shit out of his mouth that some of it by luck happens to be right. You know? Trump doesn't have, I have zero respect for Trump.
I do too.
I respect him.
But like, I'm just saying, but like in the end, so like, my whole premise is like, he is the president of America for the next 4 years. So like, like I said, it's one of those, you hope for the best, but I expect the worst. Like I don't expect anything to happen that's going to be good, but I do hope.
That report came out today that said that he was he was criminally culpable for the insurrection in the last election.
I know.
Right?
I read that.
He's a criminal. He attempted to take over the government. He attempted. So the position he's in right now, he's only in there because of a crony network who put him there. You know, and he does not deserve the office of the president, and I refuse to recognize him as the legitimate president of the United States because he's already attempted one coup and he's back for another one. He is not a legitimate president. You remember like in the Middle Ages, you had the Pope, and then you had the anti-Pope, right? The Pope was the official one. The anti-Pope called himself the Pope. Trump calls himself the president of the United States. I refuse to recognize him as such. He is not the president of the United States. He's a piece of shit grifter who's trying to take it over right now. And I hope he doesn't win. I don't think he's going to win, but he's a grifter. He's a piece of shit. And I refuse to recognize him as the president of the United States because he is beneath that office. He's not good enough for it.
No, he's not. He's
he shouldn't be, but I duped half of the fucking world or country to fucking think he is, so.
He's not.
I understand that, but
he
is by the powers invested in the government, because it just happened January 6th. He just got certified. So I mean,
and I refuse to recognize him. I refuse. He's not the president. I refuse to recognize him because he already tried one coup and people died in that coup. And because of who he is and his crony network, they got him off the hook. And Elon Musk, spent $39 if it was me and you to fucking sway the election in his favor, which was illegal. It's illegal to sway elections the way he did, right?
I'm aware.
He's on this illegitimate throne. He's the anti-pope. He's the false pope, and he's not the one you should follow. You know, you want to follow someone? I can't even say Biden because he's weak, right? But I don't know. Kamala Harris would be okay in a pinch, but liberalisms are weak, But I reject Trump. I reject his entire party. They're a bunch of thugs, gangs of hooligans, and they're trying to fucking fleece the government right now so they can line their own pockets forever. And that's all they care about. They want to fucking bring back this Project 2025 shit so that they're in charge and they can tell you what to do, right? Remember what we said the other night? It's okay to say I can't do that because of my beliefs. Well, they're coming in and they're going to be saying to you, you can't do that because of my beliefs. That's what they want. And they'll say anything to get that. And once it's here, you're nothing to them. And if you resist, they're going to kill you, man. That's the future they want. So you should resist it. Refuse to recognize them. Refuse. And spread the word. Refuse to recognize them. You're an American citizen. Your country is your primary duty, not that piece of shit.
I mean, I get it, but like I said, in the end, he's the one that's going to sign the laws. It's the one that makes the,
Oh, doesn't mean you have to recognize them.
Well, I mean, that's just lying, basically, because obviously it is the truth. I don't have to like it. I don't have to support it, but
you don't have to recognize them. If Trump is Trump's president, he signed bills. They're all illegitimate in my eyes. I refuse to recognize them. And once we get a proper president back, we will repeal all this bullshit, old boys network shit they're trying to pass. They can pass it now because they're in power. But someday they're not going to be in power because we're going to win our side, the good guys, you know?
I do hope
And
so.
then there's going to be an accounting, I hope. I hope we win. I hope there's accounting, and I hope there's some nooses set up, and I'd like to see some people hanging. And if Trump hung, I would watch it on TV, and I would not feel here.
That'd be bigger than Saddam Hussein.
Trump is a traitor. Trump is a traitor.
He is.
He led an insurrection on your country. People died, and he got off scot-free because he packed the courts and the system with his cronies. Right? So that is an illegitimate government. Your government is illegitimate right now. Do not recognize it. Refuse. I do not recognize your authority. That's all you have to say.
Respect my authority.
Yeah, that's all you have to say. And if enough people do that, he loses.
Yeah,
it's possible he might be overthrown. Who the fuck knows? Like, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen? You know, like he might shoot himself in the foot.
I really don't want to be laboring as one of those sovereign people because those people are stupid.
You don't have to be like them, but you know, even though you might, their whole idea might be stupid from what you know, parts of it are right, and I think this part is right. I refuse to recognize Trump. I think his entire government is illegitimate because they're slamming it through. All these votes you're watching on C-SPAN, they're predetermined. They know what they want, and they'll say anything to get it.
Well, like I said,
you know?
he's got all the votes because he's got all the senators. I mean, I get it, but still, my point is I'm trying to make sure I document me calling out fucking the hypocrisy of what they're saying and how they're saying it. Like, that's the only thing like, that's the best I can do. I can protest by showing them how false these people are and they're thinking what they're talking about. Like, just that shit, you know?
What started the entire chain of reasoning that I just went over was last night when you said he's my president. That made me mad because he's illegitimate.
Yeah, but he got voted, so I mean, what am I going to do?
I'm not mad at you. Mad at him. You know? He's not the president.
He shouldn't be.
He's an usurper. He's trying to take the government.
I mean, I get it. Like I said, I'm on that side, but like I said, he tricked half the people to fucking vote for him, so he's the guy that's going to be signing laws. He's going to be the guy doing all the shit, so he is the guy. It just sucks.
He tricked all those people to vote for him because he's a demagogue. That's someone who leads people around by their emotions and their prejudices.
For sure.
And
it was all this.
To be led around like that. That doesn't mean that he's legitimate. He got those votes on those ideas. You know, being a demagogue. He got demagogue votes. Demagogue votes aren't citizenship votes, right?
Well,
they're not the quality citizens.
I would think, like, if you go back in like our history, Andrew Jackson ran on racist shit and did racist shit, but he was still the president.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have to agree with him. You could talk shit about his policy and stuff, but he was still the president. Like, you still have to say, like, he was the one that made the rules.
Well, we know better. Andrew Jackson, he was a product of his times.
For
In his times, every thought it was normal, like smoking was from when I was young, right? So every thought it was normal, but we know better now.
We should.
And there's a higher standard now because we know better now. You know?
Oh, I know. Like I said, but obviously, you still got people that believe in lost cause. You still got people believing a lot of stupid ass shit from even back in the day.
But the one thing, even if you don't refuse to recognize the government, you must recognize that Trump is a criminal.
I do.
He's a traitor. He's a traitor. He tried to overthrow the government.
For sure.
And he failed, right? He failed, but he tried. And it's only because of his cronyism, old boy network that he's escaped consequences.
Yep.
And he's
also because the Dems kept delaying fucking pushing charges on him. They should have done it like right after he got out of office. They waited.
Oh, yeah, I would've.
They waited 2 years. They tried to be politically nice and shit, and they shouldn't have.
No, you can't be nice to him. You can't.
Not to a megalomaniac.
Never be.
Not to a megalomaniac.
I'll hung him on the spot.
Yeah, hang him.
For treason.
Yep,
For
high treason.
treason. You know?
What we used to do.
It was.
Yeah. Trump committed treason. He is a traitor.
He is.
And he's only in the office of the president because of an illegitimate old boys network.
He holds the office because the Supreme Court voted he's got presidential immunity too. Like that's the other part.
The Boys Network did not give up after the 2020 attempt.
I know.
They failed. They didn't give up. Now they're back. Look at them. This Old Boys Network, and install them again. Look at this Old Boys Network you're watching C-SPAN about. They don't give a shit about what they're saying. They've already decided what they're going to do. They're still trying to take over. This is Trump 2.0. This is a second attempt. Last attempt.
I get that.
Up, boys.
So like what I'm trying to really do, honestly, is just win the information war. Like so, like I watch it like this, so I know exactly everybody's talking points because all these retards are gonna say the things, and I watched now the whole video. That's well, not the whole, but like the plan is you watch the whole video and you get all the context. So when people bring up shit, you can call them out like the fucking that Jack Reed and the fucking one bitch. They fucking call these motherfuckers out, and we're just fucking right to the point. Like, hey, we know you did this, right? Yeah, okay, just say that. You know,
you think I'm right? Trump is a traitor, and that he insurrection people died, and he's only given away because of an Old Boys Network, and they're still trying to take over your country. Do you believe I'm right?
Yeah, I know he did that, but guess what? I can't stop that now. It's already happened. Like he's already been certified. Like that shit's already happened. I understand. I know what you're saying. I agree. Like January 6th is like like I said, that was where I fell off everything with Trump. Like I could never go back. Or
government is illegitimate. It's illegitimate.
Well,
you know,
kind of. I mean, but he became legitimate because he got presidential immunity, and now he became the president. Because if he would have lost, how about this? If he would have lost, Jack Smith would have fucking raped him in all those court cases. But we don't get to find out.
You're forced to live with it because you live there, but that does not make the government legitimate.
Well, guess what? You know what? When he adds 200% tariffs, and I have to pay the extra money, that means he is my president because he made that choice. I didn't make it. I can't stop it. So he is my president because he's going to do dumb shit that's going to affect my life, and I cannot stop it. And I can't say that it's not right. Or like all I can do is document the bullshit, and I can talk shit about it, and I can try to lead people into better thinking and better like future election shit. Like, stop. How about this? In 4 years, when JD Vance runs on the same shit Trump runs on, hopefully I can change enough minds to see that these people are fucking retarded and this shit's fucking the worst thing ever, and get that done that way.
What happened to America?
What happened? Dude, what? Dude, it's Reagan. It's the same thing that happened in the 80s with Reagan.
Yeah. When all the boomers are starting to die off.
It sucks. I mean, hey, bro, I live here. I understand what you're talking about. It does suck, but I can't. Like I said, all I can do is win the information war. I have to win that. That's Dems are losing the information. Because, like I said, if you watch this, like I said, another thing that me and Brett have been talking about this whole time, this whole confirmation hearing, Republicans all talk about their feelings. And they're talking about, like, he's a good man. He loves his family. He doesn't like nuclear war. He's all the basic shit. And then the people on the left go, here's the paper. Here's the passage from your book. Here's what you said on TV. Like
the receipts.
The receipts on fucking what the fuck, everything he said and done. Like, you're going to tell me one side didn't take this shit way more serious than the other side and, like, comes with the goods? Like, when they say, you know why you're a rapist? Because we can show you right here, sir. Why is it like they were trying to say? Was it the media members that fucking got you convicted, or people talking shit about you raping people in the military? No, it was your own military people that adjudicated. It was the martial law courts, whatever, martial courts.
And so when you're done, Larry. Okay, get this right. Okay, what's his name? The Luigi guy. Luigi. What's his last? I can't remember the last name.
Luigi. Yeah.
Okay, with this, right? You just said he's my president, right? You are constrained to stay within the system. You are saying
because in general you have to live within the system. In the sense, I'm not an anarchist. I can't live on my own. I can't.
Okay, I got an historical example. Okay, so now Trump's going to bring these tariffs, and they're going to like say 30%, right? 30% tariff.
And I can't stop it, right?
Okay, now let's go back to American history. The Tea Party, the British said, you have to pay 4% tax. And the Americans said, fuck you. And they overthrew the government and kicked the British out, right? So if you say he's my president, you are staying within the bounds of allowed discourse, citizen. But if you go back to your history, you can overthrow your fucking government because you already did it over 4% tax and you kicked the British out. What happened
Yeah,
to
but
America?
it's a little bit different times though. It's not we're not a United States. Like if I had all the citizens of the world of our country involved, maybe. But that's just gonna lead to fucking an actual civil war, and I don't think that's the best outcome for anybody either.
When to say he's my president is limiting your mentality to stay within the system. No, break free, step outside the system. You can always have a revolution, always. It's not out of style, you know. Revolutions happen. You guys can have one too. You don't have to stay within the bounds of the system. You can step outside.
We've had two pretty big ones.
Yeah, I know.
But in general, well, the thing is, I'm not a fan of war because I'm more of a believer of you need to change ideas. Like I said, because if you make people submit to you out of fear, you're not really gonna win them long term.
Changing their mind, yeah.
You have to win the ideology. You have to win the fucking mind. Because guess what? Even if let's say we got everything we want. Let's say we got Trump out of there. Well, guess what? You have JD Vance, which is basically the same thing. And you have to prove that people that JD Vance is another idiot. And you have to like prove that, you know, like I'm just saying, even if he got what you wanted, that's fine. Let's say tomorrow we kick out Trump. He's not president. Well, you have JD Vance, so it's the same kind of shit, right? Just different name.
Okay.
And he didn't insurrect, so obviously he could be president. It's the same shit. I still have to win over. You still have to win the idea war of fucking telling these people they're fucking lying pieces of shit. Trump's half his cabinet are fucking sexual assault rapist people. Like that's the shit you got to prove to people.
Wally, but you see in this future, if you talk like you're talking now, they're going to send you to the gulag in Alaska.
That's fine. Hey, man, if I were to have to go down the ship, that's fine. I mean, if it's for what I say, that's fine. But I'm just going to be true to what I can do.
Exactly. I'm with you.
It's going to be a theocratic, authoritarian.
Dude, you know me, dude. I fucking hate religion. So if it goes to theocratic anything, dude, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Like the means you see to win minds and hearts, they're closing them down. And if you don't like it, guess what?
Maybe.
You're not in the mess
I can
anymore.
change a lot of minds, dude. Like I said, we were talking to the dude yesterday. He even said he was a Trumper, but I got him to be on board with like universal health care. I got him to be on board on a lot of lefty issues because I'm like, the thing is, I can be persuasive because I got good analogies. I can get good fucking data because I can show you all the data. I can, you know, like I'm good at these things. That's what I try to win. I try to break people down with so much information, and I try to break it down so simple that you have to fucking at least understand what I'm fucking talking about.
Here's the point. Right now, there is time to win hearts and minds. You're right. But you must realize that the future they want and the future they are working towards, regardless of what they say, does not include the rights and freedoms you currently enjoy.
How about this? How about this? If we're in like 1932, 1933 Germany, which I'm not saying it was not with the Enabling Act, I'm not saying we're not. We could be, but it still took Hitler another 6 to 8 years to start doing real shit. So if I have 6 to 8 years to hopefully change enough minds and thinkings to fucking not have that happen, I guess that's a win too.
You're right, because Trump has to do the same thing. He has to break down the bureaucracy of government.
I understand.
And
I've read the history of it. That's why I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like there's a better way of doing it than trying to like cause like chaos and war or like that sentiment.
Well, the whole thing is, if you fucking resist violently or anything like that,
or call for arms, or call for
you're
violence.
you're going to be looked at as enemy of the state.
Government with a legitimate one.
What?
If you replace an illegitimate government with a legitimate one, which is your duty as a citizen.
No, I get the. I'm saying I'm going to grant you that. I'm saying even if we got Trump out tomorrow, then you still rock with JD Vance for the next 4 years. It's going to be the same shit, just a different person. So how do you get people to say that JD Vance and that thought process, the thought process of being a racist, dumb piece of shit, that's what we got to change. We got to get that thinking out of this world so we can don't have idiots that think like that and it's the fear mongering. These people are all fear mongers. We got to fucking stop people. Like I said, this guy keeps claiming that people around the world aren't scared of our military. Think about like stuff like that. That's bullshit lies. Why do people listen to this guy and trust and think that's true? Why do they think we lowered our standards for fucking Green Berets and shit when they fucking haven't? You know, like, but people like him can say it and they don't get checked. and they should
Okay,
be.
so there's a real role for what you're doing. You're raising awareness, you're organizing people, right?
I'm
and it is
trying.
going to take time to break down the bureaucracy of the government,
That's
right?
my point. I'm saying I got 6 to 8 years. That's my thinking. If I got 6 to 8 years to change enough people's minds long term.
But like we touched on earlier, this time around, everybody knows where the metaphorical cattle cars are going, right? So there's resistance within the government.
Kinda.
Trump has to break down bureaucracy,
Yep,
but there's
and he will.
people back. They're going to be pushing back.
Yep.
So the war is not over. There's still a chance, but we must realize this is an illegitimate government, and the future they are actively working towards includes much fewer rights for everyone.
I understand
fewer
that.
rights. That's what they want.
But the problem is, so like to me, the problem is 50% of the people want that.
But the people are retarded.
They are. No, I understand that, but I'm saying the real. So like, I understand that these people, like Trump and them, want to do this, and I get like JD Vance, like these people want to do it. But the problem is they only have the power they have because over half the people in this country think they are telling the truth or being honest or like, and that's the problem. Like that, there's the real problem. You're going to the top of the problem, but the only thing I can control is this part of the problem. That's where I can. I'm not a senator. I can't control like that shit. But I can control like this part, the information part, where people like regular people like. So when I talk to people at the bar and people say, like I said, I usually let a lot of shit slide. But when people say like the most ridiculous shit, that's when I stop and go, okay, think about this for a second. I have to like make my point, and then usually I get them off whatever the fucking crazy shit they're saying because you're fucking lying. Like I can only take so much, like anything.
The whole thing.
What?
You think of what I said, the whole thing. What do you think? I'm fairly accurate in what I think?
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying I think it's a different way of handling the situation. Like I said, I'm more about trying to preface. I'm trying to win elections like long term, like because I'm saying as long as these idiots think this way, like the people in general in America, they'll vote for the next JD Vance and they'll vote for the next guy, Vivek Ramaswamy. Like they'll just keep they'll keep the whole system going for themselves. As long as half the country thinks that this is the right way of running the system, you can't stop these people from doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm saying I got to win over hearts and minds, whatever you fucking call it. Like I need people to start thinking logically. And like I said, when me and Brandon watch this video, every time they just start running contradictions with what they said, like because like me and he'll be like, remember 10 minutes ago when he was saying all this shit, but now he's anti what he just fucking said 10 minutes ago. I want people to pay attention to that shit because you can see how two-faced he is.
Positions, he doesn't care. He's saying what he's been told to say.
I know he doesn't, but I'm talking about the people. Like whoever watches this stream later, or like I said, there's been 3 people I think watch this stream right now, plus whoever. That's the thing. Like I put my take out there where people can see that I'm trying to be consistent and honest with what the fuck I'm like the knowledge I say. Like when me and Mitch watch or we read about fucking Ronald Reagan, guess what? Everything I said was factual. You know why? Because I'm reading from the fucking thing. And you can see me live reading it and learning it as I go instead of fucking cherry picking information or whatever, or someone tell me lying points and shit. Whatever kind of thing. Like just go right.
About 50% of the people who voted for them that you mentioned. Okay, well, you said 50% of people who voted for him. And 2/3 of America didn't vote. Those are proper numbers.
True,
right?
I know. Yep. But that's all that matters is voters, though.
Vote, right? So get this. I do believe that the American government right now is illegitimate, even though he received those amounts of votes. And the reason I do believe that is because beginning with No Child Left Behind, the Junior Bush in the early 2000s, it consistently lowered the standards of education.
Definitely.
And we've gone through generations now of miseducation. The American education system is pitiful.
It is.
When I was here, I was properly educated. That's a good point. Properly educated people are good citizens, right? So it's not their fault. But many Americans have been miseducated.
Yes,
and they have not been taught critical thinking skills, and they have not been taught to recognize demagogues and grifters like Trump.
Yep.
And when they voted for him en masse, I know what you're saying, 50%. I know what you're saying. But at the same time, I'm like, if these people were given better opportunities in life, if these people were educated better, I do not believe the same people would have voted for him.
For sure. That's what I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change the education level with the people because that's what matters the most. If I can sway 20 to 50 people into not voting for Trump, like, or like the future JD Vance, whatever the fuck later in life, and then hopefully they can sway another 2 to 3 people. You know, like it's the evolution tree of fucking thing where it just builds.
The American education system over time dumbed down its citizens to the point where they cannot tell what is actually in their best interests. So they voted for Trump.
Dude, people vote against their best interests. Dude, like I said, these are the people that say we don't want to send aid, but then they ask for aid. Or like I said, we hate welfare people until they need welfare. I mean, I get that. It's hypocrisy. And I'm willing to call it out. That's fine.
And remember, it's not their fault. They were
No, I don't blame anybody personally, but I'm saying I only blame people once I show you the information and then you start arguing me. Like I was telling Brent, if I show you a graph that points the arrow up, and I go, what does that say? And you go, oh, it's going down. Like, dude, stop fucking lying to me. Now you're lying. Like before you weren't, but now because I've shown you like the actual information, like the actual studies or whatever, now I can officially say you're starting to lie or bullshit me because now you should know because I'm showing you the evidence, the books.
There's a lot of disparity in America too, hey? If you're rich, you get good educations. If you can go to private school, you get good educations.
Yep.
But if you go to public school, you are screwed.
Not necessarily, but it's more random. You're more random as fuck, though.
If you went to Coon Rapids, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It all depends on it depends on your city. That's what it comes out. If you live in a good city, your high school's a good city. But if you live in a shitty city, you live in a city.
I've read so many stories how pitiful the American system is. Like no textbooks. Teachers are spending their personal money to buy basic supplies.
I know. It is dumb.
I don't know how much that's here, but I mean,
it is dumb. I have like 3 teachers that come to the bar, so I talk about this shit all the time with them. So I do understand.
Right?
It sucks. I'm on on the system shit like that. Some of it, I'm on your side. Like, yeah, teachers need to get paid more, or you got to pay for all the pencils and shit they got to buy randomly. You know, like give it like a tax rebate. Like they buy all the shit all year. At the end of the year, they get a tax.
So did you agree with what I said, that because of the poor quality of education, it results in citizens that aren't as able to defend themselves from demagogues like Trump than they should have been?
Totally. If you live in Hickville schools, your schools suck, and if you live in downtown Minneapolis or whatever, those schools usually you suck too because it's all about teachers and how many kids go to the school, and it comes down to if your parents have money, if you're a poor kid, you don't care about school. So I understand why they don't do good at school. Like I understand all this shit for sure.
Miseducated children, we're miseducated, starting from Republican agendas back in 2000. Long-term evolution of the Republican agenda.
I agree. Nickelby was horrible.
Now there are citizens who can't defend themselves with critical thought.
You're right, but guess what? When you get older, like let's say once you get to 25, 26, you should be able to look at some like I said, you should be able to look at a graph, and if it goes up, you should be able to say it goes up, or if it goes, you're doing is because the whole thing is you're just lying because you know that the graph says like what I'm saying, but you don't want to argue, you don't want to concede the point that I was right about whatever. You know, that's usually what happens. It's just it's an ego thing more than actually not knowing what the fuck it is.
Right.
Like that's what it is more than anything.
You prove me wrong, I will be like, all right,
for sure,
all right,
dude.
cool. I learned
there's
from you.
There's 2 times on X where this person showed me like a case or whatever from like the 30s or whatever that proves his point, you know. And I always say at the end, I was like, dude, unlike most people, I'm like, thank you for fucking telling me this about this case because I thought I was fucking right, and you showed me why I was fucking stupid because I didn't know about this case. But thank you, you know, you know, I don't know why it's so hard for people to just be like, oh man, I didn't know that.
They don't want to be right because
they're pussies. They're pussies. They don't fucking know shit. They have no self-awareness. I don't know.
Like I said, because most
people
don't
emotional management.
Yeah, it's emotional. I'm saying people don't want to admit they're wrong. Even like I said, like this person showed me something I didn't know. I'm like, oh, that did show me I was wrong. My bad, bro.
Dude,
you're right.
Like echo chambers, man. Like I don't know. What is it? When does one leave an echo chamber? When
you open your mind to this information and like
there has to be a point. There's a critical mass that's reached.
So for me, like I said, I think people got to stop being scared of authority figures in the sense of like, if the scientists say something, it's probably because that's their job, right? If a teacher says something, it's probably because that's their job, right? You know, like if you're a profession in the thing this person's talking about, you should probably listen to that person. That's their profession. You know, people got to stop being scared of people.
That's called a meritocracy. The people who are good at it get to do it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying, like, if a doctor tells me that this is good medicine or bad medicine, well, guess what? That's his fucking job, right? He's been doing it for
So many
a
people
billion years.
wanna feel
Why would
like
I?
they're
Why would I
equal,
think I'm smarter
and
than
they're
the
not.
doctor? You know, like, why would I think I'm smarter than a banker? Why would I think I'm smarter than a fucking anything? You know, like I said, I'm a bartender. Like I'm saying, if someone started telling me like I was making these drinks all fucking wrong and shit, I'd be pissed at this person. Like, dude, I know what the fuck I'm doing. Shut the fuck up, right? And I'm just a bartender. You know, like.
Note to self, criticize Wally at his job.
I'll just say, but like, my point is, like, dude, I'm just a bartender.
Yeah, I
Like,
wanna go
it
there
would
and
annoy the fuck out of
fucking
me if
heckle
someone
him.
started telling me I was making drinks wrong all the time there. Like, these people are big end jobs. Like, you think the pilot flying the plane doesn't know how to fucking fly the plane? Of course he does. So when he tells you the Earth is round and he tells you all this other shit, you should probably trust him, right? He knows what the fuck he's talking about, right?
Fucking losers that don't want to fucking admit that they're fucking inferior.
True.
Basically,
That's
a lot
true.
of it, and then there's the ideology part and
Mm-hmm.
whatever else. You know, then the pride. You know, it's just
Yeah, so like I said, it's ego. I definitely. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can show you a graph that shows you you're totally wrong or right, whatever, but you don't want to trust it because, or you don't want to.
What kind of did you guys get? Because you mentioned the one school. Did you guys get good educations? Do you think you did?
I did. I went to private school for like 8 years. My parents went. We were Catholic people, so we went to the Catholic school.
So you went to school? What do you learn? You think you did good?
What was that?
You learned me. Well,
Dude, I mean, so like I went to Catholic school for K through 8th. When I went to public school in 9th grade, I was probably like a year and a half ahead of school.
yeah.
So I did like I was able to graduate high school like all of my classes. I did all my classes by my like sophomore year of high school. I took two sciences and 2 maths and 2 all the things like the first couple of years, and then at the end I was like, dude, I get to be lazy as fuck for the last couple of years. This is nice.
Yeah. I had to repeat grade 4 because I had a major accident and I was out most of the school year. So I had to repeat that grade level.
That sucks.
So from grade 4 on, I was always a year behind in age.
That sucks. But for me, like I said, I was so far ahead of schedule. When I got crippled and hurt my fucking knee, I had to have surgery in January. So I was out for like 6 to 8 weeks from school. I was able to like pass all my classes without even having to go to class for like a month and a half. Like they all went from higher grades to like C minuses and shit, but they're like, oh, you could still pass without taking the final class and shit. I'm like, cool, I'm not showing up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish I had gone to college, you know?
I wish I would have took it more serious. That's my thing. I suck at math. I suck at math. That's my problem. Like hard math. Like I can do easy math, but like once you get to like algebra 2 and all that shit, dude, it's like writing Chinese to me, dude. I can't. It's all symbols and shit, and I just don't know what the fuck it is, dude. I'm so dumb.
I'm math really hard too.
Dude, I struggle with it so much. But like I was going for history and teaching shit, so like I was good, dude. Like when it came to like those classes, I was getting all good grades and shit. But just the math classes and shit, I would just fucking struggle. It sucked.
Math is like a dick.
Yep. For me, at least. I mean, I love people that can do it.
I enjoy it, but it's like, dude, for me, learning anything calculus and above, like that's just,
dude,
it takes a lot of work.
I understand.
It would take a lot of work for me.
Dude, did you try to read any of the thing I
I
posted
should.
in that topics?
Oh, you're posting somewhere?
Where?
And
Where?
the topics and questions? Anything with that dude? Remember all the space-time shit I was trying to show you? Did you try to read any of it? Because it's dense as fuck, dude.
Space time?
Yeah, all the shit.
I need to understand the Lawrence.
Because it's all math.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, does anybody written you back yet about possible interviews, Wally?
What was that?
Has anybody emailed you back about a possible interview?
Oh, like
no, actually no. Like I said, I haven't got a good or a bad either way. So I don't know if he hasn't seen it or whatever. I clicked on the link from the website, from U of M website. So
Yeah, maybe it goes into a spam folder.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It could have. I don't know. I honestly, because I don't know this guy like obviously well enough. I don't know if he gets like 1 billion emails a day from students and everybody. You know.
What about paper letter?
Probably. If he works at the U of M, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, maybe a paper letter. Maybe I could do something like that. I'd have to type it out, print it. But yeah, because I suck at writing. But yeah, I could type it out and print it.
A paper letter can make it look nice. You could put like, you know, like I don't know, not a frame, but what is it called when you have like a header and it looks nice? It's different fonts. You can type up, you know, like an invitation.
Yep, I get what you're saying.
You'll be able to make a much bigger impact with a physical letter than
Yes,
you would with a
I do agree with
picture.
that.
You know?
It's a personal touch. I understand that. That's a good idea. I might have to do that.
Right on.
I'm saying I agree. That's a good idea. I probably will do that because, like I said, it just adds that little personal touch and people care about that shit.
I mean, you can make it fancy too. You can make it look really nice. You know, I mean, add graphics and stuff. You know, or whatever you want to put, cherubs at the top. You know.
Yeah, I would put probably like a black hole or something to the top of it, or some like galaxy shit, because that's what he does.
He's an astronomer. He's an astronomer or physicist, or both.
He's an astrophysicist, so both.
Both, yeah.
He's an astrophysicist, so physics of the stars.
It's a cosmologist, and he does work on like some baryonic fucking you know, baryonogenesis, I think it was.
He looks up the beginning. He's big into the beginning of fucking space time, like how to start, like that kind of shit. Like the very, he's a very beginning guy, which is really fucking cool.
It'll be like beginning of.
It is about the very beginning of time with inflation, and the modern conception of it is outside our universe. It's still going on.
Oh, I know, dude. Everything that happens to us is existential, but to like the universe, it doesn't give one fuck.
It just is. It is what it is.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like everything that we worry about is nothing. We're just little flakes. I love that.
We're a part of the fucking evolution of the universe, basically. Like
we're definitely part of it. Everything is all 100%. All of our animals. Well, again, think about it, dude. What is it? 99.23% of all species are extinct. We're one of the fewest rarest things to ever survive. You know, like everything on Earth.
You know why? Most of the life on Earth is extinct? Because we ate it all.
Recently. Well, no, recently, but not all time. A lot of it is ice ages and
animals everywhere.
Do you know?
10,000 years ago, there was animals everywhere.
I understand.
And we've slowly eaten them all. Faster than they can get back.
I looked into this shit. There was 4 extinctions in human and world history. Hold on.
One is called the Holocene, and it's a man-caused one, and it's us eating everything. The Holocene. Holocene. And that's us eating everything, the Holocene.
I do think there's hope. I'll tell you this.
Can you see my computer?
You're a little on the pessimistic side. It might be practical pessimism.
I missed that.
What?
I said you're a little on the pessimistic side, and it's probably like a practical pessimism, but I think we'll be okay.
I love you.
What is the unknown, eh? Maybe we'll come up with super greenhouses to solve the food problem. You know?
Hey, Bill.
Future use technology. Yeah.
Do you see my screen or no?
I see your webcam pointing at you, but I don't see a computer screen.
Do you see my stream right here? The live stream thing?
You can see both, essentially.
Do you see these
timelines? Yes, okay, now I see it.
Dude, literally, it's just the Republicans that are the problem.
Is the Holocene mentioned here?
These are all there's five mass extinctions in history. We all know about the Jurassic, you know, but there's 4 other ones.
Scroll the video. Go to the bottom.
You want me to go down?
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There it is, Holocene. Right there, 6 mass extinction. That's the Holocene I was talking about. That's us.
I understand.
We're everything faster than it can go back. See overconsumption? We're eating the entire planet faster than it is growing back. That's the Holocene.
It's not even, honestly, it's not even eating. Eating's part of it. It's us taking over their property. We take over all their land. Like, that's why Africa shit dies off, and a lot of people, because we make cities and they get bigger. They lose less land. They have less housing.
That's overconsumption, right?
Correct.
So
but it's consumption of land.
What? One point, right? Brian said we can't know the future, and he's right. Because right now, we're eating the planet faster than we can roll back. but we're bringing technologies online. Like we may be able to have like super greenhouses, which like
Yeah, renewables for sure.
the normal acre would, right? So we're probably going to use technology to offset it, but right now, the Holocene is we're eating the planet faster than it can grow back, right?
Yep.
But it's not a problem that can't be solved. It's just where we're at right now. You know?
We're slowly getting better. So I don't know what it is in Canada, but what do you think? What percentage in America do you think we use as renewable energy every year?
I would say under 30%, maybe.
It's actually
Or
30.
total
It's 38.
resources?
38%. So close.
Right? Okay.
38%. I don't know what Canada is. I guess I should look it up. You guys are probably
I don't know.
higher.
I don't know how keeps giving people money to make these things, to do these things.
Canada,
There it is.
renewable. Let's see. Canada.
Percentage.
You guys, Canada's at 66%.
Yeah.
Wait, I lied. Wait, that's AI. Canada.com says 17%. 2022, 17%.
Oh my God.
Overview. Oh, the way it's wrong. You see AI overview.
What was that?
Well, see the top where it says 6.12, and then see up to the top left, AI overview. That's why it's wrong. The AI is hallucinating.
I don't trust AI first. I always go to real ones.
I don't trust AI for facts. I trust it to expand on ideas.
Well, so like I made sure so, like this is natural resources by Canada. So like this Canada's natural resource like their website. So this is probably the most honest one. So this is what they say. Hydro, you guys mostly use hydro. See, like ours is wind. Our wind is fucking super high.
Yeah.
You guys are opposite than us. I'm just saying it's funny how it happens. On our solar, because you guys have less sun, our solar is a little bit higher.
Things make sense. Some places use that. Some places use this.
Yep,
It depends where you're at.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's funny. It's just funny to compare and contrast. 'Cause that's what I'm saying. Like you guys don't have sun like we do, so like your guys' solar's way low. You guys must not be as windy as us, so you guys have way less wind.
You have to drink milk here to get your vitamin D.
Hey,
You know?
hey, how nobody lives way up north, right? Like way up north, right?
Yes, I do.
How many people do you think? A lot? Not many, right?
The Inuit. The Inuit self-govern the North. They're their own government. Well, they're officially part of Canada, but they do whatever the hell they want. You know? Then we're way up north. The Inuit. INUIT.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But do you think why don't you guys think about making windmill farms out there and or like something like that?
I don't know how many of them there are, but I know them in the Arctic. It's the Inuit territory, their traditional territory. They live forever. And since nobody wants to be there, they self-govern themselves. They're allowed to self-govern themselves, even though they are part of Canada.
Actually, we get a lot of ours in America from windmills.
Are there renewable energy from windmills?
Kinda are.
No, wind turbines, not windmills.
I do like. Well, depends on your city and stuff.
Because a windmill is for grinding grain. Trump called it windmill. It's actually a wind turbine for generating electricity. I know you meant, but you know what I mean.
That's what I'm saying. It's like in Canada, they don't get a lot of fucking wind, obviously.
Yeah.
Because they don't use windmill power.
We can use tidal power because I'm on an island. We're surrounded by tides.
In Canada.
Yes.
It's kind of cool and crazy to see compare and contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the actual Government of Canada website you're on. That's it.
I was on the Natural Resources Canada.
Yeah.
.ca, so I'm assuming it's like ours.gov.
And it says that it provides 16.9% on off that quarter of that page of our total energy. 16.9%. So you guys are doing a lot better than us. You're like double.
Yep. Well, again, because
eat shit.
Well, not even that, because Biden and shit. We took a real big change, So, but it's about to go back. I don't know. Like, I bet I wouldn't be surprised. Like in 4 or 5 years, that you guys at least tie us. I bet we maintain, and I bet you guys grow.
You must maintain.
Yeah, you're right. It depends on what Trump does. You know?
We don't know.
Back to all oil for everything again.
So like for me, I got solar panels on my house, but the government paid off 30% of it. I get like a tax rebate. So like that's what Biden did for the like for green shit. Like I said, he didn't mandate it because everyone's like he's gonna mandate it. No, he didn't mandate it. He just gave you tax preferences and incentivized you to fucking do good things for the environment. You do good things for the environment. The government's like, we'll pay you 30%. Nice.
Yeah.
You incentivize it, make it good.
Yeah,
That's the perfect. Honestly, to me, that's the perfect blend of socialist ideas with capitalist ideas. Like they make money, the government pays for it. You know, like everybody wins. Like it's a perfect idea.
Well, you said the government can't tell you to do it, but they can reward you for doing
Exactly.
it.
Incentivize it. Yeah, that's why I say incentive. They incentivize you to fucking do it because guess what? You'll get 30% off. Get 30% off a car, dude. You'll be happy as fuck. You know, get 30% off anything. House. If you could buy a house for 30% off, you'd be so happy.
I know.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, get anything 30% off, you're gonna be fucking super happy.
Yeah.
And this is like buying a car. Like solar panels is like buying a car. So think about buying a car and getting 30% off.
You know what our government just did here? For Christmas, starting in the beginning of, I think it was the beginning of December it started, and it goes until the 14th of February. The government said, for all these items here, no tax. Have a happy Christmas. Which will cancel the tax. There is no tax on a lot of items right now in Canada because it's let's have a good Christmas, forget about the tax thing. You know?
Yeah.
Because normally I pay 15% tax here, right? But there's no tax right now on a lot of things. So you're not paying, you're saving 15%. And it's a one-off thing the government did, and it's basically the let's have a good Christmas tax break, right? So it depends where you are. Depends where you are in Canada. Depends what you get. Here it's you don't pay 15% tax. But other provinces like Alberta hide some of the tax and the prices, so I'm not sure what they're doing. I bought a Nintendo Switch for 35% off.
You got to switch to 35% off?
Yep, because 15% was the tax the government, forgave, so I didn't have to pay 15%.
Yep.
And then I got a 20% employee discount.
Oh,
so I saved 35% on the retail price of a Switch.
Nice. Do you get the Olay? The Olay.
Not the OLED one, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I like it. It's good. And you know what? Right? Here's the thing. Okay, the Xbox and the PlayStation have lots of really cool games and they're really powerful consoles, right? Like I bought a game for the Switch, it can barely run it. It runs at like 30 frames a second, right?
Yep.
But that's not the point of it. The point is I have a really good computer right now. And all the games that are on Xbox and all the games that are on PlayStation, with the exception of a few exclusives, I can get on my PC.
Yep.
And my PC is better than both an Xbox and the PlayStation, right?
Yep.
So I'm not interested in PlayStation or an Xbox. I'm not interested in that. But the Nintendo Switch I am interested in because it has those Nintendo games that I cannot get anywhere else.
I know.
So
That's why I got a Switch.
Yeah, so when I play Metroid Prime on my remastered on my Switch, which I am, I'm loving it, I can only get that on a Switch. Right? So it makes sense to have a Switch because there are games that I can't get anywhere else.
I understand. Yeah, the exclusives for Nintendo are fucking awesome. Dude, Zelda and Mario alone are fucking titties.
I love Mario games. Same here.
Yep. I
Kitties
used
and
to be a massive Nintendo fan.
Yeah, same here. I used to be until I learned how fucking greedy and bullshit that they are.
Yeah, like I love all their games, but yeah, they're fucking
can't
greedy
support
as
the
fuck.
company.
And like every game that isn't even like a
I became
main
fucking
fucking
kitties
franchise, like side games, like even like Mario Party and shit. Like that's all that shit's super expensive, and they don't even have like that many features. Like. They just make shit like a lot of that kind of shit. They just make like sleek looking and shit. But then well, like Age of Calamity and shit, like that's like second party companies, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
like, is it second party or is it third party? Yeah.
I think so. Second party, I think, or I guess I don't know how you call it. Either way,
They always release like one or two entries into like their main franchises, and then they fucking coast on like side games.
Dude, you know how much money like Tears of the Kingdom and shit made? All those games, Breath of the Wild and Mario's.
Yeah.
They make a fuck ton of money. And then, like for them, like they got Metroid, they got like Luigi's Mansion was a good game. They had a couple other big hits too.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, like it wasn't just the
Luigi's
main
Mansion
ones, but
was
I mean those are always hits. But I'm saying they had like probably like 4 other good hits.
I'm playing Metroid Prime Remastered. Oh man, is that ever a good game? I'm loving it.
See, exactly what my point. That's what I'm telling you. 'Cause I'm saying there's a lot of games, like they hit a lot of games now.
And you can only get it on the Switch, so I got a Switch. And you know what I was doing before I got my Switch? I was playing Switch games in emulation, and I was like really having fun with the games. And I was like, I gotta get one, you know? Because emulation, while it's good and it plays a good chunk of games, it doesn't play all the games, right? And sometimes the games crash because the emulator isn't perfect, right?
Yep.
So before I bought my Switch, I was emulating some Switch games to see what it was all about. And the games were fun. I enjoyed the games. So when everything came together and I saved all that money, it was a no-brainer. I knew I would like it, you know? So I bought one. And I knew what it had to offer that I couldn't get anywhere else. I could run some of the games in emulation, but others just don't work. And if you're emulating them, that's theft, right? So I tried it out, I liked it, and then I went and bought one. But, you know, it's like a $400 console-ish, right, around there. So I didn't want to just drop $400 on something I wasn't going to like. So I tried it out first with the emulators.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
I'll have to play Odyssey sometime. I think my brother has it or
Mario?
somebody.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
What do you look for? Here, I got one.
Dude, I kind of want to play the Galaxy games too. Like I only played the first one. And I never beat it like all the way. Like I beat the first Bowser or whatever, you know. And then there's like a new game plus kind of thing. I never completed it all the way, but
I've completed Super Mario 64, but I haven't completed Super Mario Sunshine or Super Mario Galaxy 1 or 2.
okay. So yeah, I completed Sunshine, and then like, yeah, like Galaxy, you get 60 stars or whatever, and then like you quote unquote beat it, and then there's more. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I never got to play Galaxy 2.
Well, I don't often finish games, hey? I play games a lot, but I don't often go to the end of the game, you know?
You know what that is? That's your extroverted intuition, sir.
Me?
That's what that is. Yep.
Yeah, I
definitely.
think so.
Definitely. You get bored. You need something fresh.
Oh.
So fresh and
For
so
games like
clean.
Skyrim, I love those games. I don't finish them, but I just keep going around doing side quests.
Like Metroid Prime, I beat that all the way. I fucking loved the shit out of it. Like it was
It's
just
awesome.
good the whole way. The whole way, it's good.
Yeah.
Like
that's
you
the
get
game I'm
stuck in
playing.
certain spots, and you're like, "Fuck, I gotta keep going." You know, like
I never
you
really
just
got into
wanna-
Metroids at all, honestly.
Yeah,
I might have to
same
get.
here.
I might have to,
Prime would be
I might
like
have
the
to
one
actually
to
try
play.
them because people tell me about it. So
Metroid Fusion, dude, maybe I gotta play Super Metroid. That would be good.
do you like any of
That'd
the
be good.
NES or Super Nintendo ones and shit? Do you like any of the old ones?
Super Metroid is like
But
a fucking
it's on
classic.
Super Nintendo.
I just hate all the backtracking.
Oh, and Metroid games, yeah,
Yeah.
this kind of suck.
Well, because I have a Nintendo, Super Nintendo Mini, so I can play that one when I go up north.
If you've got a Nintendo Online membership, then in the Super Nintendo emulator,
Yep.
that Metroid 3 is in there. It is one of the games in there because I've
I
been
know
playing
it
it.
is. I think about playing it. I just don't. I haven't.
So, what was I thinking? There's a lot of backtracking in Majora's Mask, but it's always like unique. You know, it's fresh.
You learn
like,
new
you
things.
go
Yeah,
back.
I couldn't figure that one out when I was little. I never really got into it after that.
I understand.
You should play it again, dude.
How Metroid makes the
I'm
back.
about to do Ocarina of Time and then that game next after I finish Age of Calamity.
I fucking love Majora's
How
Mask.
Metroid makes how Metroid makes the backtracking not so bad is that when you get somewhere, you get a new ability, and then as you backtrack, there are things that you couldn't do without that new ability. So while you're backtracking, you're still getting more stuff because now you can do more as you go through the same areas.
Yep.
Are you just playing? Are you just using OBS?
Yep.
Wally.
Yep.
I gotta fucking set my shit up
You
because
should.
I would like to just stream, dude. Just fucking
Yep.
you know
Well,
whatever.
because it's like a vlog or whatever you
More
want to call it.
fun.
Think about it. You're documenting your thoughts. That's what I'm saying. Like, my whole point is like when I argue and shit with stuff, it's like or watching videos and pointing out things like no matter what, I'm documenting that I'm making my point that this guy's fucking stupid or this where we agree, whatever. You know, like so like later on in life when I tell you like eventually that I told you so, I can tell you like look back I told you so. You guys are fucking stupid.
I gotta.
I'll probably we're back in a few minutes, you guys.
Hi, brother.
Okay, back in a bit.
Do.
Damn it! It's all Rolls Royce and Bentleys. I do not need those. Yeah, I have to download a fucking mod for that. Shit.
A mod.
Oh, to disable the glitching effects on Saints Row 4.
Okay.
Yeah, they get old after a while.
Yeah, my one game's getting I'm trying to play Cyberpunk and it keeps like cutting me off at just a certain point in this game. Like, what the fuck? It keeps
Really?
you know,
Just crashes?
You know, it's been annoying as fuck, so I might just get I have like another like 2 weeks to sell it back. I'm like, either fix it or sell it back. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. It was pretty cool though for the minute.
Yeah, I've never had a problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that.
Neither do I. Alright, be back. I'm gonna roll a couple cigarettes.
These fucking people. People make some dumb ass fucking videos now. I swear to God. Maybe it's just been from TikTok. People just running into like
TikTok is cancer.
idea fucking droughts, you know, like, and they just fucking come up with some degenerate ass useless shit to use as content, you know, like too many people trying to make it, you know, instead of
being real. Keep it real.
Yeah. Like, people just want a fucking handout for like not working, which I understand, but leads to fucking decadence.
Douchebaggery.
So Bell, what you doing?
I'm
gonna steal you. You now belong to me.
Hey, phone.
You belong to me.
The boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Hey.
What?
Where you was?
The boys are back in town. Yeah. No, that was I couldn't get deep. Oh. That's my war
Mr.
metal
Thompson.
Hello, say hi. Say hi. Say hi. You stink. You stink. You are stinky. You need a haircut. You need a haircut.
I do not know how to get rid of Wally's screen sharing.
Oh, you can just, I don't know. Let me see. Da 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 da. You watch stream, and then you fucking. Let me see. You're gonna switch to Mitch too. Oh, you go to the bottom and you hit the red button. Stop watching.
No, that'll disconnect me.
Oh well.
Oh, okay, I see it. Stop watching.
Yep. There's another red button after that for disconnect.
Okay, now I'm back to where I wanted to be. Thank you, Brandon.
Yes, sir. I'll be there for you.
Right on. What happened to Wally? His video feed is locked now.
I think he went to have a smoke.
Oh, okay.
Cigarettes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
What's the thing?
I just blew up a plane with one of those traffic cones.
Oh.
The traffic barrels.
Take this trash out. Take out the trash.
Control 4 you're playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never played that game. I'm seeing screens on. I never thought it was like that because I have no impressions of the game. I don't know anything about it.
Oh, yeah, this is obviously the fourth one, and it just goes over the top with the story, explains why I have superpowers. Basically, you're in a simulation and you hack the simulation.
Oh.
That's pretty much the way to explain it.
Oh, okay.
Dude, he's
I've
like
never
been
played any
using.
of those games. Never played any Saints Row game ever.
Let's see here.
Is it an open world game? Can you go anywhere you want?
Yeah.
If you can, maybe I'll buy it because I like open world games.
Yeah. This is the map.
Here, let me switch to your stream.
Oh,
Okay, now I see the map. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll look at it because I like open world games. I really like open world games. And RPG games too. And I've seen that you said, I seen where you showed the RP, I seen the screenshot yesterday where it showed, remember I said Bioshock? Like those kind of powers you have and stuff like that. This is the kind of game that interests me. Can you do first person in it? Because the third person I don't think a lot.
There might be a mod. I'm not sure. No, all mods are broken for this game. They've been broken for like 2 years because they updated it for Epic Games.
Okay, so it's always third person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
I know.
I don't know what it is.
GTA, you know?
I just can't get into third person games. I don't know what it is. I need first person, you know? Maybe
Yeah,
that's why we played it.
Sometimes people just like it a certain way, you know.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, it's in my guitar. My guitar. I haven't really fucked with this bass much. I don't know what this is gonna sound like.
How come the car is pixelate?
Oh, because it's a glitch. Because you're in the simulation.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Fuck it. Ooh. The dubstep gun.
What song you playing?
I have no idea. Oh, thanks for taking out the aggro.
See, if this game was first person, it would be an instant purchase for me. If it was first person, I'd just buy it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, what are you playing? What is this?
But really
You playing Saint Row 4, you said?
Yeah. And then the people dance and the vehicles have like hydraulics and start jamming.
Yeah.
Like, oh. That was very nice. Like that car in front of me.
Well, things seem to have gone from bad to worse.
There we go.
Nope.
No, you get the fuck back up here.
You inside him like the Matrix. Yeah, that's Matrix.
Yeah, there's a bunch of references. There's a reference like near the end of the game to They Live.
Yeah. That's the John Carpenter movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. That's a Roddy Piper, whatever his name was in it.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was a
funnier
good movie.
than hell.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, it was. Oh, he's just a friend. Don't give me that. Got what I need.
Yeah, this game looks fucking awesome. I wish it was first person. I still might get it, but I wish it was first person. If it was first person, I'd be buying it right now.
Oh, that worked.
I hear GLaDOS. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, a huge success. Is that GLaDOS I'm hearing? Oh, Brandon. Anything else? He's wearing headphones.
No. Nope. Nope. God damn it. I just don't fucking remember anything because I don't play enough.
Oh my god. You are a failure. Just kidding. Yeah, Brandon, set up an OBS and then you can stream, and then I can always add you to the. I can link you in the description kind of shit, like how them dumb folks talk about all that shit. It spreads the tentacles. Let's call it.
Oh, it doesn't affect those. That's stupid. Doesn't affect you though.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it does not.
What? I'll affect you.
Did you hear me or no?
Yeah, I heard you.
Mm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Plus, like I said, it's nice to document your
Plugin
guesses.
failed to load.
Dude, like, you know, nice is gonna be later in life to be able to tell people like I have the biggest told you so, because I'll be like, look back like
Holy shit, that
2
actually
years
works
ago.
to kill. That's cool.
Or I can see where I was stupid.
Goddamn car.
I suppose, like anything else, I can see where I was fucking wrong and dumb.
I'm really
That's
back in
always a
like 10 minutes.
possibility too.
I'm really back in like 10 minutes. I'm going to go enjoy being Canadian.
I love being Canadian.
You're gonna go and enjoy some free healthcare.
No. I go to the store. I saw them $100. They give me once. It's so cheap.
I wish it was cool like that here.
Kool-Aid.
It's been legal here since 2018. That's when they legalized it Canada-wide. Yeah. I think it's normal.
I invested a bunch of money in all you guys. We're not good.
You always need more Kool-Aid.
That store, right? And you see all these respectable people that you see around. Everybody's in a blind pot, you know? It's hilarious. It's awesome, you know?
Yep.
Okay, we're back in a few minutes, you guys.
Yep.
Okay.
You played this game before, bitch, or no?
What? Saints Row?
Saint Row?
Yeah.
Okay.
Saint Row?
Saint Row.
Eat your egg hole like a Saint Row?
Right in the ass.
I know you did shoot him right in the ass. Right in the caboozer. Got the loser and a noozer.
You love that bounce rifle.
You can be the music man. I will start a band, and we will never have fans, and we'll never be banned. Like we live in Iran. Whenever you drop a beat, dog, I got you. Huh, baby cat. Hi. I know. You only want love down the Can you do Sum 41? The boo doo doo boo boo doo boo doo doo doo.
Oh, how'd that go? No.
He's not a real guitarist if you can't do that.
That's all right, bro. I'm gonna make him remember to do all this shit because it's cool. I love music, so I love when people can do shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how that goes. There's an old Anna. I played a lot of Anna Flake songs. And then what was the? Oh. No. No.
Oh, you dick.
I don't know if this is even tuned.
You ain't escaping, asshole.
Hmm. Yeah.
I think this weapon's a little bit overpowered, especially when you got infinite ammo.
You got infinite ammo always?
Oh, yeah, because I bought the upgrades.
Okay.
Oh, you got the touch. You got the power.
Are you singing fucking Optimus Prime music?
No, you got the touch.
Yeah, that's.
You got the...
It's a song from the 80s, bruh, by Stan Bush.
Yeah.
For the fucking Transformers.
Oh, it is.
It's called "You Got the Touch." Yep. It's a. I mean, people write on parodies or whatever knockoffs of it, but yeah, it's a fucking '80s song from back in the day. It's a good song, actually. I played it. I played it at the bar a couple times randomly.
Oh yeah, you always gotta.
Oh yeah, just remember this song? Oh my god, I do finally. Yeah, I know it's locked in your fucking subconscious somewhere.
Yeah, there's been plenty of 80s songs. I'm like, oh, that's what this song is called. I've never known. And then I instantly put it in my Spotify.
Yep. When I used to go disc golfing all the time, we used to have fucking our Pandoras and shit, and random shit like that. And I just like everything. I'm like, oh, who makes a song? Oh, that's dope. Like, there's a couple of Fall Out Boy songs that are fucking dope that I found out. I found out a lot more about like Avenged Sevenfold and other bands. I'm like, oh, dude, they have way better songs that are not like their popular songs and shit. Like that's cool. Like
Slinger and shit.
And getting some of the underground shit with anything else. Like, but yeah, just when we go disc golf, for like 3 years we went disc golfing like all the time. We listened to a lot of fucking music between the three of us.
I used to listen to a lot of music, but I don't listen to music very much anymore.
I don't as much. I do at the bar only because it's the bar because I have to. But when I listen to information shit or read shit all day.
Like I like music and I do listen to it.
Music. That's what I'm
There
saying.
was a time
When Brandon was playing music right now, I was like, Brandon, can you play this song? Because I'm like, dude, I love people play music. That's fucking dope.
Yeah.
I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, when I was younger, I used to music was a thing. I listened for like hours a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now I'll put on the occasional song,
Yep.
Every other day or so,
It's like a certain mood. Like some days I'll listen to like
Oh, wow, wow.
5-10 songs randomly. I'll put them like on my YouTube or whatever. I'll be like, you know what? Let me jam out to these jams. These are awesome. They randomly pop in your head or whatever the fuck happens,
And that's what I do too. Will killed the radio star. I watch YouTube videos when I listen to music.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, now I fucking. Back in the day, I was doing like audiobooks and reading or like playing video games, and now it's more like I just research and fucking sometimes play video games and shit.
I used to read. I still read a lot, but I read web pages. When I was a kid, I read everything, right? And I tried audiobooks, but I couldn't get into them because I can read a lot faster than they speak them out. You know?
Yep. I do it like in the car. I used to do car drives and shit like that too, where it's like go to the cabin for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I can listen to a book for 2.5 hours. I have nothing else to do.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. You're right.
Like there was times, but yeah, in general, I get what you're saying, but.
So if you have one of these streams coming up with someone, right? Ideally, you want their webcam and your webcam to be separate recordings. You're recording both of them at the same time.
Yep, I agree.
Ideally, you want that because then later on, when you're editing the footage, you can do so much more.
Yep.
If you just have like your one screen capture of both your cameras, you can't move things around. You can't, put backgrounds in there. You can't do lots of things.
Yep.
But if you have split cameras, you do a lot of things.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah. Are you very experienced with video editing?
Not at all. That's why I want someone to help me, like walk me through.
Because I used to work as a video editor, right? When I was in my 20s, but then I got sick with schizophrenia and I never went back to it, right? But I know how video editing works. At the time, I was using Adobe After Effects and Adobe Premiere. After Effects for doing titling and stuff, and Premiere for longer segments of video, right? And the reason I was doing it, because I was working for Murray, I was working for a company called Provision, and we were doing mime training videos for the plants, Synchrony and Suncor. We had contracts with them. We made training videos for them. There was like 5 of us in the company. Roger and Rob, they worked for Suncor, so that's how they got the contract, right? But they would go out and they would shoot footage. They would bring the footage back to me, and I would edit it together and add titles and all the graphics and stuff that you needed to see as they were explaining what to do in a mine, right? So I have video editing experience as a job. Was back then, and it was with Adobe After Effects for the titling and Adobe Premiere for longer sequences of video. And now Kadian Live, that program that I recommended to you, it's both. It is both After Effects and it's Premiere in one program. And I've used it enough. I've used Kadian Live enough to know that it's a really good program. And the best thing is it's free for any purpose. Anything you want to use it for. You don't owe them a penny, not even a penny, right?
Yep.
And it's really good. It does a lot of things. It's just as good as the old After Effects and Premiere I was using from Adobe. It's just as good as all the old versions I used back then, and it's better, and it's completely free.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to try to buy After Effects or Premiere today, they only offer them in like subscriptions, and you only own them, and they're super expensive.
I feel that.
Yeah. And with Kadian Live being so good already, I would never spend money on After Effects or Premiere unless there's something really special they do nowadays that I don't know about. But other than that, Kadian Live is just good. It does everything you need.
That's good to know. Like I said,
have you unarchived it yet? You said you managed to download it last night. Your Windows Smart Screen was trying to protect you from viruses. But you managed to download it. Did you unarchive it anywhere?
Not yet. I was waiting. Hold on, it's right here.
Okay, that standalone file you downloaded, what it is, it's not a setup program. What it is, it's an archive, right? It's like a zip file, but it's an exe file because it's a self-extracting archive. So you double-click it, and it says, where do you want to extract the archive to? You choose a location, that's where it puts the files. And then you go to where you chose to put the files. You look for KDE and live.exe, double click on that, boom, you're in business. And then from there, you can create a shortcut to it, drag it to your desktop for easy access. You know what I mean? It's all good, Rolly?
Maybe. I have videos saved and shit, so I mean, I could work on it eventually.
And there's a manual for it. There's a complete manual. When you run the program at the top, you'll see the help menu. You go in there, you click on help, and it will open your web browser to a complete manual. And the manual explains everything.
All right.
To get you quickly started, you could screen share with me, and I could explain the basics, and that would give you a head start for the manual.
Cool. I mean, I can't do it right now. I'm too baked.
Okay, right on. Yeah.
I might go to bed soon. Anyways, I'm tired as fuck. Me and Brandon been on for 7 hours and 41 minutes.
Are you fucking serious?
Yep.
I worked tonight. When I first came on, that was when I was getting home. I didn't know you guys were going that long. Holy shit.
It just kind of happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit, you guys are going ages. That's a full work shift. You work to another shift.
I mean, yeah, we took little breaks and shit, but yeah, generally it's been forever. So I'm
But
just
8 hours, that's a full work shift. You worked all today on this video chat.
hey man,
You know?
that's all right. We make good content.
Yeah. That's fucking awesome, man.
Yep.
We're talking about a lot of shit, man. We got third time somehow.
And we learned a lot, so we feel good about it.
Right on.
But
I don't think Danny can hear us. Danny cannot hear us.
I love you guys.
You on to bed, Rory?
Yeah, I'm on bed.
Okay, good night, man. Hey, listen, I'm off for like 3 days. So if you want to shoot shit, I'm off for shooting shit.
That's good with me, brother. I'm off tomorrow, so sometime, probably most likely tomorrow I'll be online too.
Okay, right on. You have a good night, man.
You too, brother. Peace out,
Okay.
guys.
Peace.